Greatest Streamer System. Author, ShuviLily. Chapter 451-501. A guide needed to be ready for the people they guide so they had the fullest experience. However, a better guide would do better. They would prepare for any kind of situation, including the situation where they couldn't take their hovercar off-road. Unlike cars with wheels, hovercars could only move on the built road. They couldn't float on dirt. This was one of the car's weaknesses. As a tropical island guide, that was unacceptable. There were many good locations located inside forests or places unreachable by road alone. So, there was a need to mod the car slightly. If they couldn't reach it by floating, they just needed to make the car able to be driven off-road. How? The answer was unexpectedly simple. Just add wheels. Woohoo! Gloria's car was also modded like that. With a press of button, wheels appeared and the car turned into something Max was familiar with, something that he was afraid of. His face paled when the guy drove into the forest like a madman. Fuck. I shouldn't agree to appear in this show. Max swore he would get a medical and traumatic fee from Bio's show. He would force Mr. Taka to help him get that. This wasn't what he expected. But Max had pride. He didn't scream at all even when he was scared. Not only scared for himself, but also for Lily. If this car crashed, both of them would be in danger. Thankfully, the road became better after a while and the shaking disappeared. The car moved pretty stable and Max heaved a sigh of relief. Gloria. He called out to the guide, his voice lower than usual. When we return, let's take the road. But that would take a long. Please just do so. Taking our time is fine, we're still ahead of everyone. He insisted, not taking a no for an answer. Gloria looked disappointed but she couldn't possibly say no to his request. Then, he exited the tent and made a bonfire. Everything was finished in 15 minutes or so, showing his experience at making the tent. Done. Max nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his work. His tent was put up pretty well. Even if there was wind blowing, it would stay in place. Wow, that's fast. Lily expressed her amazement. Are you used to this? You can say that. He nodded, remembering when he first ran away from home in his past life. I lived in a tent within the woods at that time. And I often went camping to find good parkour spots, like a ruin or cliff. That was fun. Money wasn't something he had at that time, so camping was cheaper than lodging. After tidying the unused equipment, Max and Lily. Charlie, we're done. Discover hidden content at Empire. Huh. The tester looked dumbfounded as he opened his eyes. Already? He asked, checking time on his smartwatch. It's less than 20 minutes, though. How can you finish that fast as a first-timer? I never said that I am a first-timer. Max smirked at the tester. The key, please. We need to move to the next test. Charlie still couldn't believe what he heard and jumped out of his tent. When he was greeted by a complete one, with the bonfire burning, he couldn't help but accept that the couple had indeed finished setting up the tent. You're not lying, he muttered in surprise before laughing loudly. Congratulations. You deserve this gold key. Charlie handed the key to Max with a large smile. He applauded for a few seconds before diving into his tent again. Freedom. Max laughed loudly with Lily. They walked back to the hovercar while imitating Charlie when they entered. Freedom. All participants moved to different tests at the start of the game. Max went to the Woah Culinary School first because it looked pretty close to run to from the hotel. However, the two other couples knew they could take a car. And the closest location to reach using the car was the two tests in nearby buildings. Each took a different test not to meet each other, and they finished at the same time to finish the other test. Due to the test's difficulty, they only managed to finish one test. Unlike Max, who got lucky to get two easy tests, the first was a nightmare while the second was something he was skilled at. As a result, Max and Lily finished two tests and reached the third location in just an hour. And there, he met the couple who was just about to take the same test. Oh. Max and the blue-haired boy let out a surprised voice when they met each other. They nodded and entered the building together. Lily waved her hand at Queenie while the girl averted her gaze. She couldn't act as if she hated Lily anymore after her drunk outburst last night. So, Max initiated a conversation as they walked to the test area by following the arrows set by the staff inside the building. Did you get any key yet? One, from the other building. June answered with a laugh. How about you? Is the test from where you came from hard? Sighing, Max replied, one of them was, the other one was easy for us. He vomited from the first test. And he finished the second test without a problem. June and Queenie looked at Max. Their gazes said it all. Yeah, I know it's funny, Max said, shrugging his shoulders. However, that wasn't what the couple was thinking. They looked at each other and whispered. Hey, is the first test that hard? June, do you think we can skip it? I think we should. The second sounds easy, though. What should we do? We will do both. But, which tests did they take? Should we ask? June proposed as he looked at where Max was. But when he looked back, Max was already gone somewhere with Lily. Both of them were left alone, and Queenie blinked. What the? Why were we even whispering? She complained. On the second floor, Max could hear the scream and sigh. He made the correct decision leaving them there. Are they okay? Lily asked worriedly and innocently, forgetting that the other couple was essentially their enemy right now. They would be fine. I mean, they are adults and can make their own decisions. That's right. Lily nodded. Then, she looked around at the somehow white space on the second floor. What should we do here? But before he left, Queenie groaned and shouted. So frustrating. Let's just go together. Hearing that, Max smirked. As planned. June only smiled from the start. He seemed to notice Max's plan but didn't say anything. In the end, the four of them moved together. Max used this chance to ask about, find me, identity. The answer was as expected and not surprising at all. Stay updated through Empire. It's the key. Queenie answered shortly, still in the bad mood after being played earlier. I see. That wasn't too surprising. And the other building has the same quiz. Yes. June nodded. He finally spoke. It took us an hour because we didn't know what we should find. Only when we stumble upon a note and 3 keys that we understand. That was indeed something that could make one go mad. The couple tried to find someone, while they actually had to find keys. If Max had no clue about this, he would probably end up wasting time here too. Looking around, Max tried to find this note and noticed something on the ceiling. Guys, is that the key? He asked, pointing upward. There were 2 keys hanging on a ceiling by the thread. And plastered on the ceiling was a note with, "You found me," written. That's indeed the key. June nodded. How easy. The key we found on the other building was hidden pretty well and not in an open space like this. Hey, June, don't say anything more than that. Queenie stopped him from disclosing it any further. Realizing his mistake, June shut his mouth and looked at Max. No worries. Max waved his hand. They could find the key in the other building alone later. Cheating wasn't fun at all. We will find it ourselves, but there was still one problem. How could we get those keys? The ceiling was 5 meters high. Even if Max jumped with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to grab the key. At that moment, Lily, who had been quiet since earlier, spoke up. You can throw me. Gymnastic style. Everyone's attention was focused on her at once. June and Queenie couldn't believe what they heard while Max nodded firmly. That's a good idea. This time, the other couple looked at Max. Are they crazy? Queenie thought. Max and Lily weren't normal by any means. They were fearless and prepared for the jump. Without any hesitation, Lily stood on Max's shoulders. This alone made them closer to the key. Just around 30 centimeters more. A short jump would do the trick. Are you ready, Lily? Anytime. Max let go of Lily's legs and she jumped. It was enough to reach one of the keys and grab it. The momentum died down at that moment and she fell. November LBJNN. Fortunately, Max was ready below her. He caught her gently in a princess carry and they smiled at each other. Got it. Nice. She giggled happily as he set her down. All right, now that we get it, let's move to the next test. Max said and walked away. Wait. Obviously, Queenie was the one who yelled. She even extended her hand and caught Lily's hand to prevent her from walking away. What about our key? What will you do about that? HNN, please release my hand. Lily said, looking at her hand, it hurts a bit. Oh, sorry. Queenie apologized and released her hand. Thank you. After saying that, Lily walked again and Max followed. Once again, Queenie shouted. Hey, I said wait. I asked you, what about our key? How do we get it? Max stopped and looked back, like we did. Or if you're afraid, just take a ladder or something. I believe you can find it on this floor. Like you did. You mean us. The idol girl pointed at herself and June, whose body wasn't as built as Max to match the aesthetic sense of his fans. June would break if I stood on his shoulders. And I thought you would help us take the key because we helped you. When? Lily asked directly. Max and Lily looked at each other, wondering how this test would go. In less than a minute, they reached the place. It was a small hut for changing and storage. After Gloria stopped, she gave them the last instructions. Please head to the beach and meet Mr. Strange for the last test. Good luck. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you very much. Both of them bowed their heads slightly and walked to the changing room. The interior was pretty spacious. It was around the same size as their room in the hotel, which was pretty large. Max headed to the one for men while Lily entered the one for women. There was a large wardrobe and a full-body mirror in the room. In front of the mirror was a table for makeup and there were many kinds of makeup tools. Max ignored those and went to the wardrobe. Inside were different swimsuits with different colors. He understood that the staff prepared those. Because he already brought one with him, he only needed to wear it. He didn't want to make them wait, so he did it pretty quickly. While wearing the swimsuit, he thought about how it would be fun to see Lily's swimsuit. He waited outside and Lily came out 2 minutes later. He almost dropped his jaw at the sight. She wore a cute one-piece swimsuit, a bikini. It had a frilly design on the chest area. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was the color and design. It was black and the design resembled a bunny. It had a small white ribbon on the chest area and another at the back, right under her neck. Her black hair was tied into a bun, a bit messy but still cute. "Ah, are you ready?" she asked, looking at Max. Max, are you okay? She tilted her head and approached him. Yes, I'm fine. It's just, I didn't expect you to wear something like that. You don't like it. Do you want me to change? She looked sad and disappointed. I quite like the ribbon that resembles bunny ears, but it's okay if you don't like it. No, I love it. You look very cute, Lily. Keep it. Really. I'm glad. She smiled happily and took his hand. Then let's go. We have a last test to pass. All right. They walked together to the beach. The last test of Couple Paradise Island should be waiting for them. Mr. Strange was standing on the edge of the beach with his hands on his hips. He was looking at the sea, and the staff was holding a camera in front of him. When Max and Lily approached him, the staff gave a sign and the host suddenly spoke. Sea is where life came from. Max halted 2 meters away from him, and he also stopped Lily. The cutscene begins. He whispered to her, and she nodded in understanding. People shouldn't disturb the last boss's cutscene. If they pressed skip, they probably wouldn't be able to know how to defeat it. That was why Max listened quietly. He only disturbed a small fry cutscene, that was his rule. We all came from a single cell from the sea. The scientist said that, but I think that's a ruse. We don't know where we came from. Life is a gamble. And I believe that you have come here to gamble by just finishing the last test, don't you? No, we've gathered 4 keys and this is the last one. Lily answered innocently and Mr. Strange paused. The staff also looked panicked. The script wasn't correct. One of the staff moved his mouth like a fist after Gloria appeared behind him. Humming, Mr. Strange turned around. A silly sunglasses with a big nose and exaggerated mustache adorned his face. It looked sillier because he also wore his baseball cup. So you're the humans who take no chances. Challengers, not a gambler then. But I love gacha. This time, it was Max who said silly stuff. Silence reigned once again. Mr. Strange glared at Max, his gaze said it all. "Don't disturb me when I am reading my script." Max only chuckled. He couldn't help but do that after Lily interrupted him before. The staff also laughed, giving thumbs up to him. The IRL cutscene continued after Mr. Strange coughed into his hand. Max and Lily looked around and swam forward when they found a school of fish. The corals were full of color, making the seabed look very pretty. Max spotted a starfish and a lobster living together in harmony. They were pretty harmless. Lily also found a big fish, the kind that Max was sure didn't exist in real life. But it wasn't the time for sightseeing. They had a job. The chest and the key wouldn't just appear in front of them. He looked at his girlfriend and communicated using a simple hand language. "Down there. Key. Maybe. Okay. I will follow." Max nodded and began swimming down, looking for the key. It was gold in color, so it should be visible if it was near a white-colored coral. Unfortunately, it wasn't. It was as if the key was camouflaged. Max couldn't find it no matter how much he tried. He also didn't see any chest, the thing he was looking for. Looking at the clock, 5 minutes had passed and he already had consumed half of his air supply. "This is bad. I didn't find anything. Where is the key?" Looking up, he could see Lily swimming down. She was pretty relaxed, so she still had a lot of air left. "We are also exhausted. We can't search forever, or else we will run out of breath." Max wanted to find the key. As he narrowed his eyes, something sparkled beneath him. There, swimming down, Max looked closely. It was the golden key. It was buried within a group of rocks, and a small amount of sand. He grabbed it and showed it to Lily. When he turned around, she was diving toward a group of coral a bit away from him. She extended her hand and took something, a chest wrapped in plastic. She moved her hands excitedly. They managed to find both of the things they looked for easily. The professional diver saw it and gestured for them to return to the surface. Max nodded and followed him with Lily. When they returned to the surface, a staff with the camera was ready. They climbed the boat and returned to the beach with the box and the last golden key. They didn't plan to open it on the boat. Max didn't know whether the last key was the perfect fit or not, so he planned to get all his keys first before trying. He would open it from the 5th key he got to the 1st key, the hardest test among the 5. And there were also the other 2 participants. When he arrived at the beach, Max immediately sought Mr. Strange to talk about it. "Should we open the chest when all participants arrive or should we open it now?" That was a question that could change the editing. And Mr. Strange's answer was, "Just do whatever you want. This is a challenge, a competition. If you win before your competitors are here, that means you're just much better. And our editors are good, leave it to him to edit it." This conversation wasn't recorded on camera. Max nodded at Mr. Strange and got the key from the changing room. He also got a jacket for Lily to wear. After getting the key, they returned to the beach and put the chest on the sand. He opened the wrapping and was about to open it when Lily spoke. "Can I open it?" Max looked at her and smiled. She looked like a little child who found a new toy. "Sure. Start from the 5th key." Got it." Lily smiled and held the 5th key and inserted it into the hole. Cameras were focused on them. When she twisted the key, it didn't do anything. "Wrong one." Max said, "Try another." She nodded and took the 4th key. It also didn't work. She frowned and used the 3rd key. When she twisted it, click, it opened. Lily beamed in a smile and turned to Max. She raised her hands and high-fived him. "We did it." The last game finished, and the day came to an end. After the staff did a quick interview with the couples, they were sent back to the hotel to have their rest. "Are you okay?" In the hotel's restaurant, Max asked June worriedly. Queenie had to support June with her shoulder as he limped. The staff also helped by carrying their luggage, so they didn't have to do anything. Thanks for asking. I just twisted my ankle, nothing much. I just stepped down the ladder too fast. It also won't have a lasting effect. According to the scan result, I will be able to walk normally tomorrow." "Is that so? That's good, then. Max didn't feel guilty at all. They were competing against each other. Accident was normal, and June was just unlucky. Though losing the reality show sucked, June seemed to have fun. But his girlfriend wasn't too happy about it. I will definitely win the next challenge. The idle girl drank too many beers and got tipsy. In front of her were 3 empty glasses, while the other just finished around half of their drink. Still, no one said anything. It was the after party. The restaurant was filled with staff members, no one but people in the industry watched her. Lily. Irie. Drink with me. It's my fault. If only I am not afraid of heights, June wouldn't be injured. Queenie said, sobbing so suddenly. June, I am sorry, baby. I will repay you tonight in bed. How bold. Max teased as a smirk appeared on his face. Hey, Queenie. We're outside. Please keep your voice down. What? It's normal, right? We're all adults here, and all of us have lovers. There is nothing strange about talking about that. Queenie complained, her face red from drunkenness. But still, I will repay you tonight. That's final. June's voice died down under Queenie's forceful invitation. Irie blushed, while Lily looked down. Her face was also red as she glanced at Max. Max knew where this was going and changed the topic. The party was pretty fun. Everyone got drunk in the end and returned to their own room. The next day, everyone woke up late but looked refreshed. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. And so, I am back. Took you long enough. Welcome back. It's been a week, Breeze. Lovely Otter has donated 500 diamonds. Welcome back. I enjoyed the concert and the event. Stinky has donated 1000 diamonds. It's boring without your livestream, glad you are back. Thank you Otter and Stinky. It can't be helped, I am too tired and have a job out of the city. I only returned 3 days ago, but decided to rest with Lily first. Max explained, leaning his back against the chair. And look, my PunkTube still uploads every day. No. It had been a week since the concert, it was now the 16th of July. Just as Max explained to the chat, he was resting. He mainly wanted to stay with Lily and tried how long she could be in VR, and found out that she could only game 2 to 3 hours a day before getting really tired due to her condition. Now that everything was stable, he returned to streaming and would play another masterpiece of a game. Actually, there are a few games I wanted to try, but let's hear your opinion guys. Max pulled out a game list, something he had prepared for today, and put it beside him. The camera panned out, making sure the screen was visible to the viewers. Because of my atrocious experience with magic. Atrocious experience lol. He got traumatic KEKW. I can't deny that, he grinded that long only to quit because of the strange puzzle. The lack of hint is really frustrating. I want to play another game with a magic challenge. Leaving it unfinished leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I want to finish at least a game, so I prepared this list. The chat spammed with questions and comments, and Max waited until the chat slowed down, then started explaining. He was not sure which one would interest him, and so he left it up to his viewers to decide. He listed off 3 games from the list, each with a short description and a screenshot. The chat exploded once more as the viewers argued about what game Max should play. Okay, this game is already better with this guide. Let's see. Would I change my mind later? Max said as he began to follow the fire. Game has guide equals better than the Spellbound Academy lol. It's so easy to please you. No wonder this game has a good review. It has guides. Nod nod. The graphics and effects are so good. I totally am buying this game. The problem is, how is the enemy? Max walked through the dark city of London, entering a dark alleyway between 2 tall buildings. Heaps of trash were lying on the sides. The smell was slightly bearable because it was washed away by the rain already. The fire guide ended in the middle of the alleyway. When Max arrived at that place, something shone from between heaps of trash. His eyes shone at that light. They have clues, he exclaimed, jumping toward the light like a moth into fire. He's like a kid finding a new toy. He's so cute. I want to have him at home. Lily Pixel thought otherwise. Sing better than the diva before getting him home. Ah, I want to screenshot this so badly. Max read the chat but ignored them. He looked between the trash and found the shiny thing. It was a card. More specifically, a tarot card. What is T? Objective updated. You have found the source of fear. Exorcise it. As he was thrown in confusion by the sudden message, a howl rang from behind him. The wind became wild. It swirled around the alleyway at one spot, sending all the trash flying in the sky. Alert, Max stepped backward and looked at where the wind was, shielding his face with his arm. Through the gap, he was able to see it condensed into a humanoid form and floated midair. Its head was elongated as if it was being stretched. When looking closely, it wasn't only its face that was elongated, but also its whole body. It was compressed into a stretch. Zuzuzuzu. Ding. Tutorial start. Defeat the wind spirit with an exorcism tool. The world froze as the tutorial started. In Max's hand, the tarot card glowed and a window popped up. The instruction to use the exorcism tool, in the form of the card, appeared. Wave the tarot card to use the exorcism tool. Following the instruction, Max moved his right hand and waved it, trying to activate the card. But the moment he did so, he failed. There was a system prompt saying that he failed to use the tool. It didn't work. He wondered, and tried again. The card shone brightly and an energy ball materialized in the air. Max looked at it with a satisfied smile, and a hint appeared. Aim and fire. It was clear what he had to do, so he did just that. He aimed at the wind spirit and shouted, "Fire!" The energy ball shook and the world moved. At that moment, the energy ball flew toward the wind spirit. While traveling, it became bigger and bigger until it swallowed the spirit and disappeared. The wind and rain disappeared. Your journey continues with Empire. Somehow, the tense and heavy atmosphere disappeared right after that. Max stood in the middle of the alleyway. A notification appeared in front of him. Congratulations. Tutorial complete. Objective. Head to the next destination. The guide fire appeared in front of him again, prompting him to move out of the alleyway. Well, so wave your tool and kill your enemies. The combat is so simple. I hope it changes later. While I am a bit amazed by the effect, will the combat get better? Even the NPC's accent was thought of. Max nodded in satisfaction that the game was just as he liked it. Yet there's still wickedness in our fair city. We exorcists must prepare accordingly. Take this coin and procure your chosen exorcist tools from the third stall at London Market. Speak to the clerk thus, "Spirits stand beside us, fear has no place in this realm." The man handed a few gold coins to Max. Understood. Max's character spoke by itself. He put his right hand on his left chest. May spirit be with you. May spirit be with you. 15 gold coins obtained. New objective. Objective. Buy an exorcist tool from Spirit's friends. After the announcement appeared, the man melted into darkness and disappeared. Max looked at his spot for a while before turning around, finding a trail of blue fire toward a large building at the end of the street. Somehow, I can choose my second weapon by myself, he said quietly as he walked down the street. He wasn't in a hurry. Taking his time to look at the surroundings, Max also chatted with his viewers, as it had been a week since he last live-streamed. The effect could be seen from his viewers. Viewers, 18,258. While it increased from the past, he didn't even get 20k viewers. Tomorrow would probably be different if he managed to create an impact today. Still, that didn't dampen his mood. He continued to the market and found the store he was looking for. It was a small store with an old lady as a clerk. Stopping in front of the store, Max quietly whispered, "Spirits stand beside us, fear has no place in this realm." This should trigger the next quest and the lady would give him the assortment of exorcism tools. Max couldn't wait to find a strange one among the piles. Strange was better than good. That was the rules of a streamer. Can I get a broom? Or a slipper? Belt is good, and so is a hanger. However, what did you say? Speak louder. The lady's ears weren't that good. NPC can be deaf. Lol, this is hilarious. Breeze got yelled at from speaking too quietly. Ah, what did you say? Speak louder. Max scratched his cheek. He indeed didn't expect this at all. I thought it's secrecy and all that shit. How could the storekeeper be deaf then? It doesn't make sense, but it's funny. A bias. He liked this game, so the strange game's story didn't make him mad but laugh. Excuse me, lady. Spirits stand beside us, fear has no place in this realm. He repeated in a louder voice this time, and the lady frowned. Keep your voice down, fool. No one should hear that phrase but me. Tisk, youngins these days. Follow me inside. Quick now. The clerk entered the wooden door behind him, but Max stood still. The blue fire appeared to urge him inside, but he didn't move. He felt a bit angry. I think an evil spirit has possessed the lady. I should exorcise it with my tarot card before she suffers any longer and send her poor soul to the afterlife. He said, smiling softly. A vein popped up on his temple. Ha ha ha, you're right. Exorcise that lady. He has gone mad lol. Don't, Breeze. She's the only weapon dealer in this city. You mean tool dealer lol. She sell no weapon, just antique stuff. Those antique stuff you mentioned are not antique at the setting right now. Sighing, Max entered the store. The story wouldn't progress if he stood around doing nothing. Let's rob this old lady, he said as he looked around the store's interior. Unlike what was displayed outside, many antiques lined behind the shelf protected by glass. The collection ranged from a simple cup to a cane. Talismans were plastered over the handle as if to contain something behind it. For the record, glasses were rare at this age, so this was pretty amazing. I heard from that brat Colin. Take one you fancy, whatever it is. But only one. Understand? I understand. Max nodded. Tisk, you can't even properly respond. Youngins these days. The old lady walked out of the store and slammed the door shut. Max watched her disappearing back and blinked. Did he just hear it right? He responded properly, even nodding his head. ... Now he just calls her lady and not an evil spirit. His evil intention is as clear as day. We support your decision. Please do it. I do not condone bullying. But accidents can happen. It's not your fault if someone becomes deaf because you cracked your whip. Max chuckled evilly. He remembered the whip for now. However, he had enough jokes. Enjoy new chapters from Empire. Let's take the whip someday. For the free tool, I might take my time again to choose another one. The free tool selection is too precious to spend it exorcising the evil spirit inside the lady. He looked around once again. After walking for what was like 5 minutes, back and forth from the entrance to the end of the corridor, he had 2 tools he fancied. One of them was a stick. However, it wasn't a normal stick. The description was like this. Legendary stick to held by the exorcist, a positive energy will form around it in the shape of a blade. The power is based on the wielder's power. Yes, this was the legendary stick that Max always heard of in his past life. It existed in this game. When he read the description, he stopped and screamed in his mind. This is it. I can beat the demon lord with this legendary stick. Unfortunately, there was no demon lord to beat. So he didn't need this stick as much. Compared to it, another item caught his eyes. It was a pair of tong. Yes, a cooking tong made from silver. The description of its effect was a bit crazy. Exorcist tong to held by the exorcist, a positive energy will form a giant tong. Use it to grab an evil spirit and lift it in the air. Effective against low and medium level spirit. Nodding in satisfaction, he decided. I will take the tong. With this, I can grab the lady and drop her from the sky if she can't hear my question. Perfect. Crazy guy. He actually chose the tong. He's about to cook those evil spirits. Lol, to think he'd choose this out of all the tools in this corridor. Tong. Clap clap. Sorry, can't help it. I will always try it if I have it in my hand. Have you decided? Then go away. The clerk lady kicked Max immediately after he got the tool. Then, she closed the store and put up a close sign. Once again, he could only stare at that without being able to respond. He sighed and looked at the notification. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to buy anything yet with his 15 coins. Congratulations. Tutorial complete. Objective. You have felt an evil spirit's energy. Follow your instinct and exorcise it. The objective this time wasn't really useful. However, the kind of instinct a player had in this game was materialized as a blue fire. So, it wasn't that hard to find the next objective. To add to the dramatic effect, the environment also changed. Mist suddenly appeared, rendering his vision. He could only see 3 meters ahead. The thick mist was clearly unusual. In the middle of it, the blue fire pointing to the next objective could still be seen clearly, adding an eerie effect to the game. It seems my tongue will be useful immediately. Let's try it against this evil spirit. Exorcist tongue isn't a normal tongue. Watch out, evil spirit. This tongue will grab and exorcise you. One evil spirit barbecue incoming. I'd like it spicy, please. Make it hot. Dude, are you turned on by an evil spirit? Damn, you're a nasty one. Me too. Continue reading on Empire. As usual, the chat was unhinged. Max followed the blue fire that led him out of the market. He was led to the park where he met the man from earlier. Exorcist's instinct was sharp, enough to feel an evil spirit a few meters away. And with each exorcist tool they possessed, their strength would increase. And a gamer's instinct to guess the storyline was also sharp. He had a tingling at the back of his head. Say, guys, we won't fight the man from earlier, right? He hesitantly asked the chat about his premonition. My gamer instinct is tingling. First rule. Don't say spoiler. Second rule. Don't backseat. Max pulled it and threw it toward the ground. When it landed, the transparent evil spirit revealed itself. A monster with an elongated head, slim body and blue skin. Zuzuzu. It moaned. The said evil spirit struggled out of the tongue, but it was unable to move. Ha ha ha. You won't escape my tongue. Max laughed maniacally as he stepped on the evil spirit's head to keep it in place. Oh god, Breeze is so savage. He tortured the poor evil spirit. With a tongue. Poor evil spirit lol, don't worry bro. Now I want to use tongue myself. Look at Breeze waving that tongue. He looked like an evil chef lol. Max ignored the chat and waved the tarot card in his hand. It had regained its color, meaning he could use it again. Die, evil spirit. He fired the energy ball toward the evil spirit held by the large tongue. It instantly obliterated it, leaving only dust particles behind. Another notification appeared. New objective. Report to the Exorcist headquarters. Max looked at it while grinning. Tong is so powerful. He looked at the tong in his hand and laughed evilly. Tong is power. Tong is savage. Tong is powerful. Tong is better than the legendary stick. Guys, stop saying Tong. I know you loves it. And so, another objective finished. The MVP was the Tong that held the evil spirit, rendering it unable to do anything. He walked out of the church with his hand inside his pocket. He quite enjoyed this overpowered feeling inside the game, which made him forget that this was all just a part of the tutorial and not the main story yet. Exorcist headquarters. Usually, people would have an image of an old church or an agency where they took requests from people. Or they could also imagine an old, dilapidated place with an eerie atmosphere and lit by lanterns. In the void box, such places weren't used for exorcists' base of operation. It was just inefficient. Would people report about ghost appearances to old churches? No, they would be afraid to get close to such a building. Old and dilapidated building. They were dirty. It was unfit for an activity. So, where did the Exorcist headquarters were located? I guessed many places but not this one. Max muttered in amazement as he looked at the place in front of him. Train station. Sure enough, this place is good for fast mobility. Yes. The Exorcist headquarters in Void Box was located in the biggest steam train station in London City. Not only was this place bustling with activity, but it was also a hub where people could move around to other cities faster than anyone by boarding the train. It had technology to contact other train stations too, so communication problems were fixed. In this game, the train station was the center of information and activity. Totally not expected either. I was guessing a luxurious church. I was expecting a police station where they have this fax thing, but this is cooler. So this world is just like Mercenary Quest where the train station is important. Somehow, the developers love the train station. I wonder if their house is also a train station. Or better yet, they live in a train. Lol, what are you saying? Train models aside, having a train as a house is insane. True. The fuel cost alone will drive them bankrupt. Max nodded along as he entered the train station. He agreed with the last guy, but he also thought that living inside a train carriage would be cool. He slept in a cargo carriage before when he had a challenge with his friends to cross a country by taking a train without paying. It was fun. As usual, the blue fire led him inside the building. In this game, the train station was divided into 2 floors. On the first floor was the waiting area where trains stopped and people boarded. While on the second floor was the information counter and VIP section. Max followed the fire to the second floor. He walked past the stairs and passed by a few NPCs who were wearing suits and hats. This second floor was just a disguised VIP section. Only exorcists were allowed up here. I bet Breeze is heading to the secret meeting room. Lol, continue your adventure with Empire. Just watch, he will meet another handsome man playing exorcist. And then, keep your imagination by yourself. You will get banned. Lol. Nah, our imagination is safe. Mods don't ban us for such a small thing. Max shook his head as he arrived in front of the VIP elevator. This was where the blue fire ended, telling him that this was where he should enter next. He pressed the button to open the door and stepped inside. Then, he pressed the only button inside. He didn't know where it would take him, but he guessed underground. How savage to give this handsome panda chief a lame name. He looks cute. Call him Blackie. Wait, I feel déjà vu. I think I saw this somewhere. Max also felt déjà vu. It was the same when he talked with that old lady. Was everyone in this world deaf? Oh, right. It's the old lady in the beginning. Now I remember. Deaf NPCs everywhere. Lol, that lady got roasted by Breeze and now this panda got roasted by us too. The chat looked pretty happy with it, though. Good job at exercising 2 low-level wind spirits in a night. This is above and beyond what I expect from a new exorcist. Black Panda said as he lifted his cigar to his mouth. Smoke came out of his mouth as he continued. That's why, I am going to assign you a new mission. There is a village near London City called Curse Village. Travel there and exorcise the evil spirit haunting it. If you succeed, you will be promoted to rank 3 exorcist immediately. Good luck. The cutscene ended as Max got a notification. New objective. Exorcise the evil spirit haunting Curse Village. What is with this easy promotion system? He asked himself as he walked out of the room. I want to be promoted that easily too. Promotion in this game is so easy. It must be the tutorial effect. After this, he will need to work harder to get promoted. Rank 3 is the lowest. He should aim for rank 2. That's true. I hope Breeze get a good tool there. Max nodded. Indeed, promotion was easy. He only needed to exorcise an evil spirit and he got promoted already. Well, let's exorcise this with my trusty tong. Tong. Grab him with it. Lol, that tool is indeed hilarious. Tong is power. You dare to move. Ha. Try to escape my tong. Max left the train station while laughing along with the chat. They also talked how there was a panda in the game who acted as a chief of the Exorcist HQ. The blue fire guided him to the train. He would take it to get to his next destination. Next destination, Curse Village. The bad speaker announced before the train moved. Curse Village was a slightly large village located 10 minutes away from London City by train. It had a population of 100 people, most of them were farmers. When Max arrived, by not waiting 10 minutes because of the skip, he found the village eerie. The atmosphere in the air was close to a cemetery instead of a farming village. This looks bad, guys. Do you think the evil spirit here is strong? He asked. It is definitely stronger than the previous ones. That look, oh god. They look like zombies. Is this the start of a zombie apocalypse? It might be a vampire horror movie. Indeed, the chat was right. The atmosphere totally resembled a zombie apocalypse movie. Or a vampire familiar with a pale face, ready to suck his blood. Max didn't like that at all. His tongue wouldn't be able to handle vampires, it could only hold evil spirits. But the objective literally said that he needed to exorcise an evil spirit. Although from the look of it, this one might be stronger than the previous two he fought. To add to his confusion, the blue fire pointed in a certain direction but it didn't lead him anywhere. It's just pointing at the center of this village. Does this mean I have to find the evil spirit myself? That would be bad. Or maybe there would be a new objective or an NPC waiting for him at the pointed location. It was a possibility he could imagine considering his experience in Mercenary Quest where they did the same thing. Max walked ahead, passing by many villagers who were wearing the same set of clothes. They looked pale, some even had a black spot on their neck. It didn't take a genius to guess what happened to them. The evil spirit definitely did something to them. Max frowned as he walked toward the center of the village while ignoring those NPCs. When he arrived, he finally saw someone different from the villagers. It was a man in his 30s. Unlike the others, his skin had normal complexion. He sat while hugging his legs inside a carriage, seemingly hiding from something. Max approached him while wondering if he was the NPC that would trigger the next objective. The man noticed Max and stood up immediately. He grabbed Max and pulled him inside the carriage. "WWW, what are you doing? Why did you reveal yourself before them?" He stuttered in panic while holding Max's shoulders tightly. But then, he froze immediately. Max looked out and his expression hardened. Oh, no. This might be bad. The villagers gathered around the carriage. Zuzuzu. They moaned creepily as they looked at Max and Samuel with hunger. Oh God, here it comes. Zombie apocalypse. Let's see if Breeze die here. Nah, he won't. Their gazes locked onto Max and Samuel, and they moved forward. Zuzuzu. Zuzuzu. Zuzu. Shut the fuck up. Max narrowed his eyes as he grabbed the tong in his pocket. His expression tightened as blue fire filled the sky. It meant he was indeed in the right direction and the story had just been updated. Reaching the hole wouldn't be that easy. And fighting those guys, human zombies, might pose a challenge. If he was alone and knew the objective, then that was fine. He could just climb a random house and run on the roof. But this is a mission to protect Samuel. I can't leave him behind and run away to the objective. He whispered. Protect Samuel. Save Samuel. Feed him to zombies. Don't worry, Breeze. Just hit them with tong. That's right. Tong can grab zombies. Max nodded as he wielded his tong. Then, he stepped out of the carriage. The zombie villagers groaned louder when they saw Max. They dashed toward him with arms wide open, ready to devour him and Samuel. Run! Max shouted as he activated Exorcist Tong's power. Energy surged and created a large tong. He controlled it to hold down the crowd. However, the tong only held one zombie in place. His eyes widened as he watched the incoming zombies. Damn it! This useless tong can only hold one zombie. He took out his tarot card and waved it. The card glowed as an energy ball formed in the air and flew toward a group of incoming zombie villagers. It exploded upon hitting them, destroying the weak zombie villagers easily. Samuel stared at Max in amazement. How powerful. But did you kill them? Those villagers. Max looked around and shook his head. No, they're still alive, just stunned for a few seconds. Now run. To the hole. He shouted as he looked at his tarot card. The light dimmed, it was still on cooldown. His tong was practically useless against many opponents, but he could stop one zombie and cause the others behind that particular one to crash into them. That would buy him a few seconds. However, he couldn't always rely on the exorcism tools. They had cooldowns, and he only possessed 2 exorcism tools. So, he needed to rely on other things to survive this. For now, running was the best choice. Max ran next to Samuel and used the best tool against zombies. Physical force. He hit the zombie villagers with tong to stun them. Then, he kicked them away. Sometimes, He punched them or tripped them. Explore stories at Empire. It was effective. Zombies were fast but stupid. When the tarot card's cooldown was over, he immediately used it to open up a path for Samuel. Go go go, he shouted as Samuel ran ahead. Zoo zoo zoo. The zombies recovered and chased Max again. Damn it, how persistent. Max cursed as he slapped one of them with the tong. He regretted taking the tong. It wasn't useful enough for a horde battle. Breeze is doomed lol. He is screwed. Run. Run for your life. He found out that the tong isn't as powerful and has a limitation. He should have taken the legendary stick. Max was angry upon reading that. Shut up. Tong is powerful. This tong can cook zombie barbecue. He shouted angrily as he dodged a tackle from a zombie. Then, he hit that zombie with the tong and grabbed another one that was running past him. He swung it, throwing the one in his tong toward the others. Savage dude. Tong is power. Cook zombie barbecue. Soon, they arrived at the hole. It was deep and dark. Samuel trembled upon seeing it. This is where my father fell into, he said. Max nodded as he grabbed Samuel's shoulder. Stay here. I will investigate it, he said and stepped toward the hole. It might be a trap. Dude, what are you thinking about going into a dark hole alone? As long as there is a hole. Max ignored those guys. He knew it might be dangerous, but he needed to enter it to continue the story. The hole was 1.5 meter wide, so he could fit in it without problems. He entered the hole carefully. His hands held the sides like a spider crawling on the wall. Soon, he arrived at the bottom. It was dark, and he couldn't see anything. It's too dark. He frowned as he looked around. Then, he noticed something. When his feet touched the bottom, he found a long tunnel. Isn't this a cave? He wondered as he looked at Samuel above. Then, he heard a sound. Zoo zoo zoo. Max paled as he looked back. Ah! Samuel's scream echoed from above as Max watched zombie villagers drag Samuel away. At that moment, a notification appeared. New objective. Objective. Investigate the strange tunnel. When he read that, he shrugged his shoulders and clapped his hands. Rest in peace, Samuel. I will forget about your sacrifice. Lol. Poor Samuel lol. Rest in pieces. Breeze is cold. He forget about the poor NPC's sacrifice KEKW. At least try to save him. What could he do? The game asked him to investigate the tunnel instead of saving Samuel. He only followed the objective. The dark tunnel extended far and wide. Max walked carefully while holding the tong in his hand. The tarot card had finished its cooldown, so he could use it again. The tunnel looked natural, as if it wasn't dug by humans. Did the evil spirit dug the tunnel? Or an animal? Max wondered as he observed the walls. Evil spirit probably dug the tunnel lol. Animal, huh? What if it is a mole? Mole will dig tunnels, but I don't think it's that big. So we're facing a minor evil spirit. Damn, what did he use this tunnel for? But it looks natural. Maybe it's created from an earthquake or something. Max continued as he pondered about this. It wasn't an important detail, but he spoke to make the watching experience better. There was a need to make sure the viewers were immersed in the game. Role-playing was essential in that regard. Not that he would do a full-blown roleplay by now, though. He walked deeper into the tunnel until he saw a flickering light in the distance. Narrowing his eyes, Max approached the light source slowly. Is that the end? He asked himself while wondering if he reached the objective. The chat also wondered. Some knowledgeable viewers wanted to give him hints but were stopped by older ones. There were no spoilers allowed in the chat. Max had created those rules before to make sure that he would have a genuine reaction over what happened in the game. In this case, he was unsure whether he could approach the light or not. Usually, red light and flickering light meant bad. Like a horror movie. He should avoid it. But this was an exorcist game. He had to go to a bad place and faced an evil spirit there. So, Max moved closer to the light. Slowly but surely. Continue your adventure at Empire. This is nerve-wracking. Bah dump. Bah dump. Bah dump. Breeze, run. Max rolled his eyes. The chat was nervous while he felt nothing. Another victim. He muttered as he checked the body. There was something strange about the body, though. It had blood flowing from the neck, which meant it was killed recently. Yet, the corpse looked dried up already. This is definitely not the evil spirit's work. The skin isn't pale, so he isn't a zombie. Someone deliberately killed him. Max muttered as he stood up and looked around. Are we facing a serial killer with an evil spirit? Holy shit, a murder. Who the FCK killed him though? KEKW, someone is bleeding equals killed. Are you sure about that, Breeze? Max frowned upon reading those guys' comments. Shut up and let me think, he said and walked around the corpse. If Samuel's father fell into the hole, then why would this man be here? Rather, who is his father? Is this man his father? And what is he doing here? Does this mean Samuel lied? This is a conspiracy lol. He is a serial killer who kills his own villagers. The evil spirit has been among us. So Seuss. Return to the surface, Breeze. There is nothing more to see here. Right. He agreed with the chat this time. He couldn't continue either as he had arrived at dead end. The only way to progress was the surface. Max left the mine and returned to the surface. Samuel was nowhere to be seen when he reached there. He might be eaten by the zombie villagers. Talking about those villagers. There is no one here, but fog has appeared. This only means one thing. Whenever there was fog or rain in this game, evil spirit was bound to appear. Show up, evil spirit, Max shouted as he lifted his tongue. No one answered him, though. So, he sighed and jumped into Samuel's hole. He slid down the tunnel and landed on his feet. Then, he sat down, hugging his legs. That was embarrassing. I looked stupid shouting like that. He muttered as he waited for something to happen. Lol. Embarrassing. Breeze is embarrassing. You are embarrassed for acting but you don't get embarrassed when you got roasted by the chat. The confidence lol, I could never. I want to be buried. Please bury me. Sure. A distorted voice replied. Max looked up and found a white creature standing before him. It looked human, but its limbs were abnormally long. It wore ragged clothes, and its hair covered half of its face. Max immediately stood up as he glared at the creature. Evil spirit. The chat exploded. Holy shit. Finally, the evil spirit appears. Find adventures at Empire. This one looks different. And why does he look down on the hole like that as if it want to bury Breeze? Damn, I jumped off my chair when it appeared. Max watched the evil spirit silently. It was standing on top, looking down on him. He held his tongue and was ready to activate its ability. Come, the evil spirit muttered before retreating. Sighing, Max lowered his tongue and looked up. It told me to come, right? Let's get the hell out of this hole and follow it. If it takes me to the objective, then that's great. Follow it. Evil spirit is suspicious. Don't follow it. Are you sure about that? For your information, there are also zombie villagers outside. Will you be fine with your weak tongue? Weak tongue. What do you mean by weak tongue? Tongue is power. He shouted angrily. They wouldn't understand the greatness of tongue. Anyway, he climbed up the hole and found the fog thickening. Blue fire floated in the air, pointing him which direction he had to go. Max walked toward that direction. The evil spirit was waiting there, standing in the middle of the fog. It looked at Max and extended its arm. Follow. It muttered. Max narrowed as he followed the evil spirit. This objective wasn't as easy as dealing with the evil spirit, it seems. There was a mystery involved in this village. Nah, he can't command them. Evil spirit controlled them. Then what does the evil spirit want to do? Why did it hold the chief? Max didn't know as well. He looked at the evil spirit and the chief. It stood in front of him with its elongated limb holding the chief. Max also stood still as he wielded his tongue threateningly. The evil spirit looked at Max and opened its mouth. Your quest won't end like that. Find me. Bury me. Release him, and village. It muttered creepily, and Max frowned when he listened to it. Release who? He asked. The evil spirit smiled before lifting the chief up and biting his neck. Ah! The chief screamed. Max's eyes widened as he dashed forward, trying to save the chief. However, his tongue missed as the evil spirit jumped into the fog and ran away. He chased after it but he couldn't see anything in the thick fog. And when he reached the outskirts of the village, zombies appeared to block him. New objective. Objective: find the evil spirit's body and give it a proper burial. Max clicked his tongue as he swung his tong. Energy ball exploded, killing the zombies that blocked him. Find the body. Is it the one from before? He wondered as he ran deeper into the fog. Zombie villagers are blocking him. Samuel is missing too. This is starting to get complicated. Max nodded in agreement. Indeed, this mission became more complicated. However, all clues had been given to him by the evil spirit. The problem was how he connected the dots together. Soon, he arrived at the mine. Max descended the hole quickly and arrived at the cave. He looked for the corpse for a proper burial, but it's gone. This game was rigged. How the heck should I solve this problem? It was at that moment he felt a vibration. The earth shook. He was in danger. He had talked about this with his viewers before. The possibility of the tunnel and the mine was created from an earthquake. The wall could fall and boulders could bury him alive. He definitely didn't want to die again and restart the game from that carriage again. Shit. Max ran as fast as he could. His tarot card glowed as energy balls fired ahead of him to blow the rocks away. Your next chapter awaits on Empire. However, the explosion caused a small cave-in. Rocks fell behind him, creating obstacles. Max jumped over the obstacles and kept running. He was almost out of the mine. All he had to do was run through the tunnel and jump out of the hole. Then, he would be safe. Just when he thought that, boom, the tunnel collapsed, blocking his path. Max gritted his teeth as he fired tarot card. It did nothing but create an explosion. Then, he grabbed his tong and swung it. Energy surged as it formed a large tong that could grab the rocks ahead. Max tried to lift it but was unable to. He was trapped. Thankfully, the shaking ended, but now the mine looked like a mess. I survived. He sighed in relief before looking around. Now this is a problem. How do I continue the mission? Do I need to dig my way out of here? Dig your way out, lol. Breeze is doomed. Look at Breeze's desperation. I really like it. Tong is power. Grab those rocks. He just did it and it's useless. He's trapped here until he find the way out. I wish I could help him, lol. True. Just like what others said, Breeze is doomed. Max was annoyed by those guys' comments. He wielded the tong and swung it again. It was still useless. Well, it looks like I have to find another way out. Sighing, he began to walk. This game's progression was wonderful. He was immersed in the story and felt as if he was the exorcist. However, this also meant he might die easily. It was to make sure the player was able to listen to the story without having to read anything. Some people hated to read, after all. August 24th. Today, we found an evil spirit near our village. It was hiding in a dark place while avoiding human. The children found it first and told their parents about it. They told me as well, so I went to investigate. My findings were interesting. The evil spirit is dangerous. It bit a dog when we caught it and killed it instantly. I buried it and went back to report to the village chief. He gave us money as a reward for finding it. August 25th. The evil spirit escaped and attacked the village last night. It bit 2 children before escaping into the forest. We're preparing for a hunt. The village chief said we will have to hunt it ourselves. If we report afterward, we will be given money from the exorcist headquarters. The hunting group consists of me, the blacksmith, the stable master, and other strong villagers. Hopefully, this evil spirit can be captured safely. Max frowned upon hearing it. This meant there was an evil spirit before this one. August 31st. We failed to capture the evil spirit. It lured us into traps and ambushed us when we were distracted. It bit the stable master and blacksmith and they turned into zombies. I hid under the hole while the rest died. The evil spirit dragged them away while mumbling something about feeding them cow meat. After it left, I returned to the village to report. September 2nd. I am inside the hole. I buried the corpses of the stable master and blacksmith here so that evil spirit won't eat them. I hid here while hoping that the evil spirit would leave soon. I know it was searching for me, so I am afraid to come out. Max paused when he read the date. He glanced at the chat and knew what they were thinking. September 6th. The evil spirit is gone. It's been 5 days since it left, but I am still hiding inside this hole. The corpses are rotting already. I have to bury them somewhere else. I don't want to be eaten. Evil spirit hasn't eaten humans yet, but it might do it one day. September 9th. We're safe. Exorcists came and exorcised the evil spirit. They arrived in our village to ask about it. I told them everything I knew. Thankfully, they gave us gold as a reward. I plan to use it to buy a weapon to protect the village. September 15th. I returned to the hole and created a hidden office. It's wrong. That evil spirit wasn't a good one. It was created. Someone manipulated it. I saw it. A person appeared after the evil spirit was exorcised. It killed the exorcists before dragging the evil spirit away. I hid inside this hole while crying. What should I do? November 1st. All villagers are replaced. Only I am left. I don't know why I survived. They want to replace me too, but I am hiding inside this hole. This journal is my proof. One day, someone will come and save us. Evil spirit, please, please help us. November 9th. They found me. If I die, I will become an evil spirit too. I must stop them. Max finished reading the journal. His character closed it as it disappeared from his hand. An evil spirit that was controlled by someone. This sounds like a conspiracy. The chat was shocked by this revelation. He was shocked as well. The cutscene ended and he was able to control his character again. So, the evil spirit from before was manipulated by someone. And then this new one is the owner of this journal. An evil spirit that saved a villager. What happened to the previous one? And who is the person who manipulates it? What is their goal? Max asked those questions as he looked around. And this means the corpse is still in this place. He muttered as he walked toward the bookshelf. There were 3 more journals, but none of them glowed. However, the bookshelf itself glowed as if it pointed to his next destination. Max touched it and pushed it aside. A hidden path appeared behind it. A hidden path. Of course. He muttered as he walked into the path. This game was a horror game. There was a need to have secret paths like this to create suspense. He walked into the path quietly. The story was about to reach the climax. The missing corpse earlier was sitting at the end of the hidden path. Only a skeleton was left, but it was undoubtedly the corpse Max was looking for. The body looked pretty similar. He crouched down and looked at the skeleton. It looked creepy, but he wasn't scared. This was a game, after all. So, this is the corpse. He muttered as he looked around. There were bones scattered around it. How long has it been since he was dead? Based on the journal, November. Maybe 3 months. 4. So this is the evil spirit's body. Most likely. Let's bury this corpse in a nice place. He said, taking the skeletons. He found a leather bag on the side and put all the bones inside it. Max tied it with rope and carried it over his shoulder. Then, he left the hidden path and returned to the office. He climbed out of the hole using the tong again. When he reached the mine, he found a fissure created from the earthquake earlier. It led outside the mine and he could use it to escape. Wow, to think the path opened when I read the journal. Should I say thanks? He muttered as he walked toward it. Wait, Breeze, are you sure about this? Max stopped walking when he heard that. He looked at the chat and found they were nervous. He looked at the chat and they continued. What if the evil spirit is waiting for you? What do you mean? There is no reason to wait for me. He asked in confusion. Or maybe, there is a reason. He looked at the bag he brought. Right. Think about it. Breeze, that journal talked about someone manipulating the evil spirit. Based on the story's progression. Max frowned as he understood what they meant. Are you saying the evil spirit is manipulated as well? And the corpse was hidden in the mine to prevent someone from digging it out. And now it wanted me to bring the corpse out, huh? November LBJNN. That made sense. This is a good mission. The story was interesting and the mystery was solved. Too bad I couldn't kill the evil spirit. It would be cool if I could defeat it. He looked at the location where the evil spirit disappeared earlier, at the flower bed. Then, he saw something shining. He narrowed his eyes and got closer. Shine equals a new tool. That was what he learned from this game. So he looked for the source of the light. And just as he expected, a shovel, he picked it up and inspected it. The tool was called Gravekeeper's Shovel. Gravekeeper's Shovel tool allows users to dig graves faster. Can be used to fight against undead enemies. Plus 20% damage against evil spirit. Then, a notification appeared. Objective complete. New objective. Objective. Report to the Exorcist headquarters and receive your reward. Max smiled when he read the objective. This game was truly great. It had a wonderful progression and it made him immersed in the story. Alright. Max equipped the shovel before leaving the empty field. He arrived at the station, the only building left in the strange curse village, and departed back to London City. During the journey, Max talked with the chat about this mission. They liked the story and felt satisfied by the ending. In Max's opinion, this was a good horror game. But it lacked the suspense he liked. And this game was too good to be finished in one session, so. See you again, chat. Let's finish another mission tomorrow. He waved at the camera before logging out of the game. See you again. Lol, I thought you were going to finish all quests, but I guess this is fine. See you tomorrow. I love your horror content. GJGJGJGJ. 07 Thanks for the stream. Livestream ended. Phew. Max got off the capsule and went to take a shower. It was afternoon. Today, he was home alone as Lily was invited by Farron to go shopping. That was why he had been streaming early in the morning and hadn't checked his usual email yet since yesterday after he withdrew his pay from Punch. I got another 230k from donations alone. Only half remained from the 500k the system gave me to hold a streamer event after that event with Atlas. It was inevitable. That situation was urgent. Besides, he gained a lot of donations after that, which entered his own pocket rather than the system's pocket in his bank. After getting a shower, he checked his email and found one from Streamer Wars email. His eyes widened slightly as he opened the email. He wasn't afraid that this was spam as every email entering his account was already filtered. Only those from an official account or those he registered could send him an email. Greetings, Breeze. We are pleased to inform you that you have been nominated in the list of Rising Star, Top Newbie Streamer 2045, Top Newbie Game Streamer, Most Viewed Newbie, Best Streamed Event, and Top Donations. You can check the nomination list below. Max skimmed through the email before clicking the link provided. Soon, he arrived at the website showing the nomination list. Many newbies like him were nominated there. Viewers could vote for the ones they liked in each category. When he scrolled down, Max found himself nominated in a few categories, which was mentioned in the email. Most streamers were only nominated in one, but he was nominated in 6 different categories out of 30. This was amazing. Each category only had 4 streamers nominated. Max grinned as he scrolled down to view the other streamers. He looked for the name of his friends, Mad Lad, Princess Peach, or those he recognized. He found a few of them. Best VTuber, Princess Peach. Best Newbie Fighting Game Streamer, Mad Lad. Best Newbie IRL Streamer, Amelia. They are here. Tiamat and Lightning are unfortunate. And this. Best Streamed Event. Holy shit, I am in 3 of them. The first was Knight's Journey program. It had more than 500k viewers during the livestream. Second was his livestream with Atlas where he got 300k viewers at peak. Third was the White Lilies concert. Mr. Taka. This is too much promotion. Max looked at the banner on the main page and sighed. His face was plastered on the main page with words, "Vote for Breeze in Streamer Wars" written below. He shook his head. He knew the company would promote him, but he never expected they would also do it on their page. This was just too much. Did I bring that much money for them? I am affiliated, but I never thought my name would appear like this. Max closed the website. He didn't know how many viewers were visiting it daily, but he believed it would boost his votes. Biozone Entertainment was the biggest game developer and publisher in the United Nations after all. The Streamer Wars is in 2 weeks. I still have time, Max thought as he laid down on the couch. He looked at the ceiling while thinking about the future. The Streamer Wars was important to him. It could affect his career in the future. And to boost his viewers, there was one simple thing he could do. Let's find a good horror game to collab. Sorry, Void Box. Let's make you a secondary game for now. Preferably, I will invite Flexi, Mad Lad, Princess Peach, Amelia, and Lily to play together. Lily can only play for 3 hours, 4 max, but that will be fine. Multiplayer games were fun even when played for a short time. 3 hours was enough time to play a few rounds anyway. And why horror games? I want to see Lily's terrified face. Max laughed maniacally inside his mind. This was his evil plan to get his lover to cling to him. Besides, horror games didn't require high mechanics or skill to play. As long as they moved together and found clues, even people who were bad at games could play it. Of course, Lily was good at games already, so she wouldn't be considered bad. Now, which horror game should I play? The list is endless. There are old classics, but there is also a backroom game. This sounds interesting and fun. And scary. And just as he searched for the horror games to collab, he found the perfect one. Perfect, he exclaimed as he clicked the download button. It's a multiplayer game, supports up to 8 players. I will have to ask the others whether they're available to collab or not. Maybe tomorrow or in 2 days. That will be good. I am home. I am intruding. Lily and Farron entered the apartment room as Max lay on the couch. He raised his body at the latter's loud noise. Welcome, Max greeted before focusing on Lily. She sat beside him while complaining. My feet hurt. Farron dragged me to so many boutiques. Since the couple island paradise shooting ended, Lily had become increasingly closer to him. She became more intimate and spoiled as well. Max liked it as he hugged her. He had also stepped up his physical closeness. If she liked it like this, then he would touch, hug, cuddle her whenever she want. You don't like shopping? He asked as he massaged her legs. Lily closed her eyes as she enjoyed it. It's tiring, she replied. Right. Farron cut in as she sat on the chair. But you really enjoyed it when trying those clothes. You even asked me whether Breeze will like it or not. She teased while grinning. Farron. Lily blushed. Max chuckled as he rubbed her cheeks. Really? Which clothes did you try? I want to see it. He asked as Farron's mouth curved upward into a grin. There is this sexy dress that. Shish, shut up. Lily covered Farron's mouth before glaring at Max. Forget it. It's embarrassing. Max smiled innocently before hugging her tightly. Why? I am interested. Don't hide it from me. Tell me, Lily. Lily glared at him before punching his chest lightly. Max pretended to be hurt before smiling. Ouch, this is domestic violence. He complained. Shut up. Lily shouted while pouting. It's not when we're not engaged or married yet. So you want to marry me? Max asked. What? No. Lily quickly denied as her face reddened. Farron, say something. Me. Farron raised her brows. I won't let you marry her, Breeze. Lily is mine. Hey. Lily glared at Farron before sighing. You too. You always bully me like this. Max and Farron laughed as Lily pouted again. Her annoyed expression was cute that Max kissed her cheek. I was just joking. So, what clothes did you buy? He asked again. Lily sighed as she showed him her shopping bag. Take it. There is yours as well. She said. Max accepted the bag and peeked into it. Inside were clothes for men, most of them were casual and easy to wear. Thanks, Peach. He replied dryly. It's natural for a princess to grant the peasant's wish. Oh, is this princess's friend also join? She's okay, no. I am worried she disappeared after the concert. Lily is fine. And yeah, she will join us to play horror game tomorrow. Max replied. Princess Peach giggled. Good then. Okay, Breeze. See you tomorrow. Max ended the call before sighing. Everyone was able to join tomorrow, only Farron and Atlas were left. Honestly, he didn't have high expectations for them, knowing how busy they were with modeling and their main game, Horizon Online. He had owed Atlas a lot for his help in his synchronization test event. And just as he had thought, they weren't able to join. Farron. Sorry. Atlas doesn't like horror games, sad face. Max read the message Farron sent him before messaging her back. Breeze. It's okay. Thanks for the news. Farron replied again. Farron. Also, he said he couldn't join since we had a photoshoot tomorrow. I totally forgot about it. Max nodded in understanding. He replied again before telling Lily the news. Lily was disappointed, but she understood. Everyone had their own schedules. Farron and Atlas were models while the others streamers. There was no need to force them to join as it might ruin their schedule. What kind of game will we play tomorrow? She asked curiously as she cuddled to him on the couch. Max patted her head as he told her. It's called Backroom 5. It's a multiplayer horror game where we have to find the way out from an abandoned hospital. There are monsters and ghosts inside that will hunt us. Lily frowned when she heard it. Ghost. I don't like ghosts, she muttered as Max hugged her. Really? That's perfect. I really want to see your frightened face. He whispered in her ear. Lily pouted as she pinched his side. Max laughed as he continued. Don't worry. They're not real ghosts. It's just a game. Lily nodded. Okay, she replied. I guess they won't be as scary as I thought. Max chuckled when he heard it. Yeah, you'll see, he thought evilly as he hugged her again. Lily closed her eyes as she leaned onto his shoulder. Sometimes, expectation could be a trap. Explore stories on Empire. Tomorrow would be interesting. Max couldn't wait for it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to my exciting stream. Now, I know that all of you are excited to continue Void Box, but I have to say sorry. We won't be playing that today. Why? Void Box. Max smiled when he read those comments. Sorry. We will play it tomorrow. Today, we're going to play a different game. Backroom 5. He spread his arms and smiled at the camera. It's a multiplayer horror game. And this time, I will play with my friends. No one asked who he was going with. Most viewers already knew his little group of friends who always played with him. Instead, they were more surprised at the game choice. So after being an exorcist, you are going to become a lost person who wants to escape the backroom. Dude, you're really going to the backroom. Have you heard of the rumor that it can trap you for real if you don't finish it? A horror multiplayer. Can we count on you to scream? We're going to have a screaming clips lol. I will make a compilation. Don't hope too much from me. I don't think I will scream that much, he said as he laughed. Anyway, let's gather with the boys. I will invite them to my lobby now. Saying so, he opened the menu and invited everyone. Soon, everyone joined one by one. Lily was the first since she had access to his lobby already, followed by Flexi and finally the other three from Bamboo Talent. Yo, buddy, what a lineup we have here. 5 newbie streamers who managed to enter the streamer wars and me, your charismatic Flexi. Ha ha ha. Max laughed when he read the chat. Charismatic my 4SS. You're just orange. Flexi is too energetic, even more than Breeze. Orange juice. Shush, oranges are delicious. Flexi is talking too much lol. Let's start the game. Amelia laughed dryly at his antic. This was their first time meeting. Princess Peach too. As for Mad Lad, he had met Flexi in the Knight's Journey program and already knew his personality. I agree with the cat this time. You're not charismatic at all, Flexi. Max said jokingly as Flexi gasped dramatically. You dare betray me? No. Lily, help me. He cried out like a baby. Do I know you? She said innocently and tilted her head, her lips curled up in a slight smile. Max laughed as Flexi gasped again. Traitors. Everyone betrayed me. HMPH. He snorted and crossed his arms. At least you're on my side, right? We're comrades who love oranges. He turned to Mad Lad and Amelia. Mad Lad shrugged while Amelia giggled. I don't like orange juice. Max laughed again before calming down. Flexi was truly energetic. It had been a long time since they met, but his friend's personality had never changed. Alright, let's play the game. By the way, Lily, Flexi, Peach, Amelia, and Mad Lad here are my friends. They are also nominated in Streamer Wars. Do vote for us, guys. I am in 6 categories, though. Do vote for me. He grinned. That little bragging caught Mad Lad's attention. Show off. Though do vote for Knight's Journey program. We are parts of that, okay. Max chuckled. Amelia and Princess Peach didn't promote themselves. In the streamer wars, the three of them were rivals. That was why Max also be understanding and didn't promote Lily in this livestream even though there were more than 15k people watching. Ah! A loud scream came from the opposite direction where the other group went. Max jumped slightly, surprised by their voices. Lily was shaking slightly, clutching into his safety suit. Flexy's usual outgoing act disappeared as he trembled. He turned back to Max with a pale face. Did you hear that? They screamed so loudly. He stuttered. What happened to them? Max gulped as he shook his head. I don't know, but I know one thing we could do. He turned to Flexy and both of them nodded. What a coincidence. I know what we should do too. Flexy replied. Max smirked as he said. Run. Both of them ran away from the screams, dragging Lily who still clung to Max. The girl squealed in surprise, but she quickly followed them without saying anything. First priority was to get as far away as possible from the source of the scream. Lol. They looked terrified lol. Ha 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 ha. Run. Chicken breeze. Fuck you chat. Flexy cursed at his chat as he kept running. Who told you to scream like that? And I am not a chicken. Max laughed when he heard it. I agree with Flexy this time. Chat, you guys are terrible. He scolded before smiling wryly. But hey, I am not a chicken too. They passed by pillars and went through a strange maze-like loop corridor before arriving at a fork. Max stopped running as Flexy took deep breaths to catch his breath. Lily also breathed heavily. The three of them ran at full speed without a care of the world. Only for Flexy to raise a flag. Did we lose it? Oh, goddammit, Flexy. Max shouted angrily. Why did you say that? Sorry. I am truly sorry. Just as he finished that, loud footsteps rang from the corridor where they came from earlier. Looking at the source, Max saw a shadow with a round face and big eyes coming closer. It was just a floating round face with nothing more. Its eyes were two vertical slits. Ah, fuck. It's your fault, Flexy. Lily, let's run and ditch this guy. Hey. Flexy shouted. Max dragged Lily as they ran away from that shadow. Lily squealed in fear as she held into Max's safety suit. The boy felt bad for leaving Flexy alone, but he didn't want to die because of him. Stay together. We followed the instructions but were still attacked, so. The instruction flashed in his mind. That means the monster will target an individual first. Max decided to leave Flexy for now. This was just a game and Flexy wouldn't die anyway. They ran for a while before stopping as he and Lily lost their breath. No. Flexy could be heard screaming from far away as Max sighed. Taking care of his breath, he looked around and checked his flashlight. He didn't notice it earlier, but the flashlight had a limited battery. It was currently at 75%. Phew. He sighed and looked at Lily in his arms. Are you okay, Lily? He asked. Lily nodded, but she still trembled slightly. Max hugged her as he spoke. Don't worry. That monster won't chase us anymore. I know. I just need to get used to it. She replied before smiling weakly. Max patted her head as he smiled. Let's continue exploring, he said as Lily nodded. Max moved again with Lily following him from behind. There were arrows on the walls now that directed them to somewhere. Follow the exit to the back room. Ah, there is another arrow here, he said as he shone his flashlight at it. It seems we're close now. Max looked ahead of him and found stairs. The arrow pointed there as he frowned. Stairs. I guess this is it. Lily clung to his arm as they walked upstairs. Max supported her as he hummed. When they reached the middle part of the stairs, their vision turned dark and they arrived at another large room. It looked like a parking lot. Ah! A voice came from Max's left. He shone his flashlight there and found Princess Peach hiding behind a pillar with Mad Lad and Amelia. We're alive again. Flexy also stood near them, pointing at Max. Okay, dude. What the heck? You left your friend just like that. He complained with a loud voice. Max laughed dryly. Sorry, he apologized before walking towards the others. But that was your fault, damn it. You raised the flag. Besides, we've advanced to the next stage, right? Flexy grumbled before sighing. Yeah, it was my fault. I am truly sorry. I promise to buy you a drink later. He said. Stay tuned for updates on Empire. Great. He nodded at his friend. How about you guys? Everything good? Nah, what do you mean good? Mad Lad cut in as Amelia giggled. Princess Peach looked terrified as she shook her head. Nothing good happened. I hate ghosts. I swear to God, I will never play this kind of game again. That thing opened its mouth and chomped me whole. The princess's persona broke down as she raised her voice hysterically. Max laughed when he heard it. That's scary. Lily added. It was kind of strange. She was rarely scared. Even in front of scary monsters or cockroaches, she didn't hesitate to fight them up front. But just a single ghost managed to terrify her to this point. Max sighed as he looked around while everyone tried to recover from encountering the first ghost. The place they teleported to was a long tunnel with flickering lights in the distance. The walls were made of concrete with pipes attached to it. There was also a strange sound of water dripping somewhere. Max checked his flashlight. It was now at 62%. He turned it off because the room was bright. He looked at the others and found out something bad. Where is your flashlight? The others just realized it as they gasped. Without their flashlight, they couldn't go to the dark. Fortunately, that apparently wasn't a problem. Look here. Amelia pointed at the wall beside her. There, a table with 8 flashlights and some bottled liquid could be seen. Everyone approached it and each took a flashlight with them. They also took the liquid, which said, "Energy drink," on it. While holding the items, he noticed a window appeared in front of him. It was separated into 4 sections, with words, "Inventory," written above. Curious, he tried to put his full flashlight inside and it disappeared. One of the box was filled with a flashlight image. It was truly an inventory. It seems we can store items inside our inventory. Max informed as everyone nodded. Lily wasn't as scared as before and stood alone. She put her flashlight and the energy drink into her inventory. The rest of the flashlight and energy drink was given to Flexi and Mad Lad. They both brought 2 energy drinks and a flashlight inside their inventory. After everyone finished organizing their inventory, and held a flashlight, they proceeded to finish this stage. Just like before, there was a drawing that gave them clue about the danger in this place. We should split again, she answered. The most dangerous one is the one who goes back. Let's take that path. Hey, we have no time to speak. That creature is near us already. Mad Lad pointed behind them. While they were talking, the light was still flickering, allowing the creature to move while they stopped. It had been a few seconds, and now the monster almost caught up to them. With a low growl that could be heard every time the light was turned on, the creature was getting closer to them. Its elongated neck stretched forward, revealing its sharp teeth. Max gulped as he looked at the tunnel. Splitting into 3 teams was their best choice right now. Okay, let's split. Peach, Lily, and Flexi, you go to the right tunnel. Amelia and Mad Lad to the left. Fuck this, I will take care of the monster. Take all my items now. He handed his spare flashlight to Lily and took out his energy drink. Based on the description, drinking it would allow him to run faster for a few seconds. Now was the perfect time to use it. Breeze, Lily wanted to refuse, but Max interrupted her. I will catch up to you guys soon. Don't worry. Just find the exit. With that, he broke into a run when the light disappeared. Woohoo, a real man. He sacrificed himself for the others. Run, run, run Breeze. I feel like watching a horror movie lol. We will miss you Breeze sad face. Max ignored the chat as he focused on running. He drank the energy drink he took out earlier and felt his legs become lighter. At that moment, the light was turned on. It was probably just a coincidence. But the monster was right next to him when it happened. Its face was really close to his, making all the details clear. SSSHHHH. Ah! It growled as Max screamed. Not even he had the protection against horror or a jump scare. Especially one that he had never expected before and appeared right in front of him. He quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the monster's attack. Max ran with everything he got. His energy drink effect still lasted, allowing him to move faster than ever. He felt like flying through the air as he ran past the tunnel. However, he felt something strange and turned around. The light was turned off for a few seconds. And then, it turned back on immediately. It was at that moment that he realized it. The creature didn't chase after him. Why? He stopped and turned around. For some reason, the creature went to the right, where 3 people went to, as if it chased the group with most people. Max widened his eyes. Lily. Danger. It was the worst scenario he could imagine. He trusted Lily to be able to escape the monster. But he was supposed to be the bait. What can I do? The light flickered off, giving him time to think. The creature was now standing in front of the fork. Based on its movement, it seemed like it was targeting the largest group first. Max looked at his flashlight. It was now at 59% battery. He still had time. Risk it. The answer was obvious. He immediately shone the flashlight at where the monster was last seen. The light flickered on instantly, showing him the creature. Its neck turned around, looking at him before it broke into a run. Seeing it, Max was really surprised and began to run at full speed while shining the flashlight toward it to allow it to target him only. What the heck? It can run. Holy moly. The way it runs is creepy AF. That's a humanoid monster, right? So it's like a zombie. No wonder it runs. Run, Breeze. Run. I never thought I saw that sentence again, but. Run, Breeze, run. The chat went wild as Max gritted his teeth. He went straight to the other side of the tunnel. SSHSHSHHHH. A strange groan was heard behind him as Max glanced backward. The creature was catching up to him. Its neck elongated even further as it glared at him. Shit. Get the hell away from me. Loud footsteps echoed in the tunnel as he ran for his life. Whenever the light turned back on, however, the creature would turn away to chase after the other group. Max also stopped, waiting for the light to turn back on again. His flashlight only had 32% battery left. At this moment, he had an idea how to attract the monster without allowing it to catch up to him. When the light was turned off once again, he immediately shone the flashlight to make the creature appear. Just like before, it suddenly bent its long neck toward his direction and run. However, before the creature managed to make its first step, Max turned off his flashlight. Then, he turned it back on, then off again. The creature flickered in and out the world, moving ever so slowly toward his direction. All he had to do was to keep the creatures here until the others found the exit. Hee hee, now you can't get close to me. And you return to where you stand before. I win. Max grinned proudly as the creature growled. Breeze has balls lol. Ha 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 ha, this guy is smart. I am glad Lily is safe, but I am worried about the other group. Isn't this game won't end or proceed to the next round if all members don't enter the exit or die? What will he do now? Get killed. Your next journey awaits at Empire. I am not going to die. He replied while focusing on the monster in front of him. As long as the light doesn't turn on, I am safe. The drawing had arrows. There was an arrow pointing to the left tunnel and another one pointed to the room where they spawned earlier. Max widened his eyes when he realized it. The arrows were too small to realize it in the first place, especially since the creature appeared right after they got to the drawing. He slapped his forehead. The clue wasn't telling us to go to the end of the tunnel. It only told us that the monster will move. He exclaimed before laughing. We were tricked by a drawing and the map design. Damn it. Don't tell me we need to split again. Flexi groaned. Mad Lad patted his shoulder as the guy sighed. Well, at least we know the exit now, which is around here. But where? Princess Peach asked as everyone looked around. There were no special things here. Only the drawing and the arrow pointing to the 2 directions. Max shone his flashlight he got from the table everywhere before Amelia's voice drew everyone's attention. There is a small arrow there. She pointed at a spot in the middle of the tunnel. Max looked at the spot she pointed and realized something. There was a reason why they didn't see that arrow earlier. That's where the monster spawned the first time. He said, and everyone nodded. They remembered it clearly. The creature was standing there, growling at them. It was the scariest experience for Lily, Amelia, and Princess Peach, though Flexi looked pale too. Max shone his flashlight to the middle of the tunnel. When he did so, the black creature with an elongated neck and white clothes appeared again. Everyone jumped in fear as Max quickly shone his flashlight at the drawing behind them. The monster disappeared, allowing them to breathe in relief. Max also let out a breath before shining the flashlight to the middle of the tunnel again. The monster appeared once more, blocking their way. He quickly turned his flashlight off once again. "Damn it. Stop playing with your flashlight, buddy," Flexi complained. "That's scary as heck. Look, your girlfriend is trembling." Max rolled his eyes as he looked at Lily. Flexi was right. She trembled slightly as she hugged herself. He smiled as he patted her head. Sorry, but I need to make that monster move. Look at the distance. There is a manhole on the ground. I think that's our exit." Everyone looked at where he pointed at. There was indeed a manhole on the ground, covered by a metal cover. "Oh, I see. But how?" Amelia asked. "We're too focused on the monster when it first appeared that we missed the manhole. Then, we ran at full speed in the dark, right? Unless we look at it carefully, it's hard to see it in the dark. At least, I am too scared to even look at the monster." Lily concluded with a nod. "Yep, now we know it's there, we just need to wait until the light turns on and then off. Remember that we only have 2 or 3 seconds to run toward the manhole and enter. As long as one of us survives, that will be a win. There is one way to ensure we don't lose our energy drinks, though," Max said as he turned to Flexi. Everyone understood what he meant and nodded. They looked at the orange-haired streamer with the same mind. "Hey, guys, I am the senior here, you know. Are you really going to do this to me? Guys, Lily, buddy, not that plan." Flexi's face paled when he saw everyone's gaze. He turned to Lily, who shook her head apologetically. "I am sorry, brother." He apologized as he held Lily's hand. "She's too scared without me." You can do it," Lily said. "You traitor." Flexi widened his eyes as Mad Lad chuckled. Amelia also giggled as Princess Peach laughed loudly. Unlike the first time they were here, the area first few meters from their spawn point was dark. No light, except the one coming from their flashlight, could be seen. In the darkness, Flexi stepped forward first, holding a flashlight in his hand. His body was trembling slightly due to fear. However, "You can do it, buddy. Good luck. I trust you, bro. HMPH. Be a good bait, peasant. Ha ha ha. We're counting on you." The teammates who went through thick but not thin moments were cheering him from behind. They were laughing at his misfortune. Damn it. He cursed under his breath and walked toward the manhole. Currently, he was a few meters away from the location that would trigger the lamp. Once he passed that place, he had to run around and then shine his flashlight to keep the creature away from the manhole. It was a simple but dangerous job. "You get what you deserves, Flexi. Now we shall turn orange into red. You know. Blood red. I get you, man. I can't help but look forward to it." November LBJNN. His viewers had no trust in him surviving this ordeal. They wanted to see him turn into mincemeat after getting killed by the creature. Gritting his teeth, Flexi declared loudly, "I will survive." Max chuckled at that. His chat already wished for Flexi's peaceful rest. The orange-haired streamer walked slowly. And when he passed the drawing, bam! The light turned on at once. Bright flash momentarily blinded everyone, making them squint their eyes lightly. Still, they couldn't afford to look away as the monster was spawned already. It stood before Flexi on 2 legs. Its elongated neck stretched out as it growled at Flexi, who shouted, "Breeze, that's so evil. How could you kill him? I am looking forward to his retaliation." Max didn't waste any time and jumped into the manhole at that moment. When he landed, he found himself in a small room with stairs. The ladders connecting to the manhole above couldn't be seen. Everyone looked at him worriedly. "How's Flexi doing?" Mad Lad asked as Max shrugged. "He died," he replied with a sad expression. "He sacrificed himself for us," sob. "Ah, so you killed him. Princess Peach interrupted with her cold tone as Max winced. Do you think I don't know what you are trying to do? You put that peasant there on purpose. Well, it's free content. He responded without hesitation. Don't you want to see Flexi die horribly? I bet all viewers want him or someone dead. In the game, I mean. Princess Peach opened her mouth as if wanting to retort but didn't say anything in the end. She also knew how entertaining it was to watch Flexi screaming like that. Even the comment in her stream went fast when they saw Flexi got chased by the creature. Read new chapters at Empire. They were streamers. Content was their lifeblood. They lived and died depending on their content. No one would pass up the opportunity to produce new content and gain more viewership. And watching Flexi getting eaten alive by a creature was truly great content, even more so than any horror game he ever played. I just checked Flexi's stream. He's screaming behind you, Breeze. Lol, their viewers really enjoyed it. They wanted revenge. Ha 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 ha, how many votes of revenge do you think will come? My bet is 5k plus votes. I bet it reached 10k plus votes to get revenge against Breeze. Are you guys seriously betting now? He facepalmed as his chat ignored him and kept making bets. Amelia giggled beside him while Lily laughed lightly. Mad Lad also snickered as Princess Peach snorted. It's good to get more views. The VTuber added. But where do we go now? She asked as everyone looked around. Forward, right. We're not in the new area yet, as Flexi is still dead. Max said, looking at the only corridor there. It was narrow with water dripping from the ceiling. Old rusty pipes could be seen with some strange fluid spilled around the walls. A rotten smell was hanging in the air, making the place even more disgusting to be seen. Max frowned at the sight of that corridor. Are we really going to go in there? Princess Peach stuttered, sounding disgusted. Amelia looked uncomfortable as Mad Lad sighed. Lily looked at Max, seemingly asking for his decision. He nodded with determination as he led the group through the narrow corridor. Everyone followed behind him while covering their nose to lessen the horrible smell around them. Whoa, this is bad. The smell is unbearable. Mad Lad whined, his expression scrunched up. Nah, why the fuck is this game has such a realistic smell? Language. Amelia chopped his helmet, causing him to scream. Ouch. What the fuck ouch. Stop it. I know that was my fault. I won't say anything bad anymore. Good. Amelia nodded in satisfaction. Max and Lily laughed at their exchange while Princess Peach rolled her eyes. This is why peasants are. She muttered in a low voice, but it could still be heard by Mad Lad and made him stare at him. Afraid, she scooted closer to Lily before sticking her tongue out. They advanced quietly through the narrow corridor that could as well be called a sewer. The disgusting liquid scattered around was possibly from the strange thing coming out from the pipe or a part of a rat's corpse. Max wasn't sure which was worse, but he was definitely leaning toward the second choice. The sound of footsteps from something unknown was also audible, and his instinct told him to turn around immediately. But he calmed his heart and kept walking forward with everyone else. The two girls at the back were clinging to each other's arm while Mad Lad and Amelia stuck close together as a more brave members in the group, including Max. At some point, Amelia spoke. Hey, can you hear footsteps behind us? Or is it just my imagination? Mad Lad widened his eyes before nodding rapidly. Yes, I can hear that too. Am I imagining it? Or is it someone following us? He asked as Amelia turned to Max and Lily for an answer. Max, who heard Amelia's question, turned around as he shone his flashlight backward. When he did so, nothing appeared, but he felt goosebumps rise up his skin as something or someone was moving around the corner. Is it the footsteps from earlier? Or is it our imagination? He wondered, looking at Lily beside him. She didn't seem to have any reaction, indicating she didn't hear anything at all. Her focus was on walking forward, fearing that they would meet another monster. What do you think? He whispered to Lily, hoping she had an idea of what it was. The girl stared at him with confusion before understanding what he meant. She focused for a few seconds before shaking her head. Go. It's my turn to sacrifice myself. she said before turning around and shouted at the invisible creature. Come here. We won't forget your sacrifice. You're the best. Max shouted as he ran past Amelia, allowing her to finally see the creature. Just as she saw it, she screamed loudly. Mad lad, take my position. I don't want to be a sacrifice. No. She ran as fast as she could while shouting hysterically, just like Princess Peach earlier. I'll take it back. Max chuckled after seeing her reaction. Mad lad, we choose you. Use sacrifice. Damn it, I have no choice. Mad lad stopped on his track and turned around. You better buy me lunch later. I will. Amelia answered him before running past him. The group left Mad lad behind and continued to run. A loud scream could be heard from behind, but they believed it was just their imagination and kept running forward. Meanwhile, Max could finally see the end of the tunnel with a small space where they could rest. The floor was pristine, and there were metal bars to keep them away from the little girl monster. He entered first and held the door. Go fast. He shouted at everyone before shutting the door. He didn't close the door completely before the last person entered. Amelia and Princess Peach breathed heavily as Lily tried to recover her breath after entering. He immediately closed the door. At that moment, the floor became muddy as something on the other side pounded the door hard. He flinched in surprise but kept his focus on locking the door. The room was small, so everyone had to stick to each other closely. After a while, click, experience more content on Empire. It's locked, Max exclaimed before stepping back. The small room they were in started going up. The little girl he saw earlier was banging on the metal bar desperately while glaring at them with an eye and a huge grin on her mask. Raising his middle finger, Max smirked at the creature. Try to get us. And then, the elevator room turned dark and everything went black. When they realized it, they had arrived at what seemed like a hotel corridor with many doors on the sides. Flexi and Mad Lad had respawned. The former crossed his arms and tapped his feet. So, did you get good content? The orange-suited streamer asked Max with a tone full of sarcasm. Facing him, Max raised his thumbs up and gave him a nod. Of course. It's the best content ever. He grinned in satisfaction while the other rolled his eyes. Damn it, my revenge will come back at you sooner or later. Flexi warned him as Max smiled and patted his shoulder. Can't wait. Flexi grumbled under his breath as Amelia giggled while covering her mouth. Lily smiled wryly as Princess Peach scoffed loudly. So, what is this map? What should we do here? Mad Lad had enough with the silly conversation and changed the topic. Princess Peach was the one who answered him. Can't you see the pattern? Find the drawing, search for a clue, and proceed. Okay, smart ass. Where is the drawing then? She harumphed as she pointed at the end of the corridor. There was a signboard with a drawing at the end of the corridor where the road split to left and right. It's there, she said with a satisfied expression as if saying, I am not wrong, to everyone. Max stifled his laughter as Princess Peach puffed her chest. Lily chuckled while Amelia giggled, and Flexi laughed out loud. Yeah, good job. Mad Lad complimented her sarcastically. I have become a sacrifice with Flexi last round. Breeze has sacrificed himself too when we were searching for the path, so. He looked at the girls, who looked back with an expressionless face. Really? Amelia asked while crossing her arms. You want girls to be a sacrifice? Princess Peach nodded, showing her support to Amelia's idea as Lily stared at him. I don't want to, she said with an apologetic tone as the other two girls agreed with her. Max, who heard their rejection, looked at Mad Lad while Flexi turned away from him, signaling that he should deal with this problem. Really, dude? Max decided to side with the girls this time, as it was funny to corner Mad Lad. Hey, why did you take their sides? He protested strongly. Besides, at least this time, the corridor is brightly lit, right? There will be no creatures inside. He pointed at the corridor that was bright thanks to a skylight at the end of it. Everyone knew that having no creature waiting for them in this map would be impossible. There would certainly be one or even two roaming around trying to kill them. Look, we aren't stupid, Mad Lad. Max shrugged his shoulders. And we're also scared, so why don't the bravest person take the lead? Feel free to check it, brother. As he said. Flexi nodded in agreement while Mad Lad gritted his teeth. Man up. You can do it. Nah, that's his scream. How can you say he's dead when we didn't see it? Then that must be his scream of sexual frustration lol. I would have guessed that, too. Ha ha ha, sexual frustration kekw. Max read the chat and sighed. As they had said, this became scary pretty quickly. Anything in that room must be a hostile creature, ready to kill them in a gruesome way possible. Buddy. He felt a touch on his shoulder and turned around to see Flexi in his orange suit. Somehow, the expression behind the visor was fresh and happy. Continue your adventure with my virtual library empire. It's your turn now. He grinned at him, making Max feel cold sweats running down his back. Take this as revenge for killing me first earlier. Seriously. Max tried to find a way to avoid it, but the glare he got from everyone in this elevator stopped him. Even Lily nodded repeatedly, hoping for him to go. She was already scared and couldn't really move well. Max, can you please check? For me. She looked at him with upturned eyes. It was impossible to refuse now. All right, he sighed before jumping out of the elevator. Okay, I will check what is inside that room. If I don't return in 5 minutes, come find me. He instructed as everyone nodded. He could hear everyone's cheer as he walked forward slowly. All eyes were focused on him as he reached the first door in the corridor and peeked inside. Surprisingly, the room looked pretty normal. Mad Lad was standing in front of the window, looking out there without moving at all. This bastard just screamed not long ago. Did he prank us to believe that he had died and made us send someone to check on him? So petty. That was what he thought. That was why he planned to get revenge. Approaching him as quietly as possible, he stopped next to the bed. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted. Boo! His loud shout echoed inside the room, but Mad Lad didn't even flinch as Max widened his eyes. This was definitely weird. Mad Lad. He called him again, but he didn't move even an inch. He gulped and approached the unmoving streamer slowly. Hey, dude. Did you hear me? Sorry for screaming at you like that. Haha. He apologized as he reached for his shoulder. At that moment, Mad Lad turned his head around. His eyes were bleeding with blood dripping down his cheek while a wide grin plastered on his face, as if he was smiling at him creepily. The neck was turned 180 degrees, which wasn't humanly possible. A realization dawned on him. This person wasn't Mad Lad. F you. Max's shout was cut off as a hand stretched out toward him. He quickly dodged backward, escaping from the hand just by a few inches as his heart raced rapidly. Fear crept into his mind as he realized he met a different monster compared to what he encountered last time. This one was way more dangerous and terrifying. It could even transform into one of his teammates and act as if nothing happened while planning its next move. No wonder Mad Lad screamed so loud earlier. Max thought as he looked around frantically. He immediately dashed toward the door and exited the room before slamming the door shut and locked it. A loud pounding was heard behind the door, and before he knew it, the door broke out and was swung open. He looked at the elevator, where everyone was looking at him strangely. Without wasting a second, he immediately shouted at them while waving his hand frantically. Run! Now! Like a rocket, everyone except Princess Peach sprang up and ran toward him. She shivered slightly before trying to walk forward, but she fell to her knees before she could even step forward. Max stayed to hold the door. The loud banging behind the door became stronger and stronger with each passing second, and he couldn't hold it any longer. Fuck, he swore as he looked at Princess Peach. Peachy, go. Upon hearing his call, Princess Peach slowly walked forward, fear and terror were visible on her face. But she didn't come for him, she came for the others. Max rolled his eyes as he wondered if this girl would rather sacrifice someone other than herself. Just as they turned to the corner, Max let go of the door and sprinted away. The door swung open in an instant and the creature stepped out with its mouth hanging open threateningly. Its teeth were sharp like knives, ready to bite and tear them into pieces. When it noticed the people running away, it ran forward like a zombie in movies and films while chasing after them, passing after him. Its speed was fast as it managed to reach Amelia and Princess Peach in mere seconds before grabbing the former's neck. Ah! Amelia cried out as her neck was about to get torn into pieces. The monster stopped for a while from trying to eat her. A few seconds, that was the time needed for the monster to kill Amelia. While Amelia screamed in fear, Max stopped for a moment as he held his breath, waiting for its final decision. The monster's long finger with sharp nails twitched slightly before it pierced through Amelia's throat with its claws. Blood sprayed out from the wound, dyeing the floor beneath her in red liquid. GG. Oh. The monster stared at Amelia for a second before slowly opening its mouth pretty wide. The group looked at what happened in fear, not willing to enter their mind that Amelia had died because of them. Max stood up and quickly approached the group. He passed by the monster, but it didn't do anything and kept eating Amelia's body gaki. As it finished, its body slowly morphed back into Amelia's form, who stood up from her spot with a creepy smile. What is that? Flexi pointed at the creature with trembling fingers. His expression paled behind his visor as Max glanced at him before turning toward the creature that now transformed into Amelia and began to walk away from them. This is too creepy. Princess Peach shivered slightly as Max agreed with her words. The creature was still silent and walking away from them instead of chasing them. Now that Amelia had become its second prey, no one knew what it would do next. At least, the four of them were now safe. Ha! Max slumped on the ground, his hazmat suit rustled as he breathed out in exhaustion. I am sorry about Amelia. May you rest easy in spectator mode. I have tried my best to hold the door. He apologized as Lily patted his shoulder. I think Breeze has killed Mad Lad too. Ha 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 ha, what's with this chaotic situation? But, both have reasons. This is like low attorney moment lol. The chat enjoyed it with enthusiasm. The viewers enjoyed seeing the two famous streamers accusing each other without putting their guard down. In their perspective, this was too scary to be true. The idea of a skinwalker who could be someone else was so horrifying. Immersion was important in a streaming, so Max didn't answer the chat now even though he wanted to yell at them. You guys have been watching me since the start. Who are you calling killing Mad Lad? Anyway, this situation wouldn't be resolved unless he proved his innocence or did something crazy enough to disprove it. But how could he do it when there was no real evidence he could use? Max racked his brain before realizing something. Let's agree to disagree. He said, I will go alone to the left while you are alone to the right. No. Lily shook her head and grabbed his hand before speaking, don't leave me. She looked at her with puppy eyes. Looking at her, Max thought about his decision twice. Going alone in this situation could be dangerous. Even he wasn't sure whether or not his friend was the real one. Still, he didn't want to just watch and do nothing while Flexi enjoyed being the center of attention. The smirk behind his visor was visible from where he stood. Moving alone is safer, as we can just think everyone else other than us is the skinwalker. But I also can't leave Lily alone. A choice between going with his girlfriend or alone. It was an easy pick. Okay, let's go together. Hey, I won't fall into your trap. I am going to the left area alone. Flexi shouted as Princess Peach and Lily froze before looking at him with terrified eyes. I have no friends here anymore, so I will go alone. You guys are just monsters who want to eat me. Farewell. I shall take revenge for my buddy, Breeze, alone. Max rolled his eyes at his word as Princess Peach grabbed Lily's arm in fear while trembling. It's normal for a princess and a queen to stay together. Let that fool peasant die alone. As for me, I shall keep myself away from him. Not Flexi. Hearing that, Max nodded. There would be more risk with more people moving together. If they just split for a few seconds, they could be replaced by a monster. Never leave each other's sight no matter what. He ordered before leading them away from Flexi. And never stay in one place. Why you have no right to order me. HMPF. Princess Peach averted her eyes while Lily nodded beside her. Max couldn't help but sigh. They began to move toward the right path. The hotel-like corridor extended almost infinitely. Max turned around when he felt like he was walking a considerable distance. The fork behind him already disappeared from his sight, and so was Flexi. Now, there were only the three of them, moving alone in this empty corridor while glancing around with suspicious eyes. Even he didn't know whether the monsters had disguised themselves or not. If they were, what kind of appearance would it be? And more importantly, where should we go? Princess Peach asked as they turned around the corner. We should find the next exit, right? Just like what we did in the first two areas. Should be. Lily nodded as Max agreed with her words. It's like a dungeon. Indeed. This hotel corridor, along with many doors, looked like a dungeon path that he often saw in games, especially in the RPG series or other horror games that took place in a dungeon. We have to solve a puzzle, no. Or maybe we need to find the clue ourselves. Something that he really hated. A puzzle without any clue. The drawing on the crossroad also didn't help too much. There is a drawing of a skinwalker and 3 colorful keys. Maybe we should find the keys first. Max suggested, thinking it would be better than looking around aimlessly in this corridor. Explore stories at my virtual library empire. 3 of them. That's a perfect number for us. Lily spoke as she raised 3 fingers. For a group of 3 people. But we shouldn't going separately. He reminded Lily, let's check the room one by one together, in case the monster appears. That way, we can pinpoint which one of us is real and which one is the monster. Alright. Then, can we go in order? Princess Peach suddenly asked, skipping one of them will definitely be bad. It's just common sense. Is your peasant brain unable to comprehend such simple stuff? She insulted them while smiling proudly at them. The way she looked at them made Max wonder how she could be so arrogant when she was actually afraid of everything in this place. Max sighed but didn't retort to her taunt and urged them to move forward. She was just role-playing. Even Lily understood it. She nodded and moved forward as well while checking the surroundings carefully for anything weird. He nodded inwardly. This was how they should be in this place. Checking the environment all the time, never lowering their guard. I will open the door, Max said as they stopped in front of the first room on the right side. The girls moved back slightly before nodding at him. He smiled and began to turn the knob around and pushed the door open. Looking around, he noticed the room was pretty ordinary. A few white beds were lined up at the corner and there was a table with 2 chairs. Seems normal, Lily muttered as Princess Peach looked around nervously. Max nodded in agreement and closed the door before moving to the second one. Just like the first one, there was nothing unusual. Following that, the third, the fourth. Nothing was out of place. Why is the TV turned on? When they entered the 10th room, they found out the TV on the table was turned on, and a black screen was displayed on it. As if noticing someone's presence, the screen showed an image of a man dressed in white hazard suit, similar to them, running away in fear. A live stream. Or a video. He mumbled as the 3 of them approached the TV slowly. It was like watching a movie that started playing by itself. Some men in the video morphed into skinwalkers, leaving only 3 survivors. They each held keys, black, white, and yellow. Meaning that one is a skinwalker. Max added. His lips curled up into a smile. And that monster gave us free information. The keys are used to leave this place. Lily nodded at his words and urged Princess Peach to run again. They eventually turned the corner and entered one of the rooms when the skinwalkers couldn't see them. Max immediately closed the door and held it with his body. Footsteps rang outside the room, passing them a few seconds later, indicating that they hadn't found their hiding place yet. That was close. He sighed in relief. His legs gave out and he fell onto the floor. Man, that was scary. You're just saying that. Mao, imagine getting chased by 3 skinwalkers. It's not even that scary. I agree, man. Did you see this person who screamed? Is that Flexi really a skinwalker, though? What if it's a real one? You left him getting chased by those monsters alone. He will manage. He shrugged off. Everything was so chaotic that it didn't make sense at all. Still, Max, look at this. Lily called out to him from further into the room. He raised his head and saw her holding a white key while Princess Peach was holding an open box. Isn't this the key to exit? We found it under the bed. Max blinked a few times. He looked at the door and noticed 202 was written on it. An idea came into his mind. There are 3 rooms, 202, 108, and 381. So this could be a white key. There must be another 2 keys somewhere in room 108 and 381. To think we stumbled upon it accidentally. If that wasn't luck, then he didn't know what to call it. With this key, they had something that could open the door to the next area. He stood up with Lily and walked toward the 2 girls. Then, he noticed something else inside the box and picked it up. It was a map. I think we can get out of here safely now. Finding the other keys became pretty easy after finding one under the bed in room 202. They came to understand that all the keys were hidden inside the room with the number starting with 2-digit numbers in its name. We've gathered them all, Max muttered as he looked at the 3 keys in his hand. The yellow one was heavier than the white one. Meanwhile, the black one was very light and easy to hold. Let's move to the end of the corridor now. I believe the double door is our exit. Princess Peach nodded in agreement at his suggestion while Lily stared at the keys silently before grabbing his hand. Max noticed her hand was trembling slightly. It looked like she was nervous, so he gripped her hand tighter to reassure her. They continued down the hallway together. There was no sign of Flexi anywhere, so he might be dead already. This meant only 3 of them were left here. The problem was, these skinwalkers were all around this place, and they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Max was actually glad that he managed to find all 3 keys. Although they were also chased by skinwalkers while trying to find them, he found something that could combat them. Once we enter the room and close the door, they won't be able to enter. It was as if they were ghosts who could only enter the room when invited. Open door was also a form of invitation. That was why they were able to enter the room if the door wasn't closed. That gave him and the 2 girls a sense of safety. They walked slowly toward the corridor where they saw the double door. After walking for a while on this map, Max was able to remember the route. Right, left, then left again, and straight from there. As he recalled the path they took, they saw a door that seemed different from the rest of it in front of them. We have arrived. He pointed at the door triumphantly before turning toward Lily and Princess Peach. They went to the door and stopped in front of him. Max observed it to see where the keys could get in, but was unable to find anything that resembled a hole. Huh, it's strange. There is no hole at all. Lily tilted her head. She also didn't find it. No hole. You didn't mention anything about this. This is really fishy. I thought Breeze will exit easily. Maybe they are hidden, like a secret compartment or something like that. Those skinwalkers can morph into us though. They might use the survivor's memory to block the door. Lol, is this a thriller now? Can you find it? Princess Peach asked as Max nodded at her. Yeah, I finally found it. He grinned. Behind the extraordinary wooden door was a small rectangular hole that only 3 keys could fit into. Based on the shape, it fit the keys they found perfectly. Max looked at the 2 girls and nodded. He inserted his black key first, followed by Lily's white key. Princess Peach heaved a sigh of relief. She stepped forward to insert the last key, the yellow one, to the hole. However, before she could insert it inside, screech! The sound of something sharp scraping across the floor rang across the corridor, along with rhythmic heavy footsteps approaching them from behind. The footsteps sounded like someone who dragged their feet to walk. It made his spine tingle in fear just from hearing it. Everyone looked at the source. Their faces pale from terror as the sound became louder and louder, as if something was coming toward them at a rapid speed. Just now. A chain. Lily and Princess Peach whispered shakily in fear as Max gulped audibly. Oh no, that sounds bad. Get over here. The skinwalkers are trying to find their prey. That came out of nowhere. Was it a forced event? Stupid Peachy. Darn. If only she opened it a bit later, then that would have been perfect content. He vented his anger as they ran down a long dark stairway. I already have a good idea for my next video, and what does she do? Ruining my whole content. Dang it. Anyway, he entered the door and closed it behind him. He breathed out a sigh of relief. Then, he opened his eyes and looked around. Everything was white. He could see Lily and Princess Peach, but their hazmat suit had turned white too. What happened? Princess Peach cried out while looking at her hands in disbelief. We're all turning white. You're right. Lily nodded before touching her visor in awe. Even my visor is white now. They are entering white world. I am white, ba da be ba da ba. That was blue, it won OT. Not white. My EYESSS. AAAH my eyes. The flashbang of white. I see we have someone who never saw sun in the past month here. Oh, that was Bloodsucker lol. His eyes got flashbanged. Max also touched his visor while tilting his head. Is this some sort of cutscene? Just as he wondered about it, he heard a voice. Thank you for playing the game. We hope you will join us again. Rest well and have a nice day. A feminine voice rang out across the entire place before everything faded into darkness. He heard a click sound. Max couldn't help but frown at that before wondering where he would end up after this. Turned out they were moved to a place with chairs and a long table. Everyone was seated around it, including the fallen ones like Amelia, Mad Lad, and Flexi. Everyone was still in their hazmat suit, but their helmets were off. It's over, Max muttered as he looked around. He saw Flexi was looking pretty exhausted but alive and well. Unlike Mad Lad who looked miserable. Meanwhile, Amelia who was sitting beside him seemed to be having a headache. She massaged her temples gently while groaning softly in pain. Nah, I will delete this game. Flexi muttered. I can't take it. The jump scare. The trauma. Mouth. Amelia and Mad Lad were pretty out of it. They muttered endlessly, still remembering their last scene. Even though a few minutes had passed since then, they still didn't recover. It was clear who the survivor was and who got traumatized. Or they just acted like they were traumatized so viewers would feel sorry for them. Who knew? Max wouldn't believe them if they said they really were traumatized anyway. In the end, it was a fun game. Well, see you guys tomorrow. Have a nice day. Livestream ended. With that, he ended the stream and sighed. He looked at his friends with an exhausted expression. It was amazing how he could stay sane. Looking at Lily, he noticed that she looked back at him and smiled. Right, let's spend time with her. She must be scared and exhausted. Max talked with the others for a while and logged out. Then, they got out of their capsules, changed their clothes, and went for some cuddles. Comfy and warm, as always. July 22nd. After the usual morning exercise, Max received a call from Stone Sword. Can you go to New Eden City right now? I need you to test something. Is it done? Max asked with a hint of excitement. He wiped his sweat with the towel he brought from home. The prototype is. Stone Sword answered with a nod, we just need to have a final testing. Maybe we will finish it in a week, right before the streamer wars if there is nothing wrong with the system. We have developed it for a long time so I am sure it will work perfectly. Awesome. Max grinned. Anything I need to bring? Bring Lily with you too. I want to see her compatibility with the new VR capsule. After all, we developed it for her. That goes without saying. I will be there in the afternoon. Okay. Just stay in the Biozone Hotel. I have already made a reservation with my name. Sure, see you there. Max hung up the call and smiled broadly. He returned to his apartment to get ready, explaining briefly to Lily that they had to go to New Eden City. Half an hour later, they went to Sky Rail Station and departed. Lily liked using the Sky Rail to travel. All this time, she would always use a private jet and that became boring. The moving scenery, the clear sky, and the beautiful greenery underneath their eyes felt surreal to her. It was something she had never experienced before until she started traveling with Max. Unfortunately, that trip ended pretty soon. New Eden City was in sight already. They stepped out of the station and went to the Biozone Hotel immediately. Max was already used to it. He had filled Lily with what he heard from her brother, Stone Sword. Soon, you will be able to play just like how you used to be. I am looking forward to it. She smiled brightly at him. Entering the hotel, Max was about to go to the receptionist to check in. Lily. However, a voice made them stop on their track. Looking toward the source of the voice, a woman whose blonde hair was making an amazing drill waved her hand. She took off her sunglasses and smiled at them. Sister Rebecca. Lily gasped in surprise. Why are you here? Rebecca beckoned them to come over and they did as she was told. Max also knew Rebecca since his company's relationship with Stone Sword was pretty deep, after all. Peter can't come, so I am the one greeting you today. We will go to the lab together. She said and explained what she was doing. As a reporter and Stonesword's fiancé, she was given an exclusive right to interview him regarding the newly developed VR capsule. It had only been a few years since the latest one was released, and now, Spencer Company has already released the next model. If the news was spread, it would become big news. Developing a new VR machine wasn't as easy as it sounded. Only by spending a lot of resources and time would they be able to do it. Then, please check in first. I will call my driver to pick us up. Foo, this is an opportunity for me to get exclusive news for this project. She said excitedly while chuckling lightly. They checked into the hotel and went up to the room where they left their stuff and freshened up before going out. Once they arrived at the lobby, the car called by Rebecca had arrived and they entered. Max naturally took the seat beside the driver, letting Lily to talk with Rebecca, her sister-in-law, easier. He was an understanding boyfriend. He knew Lily wanted to ask about her brother's condition and how he was doing lately. Walking into the lab, Stone Sword immediately checked and questioned the researchers inside. We are done preparing everything, sir. Can we begin testing now? Stone Sword nodded after hearing the report from the researchers. He beckoned Max and Lily to follow him to one of the stations where many hologram panels were installed in a circular formation. We can do it right now. This is the control panel that will monitor your body condition and brainwave during the test. First of all, we will do a test with Breeze alone as we need to configure the setting. After that, we will test Lily's compatibility with the new machine. Is there something I need to do or prepare? Max asked while observing the control panel. A complicated look could be seen on Stonesword's face as he stared at Max. There is no preparation you need to do. However, he looked hesitant to continue. However, be prepared for a slight pain. We created a VR machine that could administer nutritional supplement and nutrients through the skin via direct contact using a patch, but it needs to connect directly to your bloodstream. A substance necessary to keep a body at peak condition. It could increase your energy, improve brain activity, and lower stress levels. In short, by theory, people could stay inside virtual reality for a week without a problem using this machine. However, I don't recommend it. First, it's unknown if the body could take it without deteriorating. Stone Sword explained with a sigh. Another issue is the effect on your skin. The patch contains the nutrition and substances needed for the human body, but it could make your skin pale if you use it too often. But with this, theoretically. I understand what you're trying to say, but is it safe? Max interrupted him before he could say anything more. Realizing that he was about to go off topic, Stone Sword nodded and continued with a calm expression. Yes, of course. This is completely safe. After all, I wouldn't do anything dangerous to my own sister. I created this machine for her. That's all that I want to hear. Max nodded in satisfaction and grinned. Well then, let's test this immediately. Lily, are you okay with it? I am fine. She smiled softly before nodding her head in approval. Let's try it, brother. Okay. Nodding, Stone Sword ordered all the researchers in the room to prepare the machine. He made sure everything was good before taking Max to where the new capsule was. Here it is. The capsule looked different from the one that Max used. It was bigger and bulkier due to all the new components and items installed on top of it. That being said, it still retained its normal size that looked like it could contain Max's body. Without hesitation, Max entered the capsule and wore the helmet. He placed his trust towards Stone Sword, not a single doubt in his heart about this new virtual reality machine. After all, it was designed and developed for Lily's use by a Siskin. So he didn't expect it to have any flaws in it. Alright, whenever you're ready, do it. Max heard a voice through his headset before feeling the sensation of falling into darkness. A few seconds later, he found himself inside an empty white space that resembled the synchronization test. 479 Chapter 479 Different. Max looked around to see if there was anything inside the vast white space, but all he saw was endless white and nothing else. Looking down, he tried to move his body forward, but suddenly his stomach felt funny as if something was coming up his throat. HMPH. A nausea struck him for a brief moment, forcing him to shut his eyes tightly as he groaned in discomfort. However, his feeling of discomfort went away shortly after that and he opened his eyes again. He realized he was in a completely different place from before. A familiar lobby where his parkour park could be found was visible in his view. A sky could be seen above his head, and blue sky with white fluffy clouds could be seen floating calmly along with the wind that blew by. A tall tree and the usual chair where he sat was at the center of this parkour park, and the surroundings were all grass. They seemed alive, swaying gently along with the soft breeze blowing through them. My lobby, he muttered as he tried to move. Indeed, this place was perfect for testing. He had put many obstacles in this parkour park so he could test them without having to move to another server or a game server. It was all located in a local server. Now, he wondered how this new virtual reality machine was different from the one he had used before. And whether his synchronization rate was higher or not, as this machine was created using his data. If I can reach 100% like Atlas, that would be awesome. Max grinned excitedly. At that moment, he heard a voice. Breeze, are you fine inside? It was Stonesward's. A hologram popped up in front of Max when he spoke to him from outside. Max nodded his head in response, indicating that he was okay. Yeah, everything is fine. Just a little bit nauseous earlier when the space changed into my lobby. He reported everything he felt without hiding it. It was just a brief nausea and it didn't affect me much. Do you receive any different reports from here? No. Stone Sword shook his head. From here, everything is normal. We will check the machine again later. For now, I have installed synchronization rate monitoring. Feel free to do anything you want there and we will proceed with testing. With that, he terminated the connection between them and Max was left alone in the lobby again. My SR is, without a doubt, increased slightly. I have felt this when I changed VR capsule back then. Or maybe, the limit of what the capsule can handle with my high SR is increased. That's why it's giving this strange realistic feeling. Some people might not like it. There were a lot of them who wanted to enjoy virtual reality as just a virtual. The realistic feeling would be in the way of that, as they would feel more immersed than usual. Still, it wouldn't be a problem for him since he made a living from streaming himself playing games in VR. In fact, the more immersed he was inside virtual reality, the better his gameplay was. A minute should be enough. He returned to the center of his lobby and sat on the chair. How is it, Stone Sword? Any change? Yes, there is a change from earlier. A voice answered immediately. From the sound of it, he was happy. Your SR hasn't changed from before. But, we noticed your performance increased. Can you explain what you feel differently from this capsule compared to our latest model used in competition? It's different. Max nodded his head. Everything seems real. Details please. Stone Sword urged him to continue. Well, Max paused briefly as he organized his thoughts before speaking again. Every movement of mine feels real. The wind, sensation, everything seems real. It's hard to differentiate this from reality. In my opinion, you shouldn't sell this thing, Stone Sword. I doubt it and don't want to try it yet, but maybe the pain will also feel real. After saying that, Max waited for Stonesward's reaction. After a few seconds, he finally replied. It's as you said. The pain perception can go up to 100, or even 120%. This is just a prototype, though. There is no need to worry about us selling a defective product. And besides, these are created for Lily. If we want to market them, we certainly will make a slight change to the setting. Okay. Max smiled wryly at the Siskin's words. This capsule was indeed created to change, I am counting on you. Don't worry about it. Now you can rest a little while I change the setting again. We will test it again later. Got it. With that, he stepped out of the lobby and exited the VR capsule. 480 Chapter 480 Game Test 1. The testing continued for the entire afternoon and lasted until late evening until they decided to call it a day. Max and Lily were exhausted and the researchers had to change some settings to perfect the new capsule and the nutrition injection. Tomorrow, a new test was scheduled. It was a test with a real game included and both Max and Lily would do it together inside the virtual reality. Rest well, Lily. Don't forget to drink the nutritional capsule I gave you. Also, don't stay up too late. It will be bad for your skin. Peter, as a worried and overprotective brother, made sure to warn Lily about her skin condition. Lily sighed at her brother's attitude as she followed Max out of the lab after packing their belongings. Looking at them, Max couldn't help but chuckle. He's as overprotective as always. It's a bit better than in the past, but yes. He still acts like I'm still 15. Lily replied with a smile. Let's go and rest. They left the lab and walked back to their hotel together. After eating dinner in the hotel's restaurant, they spent their time playing chess and having small conversations about trivial things. What do you think about the new capsule? Max asked. He moved the white rook forward one square before leaning back on his chair. Lily took her time before deciding on her move. After pondering for a moment, she finally responded. I don't really have any thoughts about it. I only felt slightly uncomfortable when my senses got more heightened, but apart from that, everything else was fine. She tilted her head slightly as she looked at Max and spoke curiously. What do you think about it? It's something that can't be sold in the market. The realistic sensation was too much. People who wanted to play games would feel annoyed by it as it would interfere with their game. Unless there was some setting or even system that allowed them to switch it off or revert it back to be similar to the old capsule. Lily nodded in agreement at Max's answer before looking down at the chessboard again and decided her next move. She moved her pawn 2 squares forward. I agree with that. Still, I do think that this capsule is good. Max smiled lightly as he took out one of Lily's pawns using his knight. He grinned at his girlfriend's shocked face after losing a pawn. We can play longer games and wouldn't have to worry about our bodies. With how realistic the graphic and feeling are, I think your body will be able to endure a bit longer without needing a rest. That's probably what Stone Sword want to achieve. Curing the strange symptoms was hard. The solution that he arrived at was just to change the VR itself to make it more similar to reality so it wouldn't disturb Lily's cognitive functions as much. The more familiar and immersive it was, the less stress it put on Lily's mind and body. He only hoped that the new capsule was as effective as he hoped for. I understand that. But even though my brother said that I can play with you for longer. She pursed her lips with a tinge of regret visible in her eyes. I still don't want to stay for too long inside virtual reality. Somehow that's what I think right now. I just wanted to use it to have fun with you. Compared to his equipment, she was clearly more geared toward support class like a healer or a magician. And her gear looked high-leveled, which made him look at the sky. Stone Sword, you're able to hear us right? He knew Lily's brother could watch them through the live broadcast. The sound pickup was also pretty good so they could be heard even if they whispered. Yes, a voice answered almost immediately. Affirming that Stonesword's voice could indeed be heard, Max nodded. Can you explain one thing? He asked, why is Lily so geared? There was silence for a moment before the answer came back. That's a magician's standard equipment. Now, don't lie to me. Max replied with a flat expression. It's standard equipment in this game. Stone Sword replied once again, besides, we need to test a new character compared to an endgame character in this game. It's only natural for us to give a magician a good standard equipment from the get-go so there is no need for you to worry. And there are only 3 monsters inside. You should finish it in under an hour. Is that so? Max furrowed his brow before letting out a sigh in defeat. There was no need to reason with Stone's sword, the Siskin. He knew that better than anyone else here. The Siskin wasn't a person who could be reasoned with. In the first place, this game was for him to test with Lily anyway, so he didn't care if the standard equipment given to Lily was a bit too strong as long as she enjoyed it. What kind of spell can you use, Lily? Max turned to ask her. Many, she answered, scrolling a hologram menu that only she could see. Ice Bolt, Ice Shield, Magic Missile, Fireball, Frost Nova, Lightning Strike, Lightning Chain, Freezing Orb, Stone Prison. A lot. She listed off several spells one by one with her finger hovering above a few of them. Max couldn't help but admire how OP the magic was in this game. He looked around as he held his sword tightly in his hand and felt the grip on his waist for a sword he hadn't pulled out yet. Compared to Lily's magic, this was just a stick. But even a stick was enough for him. Especially in VR where every motion he made could cause damage to his opponent. Alright, let's begin, Max said while walking toward the cave entrance with Lily following closely behind him. He unsheathed his sword and put it in front of him just in case something attacked them. Vanguard and tank classes had high HP and defense, which was perfect for him to take the lead since he had to protect Lily during battle. Daily update resumed. Mercenary in Muram World has reached the end, and I am out of my slump after reading many new streaming novels, so I will resume the daily update. ShuviLily. Inside the cave, there was nothing but darkness. Light could barely reach inside. Walls made from brick enclosed them as they walked deeper into the cave. Be careful, Lily reminded him as she created a ball of light that floated on top of their heads and illuminated the surrounding. The corridor was straightforward without any branch. And after they went through some stairs leading down, they finally saw something move inside the darkness in front of them. There was no sound and there was no voice at all. However, Max sensed a movement as he stepped closer to Lily and extended his arm, ready to block anything that might attack. Noticing this, Lily also prepared herself, holding her staff tightly. She pointed it forward and activated one of the spells she read earlier. Lightning Bolt. A flash of light shone brightly as a bolt of lightning appeared on top of her staff before shooting forward, lighting the large room briefly. The shadow that moved inside the darkness was immediately illuminated by this lightning strike and they saw it clearly. It was a troll, an ugly humanoid creature with a flat nose and broad limbs. Its muscular body stood around 2 meters tall and covered in short bristly hair. In his arm was a club larger than Max himself while its eyes glared at the two intruders with a fierce bloodlust. Seeing the troll roar angrily at them, Max immediately gave out instruction. Cover me, Lily. He immediately rushed toward it with his sword in front of him, confronting it without any hesitation. His sword was swung up in a single arc which left a mark on the troll's skin, but it did nothing more. The troll laughed at his poor attempt and swung its club with both hands, aiming for his head. But it never managed to swing it. A fast fireball hit its head from the back, creating a scorching explosion upon impact that stunned it briefly. Max took this opportunity to reduce the distance between them. He dashed forward, slashing his sword one after another as fast as possible without pausing, as if he was unleashing a fury of blade attacks. He aimed at the troll's vital spots such as neck, armpit, and groin, areas where it would be more effective to hurt the monster. Also, Lily. Once he noticed the troll was about to attack, he quickly sidestepped to allow Lily's magic do the trick. Frost Nova. The cold chill blew past him, freezing the troll's right arm as ice particles formed around the troll's body which hindered its movement temporarily. It was frozen in place with its club stuck in mid-air before Lily finished it with another spell. Magic Missile. Multiple magic missiles flew toward the troll's head one after another from different angles, bombarding it relentlessly until its head exploded from the continuous blast. Blood splattered everywhere from its gaping mouth and wide open eyes before it fell back onto the ground. Max looked at it stupidly. Then, he turned to Lily to look at her bewildered face. I did it, she said with a bright smile and clapped her hands excitedly. You did, Max said while glancing at the dead troll that turned into sparkling particles before disappearing into thin air. This dungeon was supposed to be a test. But Wasn't the monster too easy for it to be a test? Or was it designed like this just to test their compatibility with this new capsule? He didn't know how to feel about this dungeon. No need to think about it deeply. What he needed to do was to clear the dungeon. In fact, it was better for him to concentrate on clearing this dungeon rather than thinking too much about it. With a resolve, Max advanced forward through the cave with Lily walking beside him. A ball of floating light illuminated their path forward as they searched for the exit and reached the goal of this dungeon in less than an hour, as Stone Sword had said. There were no traps at all, so their journey was smooth. They ended up finding an open area where many orcs and trolls gathered around, grunting and chanting loudly for some reason. This time, it was 2 versus many. 3 enemies, huh? He mocked in his mind, how can this be 3 enemies? It's obviously more than that. Surely, Lily wouldn't be able to defeat them all with just 1 spell. He wanted to get some action too. Support me, Lily. He ordered. If any monster tries to attack you, cast Frost Nova or something to freeze them. Alright. Lily nodded her head. She already understood what Max wanted to do based on his actions up until now, so she simply followed him while preparing herself to attack any monster that dared to come close to her. Seeing Max dashing forward bravely, Lily's eyes glistened as she muttered silently. He's so cool. Without hesitation, he plunged into the army of orcs. In a glance, they looked identical to the ones in fantasy games that he played before, but these ones were very different from the fantasy orcs. These orcs were bigger and stronger than those in any games he had played before. They stood around 2 meters tall, much taller than most men Max had seen so far, and all of them carried a weapon in their hands as if waiting for prey to devour. However, Max was faster. He appeared in front of one of them in an instant and slashed his sword swiftly. His footwork was amazing. He could duck under the swing of an axe while performing a series of spinning attacks with his sword like a whirlwind before backing up again. Sometimes, he jumped on the orc's head and used it as a foothold to attack the troll from above using his sword skill before flipping backward with his arms extended to deliver more strikes on his way down. Everything that happened so fast. This is great. The new setting feels nice. A smile emerged on Max's face as he became immersed in the thrill of fighting against these orcs one after another without fearing for his own life. They couldn't touch him. His body moved extremely fast, dodging every attack that was thrown at him. Having had enough fighting, he jumped backward and landed near Lily. Now, Lily. He signaled her with his eyes. Nodding her head in understanding, Lily stretched her staff forward and aimed her staff at the monster army in front of her. Frost Nova full power. Her voice rang out through the empty cave and a blizzard struck down like rain, freezing the orcs and trolls that were rushing toward them in anger. Following that, Max used his sword to slice all the monsters one after another as fast as he could. Lily still bombarded using a smaller spell called Magic Missile when she had to shoot down the remaining ones that had their ice prison broken. Fighting monsters was much easier than Max thought it would be. Usually, monsters were at least 10 times stronger than him when he played games in the past. He could guess why it was easier. It was a perfect game for a test. And this game could help someone to release their stress. But he knew for sure that Lily wouldn't be interested in playing this game. This game was only made for a test purpose only, after all. One by one, the monsters fell and disappeared into light particles. Both of them stood side by side and smiled at each other. Good job. Max raised his fist, which Lily bumped slightly in return. They noticed a large opening on the wall, leading further down into the cave. Tentatively, they approached it and went inside. It was dark and eerie, but Lily's floating light kept their path illuminated as they traversed forward and saw a chest at the end of it. Max somehow enjoyed this test game. It was a pretty fun dungeon to clear. Without the danger, though, it felt like a date. In fact, it was like a date for him as he played with Lily as his companion inside the virtual world. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, Max and Lily found themselves surrounded by lava. Bubbling in the depths of this large cavern, the molten rock glowed brightly as it illuminated the inside of this cavern with red light. There was a small island in front of them with a creature sleeping peacefully on top of a pile of gold coins. Hey, that's... Max pointed at it, gulping nervously at the sight of this creature's unique appearance. That's a dragon, right? It was a large lizard with bright red scales and wings on its back. Its long tail ended with a spike which swayed slowly like a snake waiting to strike. As it opened its eyes, a pair of slit pupils stared at them fiercely while showing its large canines that were sharp enough to tear anything apart. Lily nodded at his question. I think so. It's not a lizard. That is a dragon. I thought so. He looked at the dragon carefully before asking, what spell do you think can kill it? I don't know. I have never fought a dragon before. Have you? I fought a behemoth, but that's when my physical ability is enhanced by the game system and I have a large weapon. Right now, I am not so sure that I can kill it with just a sword. At that moment, the dragon was fully awake after resting on its pile of gold coins and stared at them with cold eyes that caused both of them to feel uneasy. Without warning, it roared loudly. Don't get too close to Lily. Fire came out from its mouth and headed straight at Max. He moved quickly and pulled Lily by her hand to run away from the fire breath, avoiding it by a hair's breadth as he rolled on the ground together with her while the fire breath blasted through the rock wall behind them before making a loud rumbling sound that echoed throughout the cavern. Raising his head, he looked at the dragon. He noticed the dragon raised its head highly and looked down on him. The last enemy wasn't an AI-controlled boss. It was alive. That meant someone controlled it manually. And based on the voice earlier. Stone sword. He yelled loudly at the dragon, you're controlling the dragon. Max wanted to confirm it. Whether or not his feeling was right about Stonesword's new creation. That's right. There is nothing better than looking at the test result than fighting a human-controlled enemy. It was indeed Stonesword's voice. Max gritted his teeth at the shocking revelation. How petty was this guy? He planned to give them a surprise just because he seemed to have fun with Lily in the test. You're crazy. He yelled while pulling Lily behind him. I'm not. The dragon flew up above them and shot another breath of fire, which made Max rush forward and dodge it by sliding under it. A scorching heat could be felt from the attack and the air burned in front of him with a crackling sound as if it was a microwave being heated up. It was hotter than he had thought it would be. Are you afraid of a small surprise? Stonesword's voice continued again with an annoyed tone. Why are you dodging it so much? Small. Max laughed dryly. You think this is small? Entering a dragon character just to mess with them was a small surprise. Well, it might be for him. In a game, dragons usually acted as a last boss. They were extremely hard to beat and required players to cooperate with other players in a party. Only with a strong enough firepower could they deal enough damage to defeat it. Dealing with it alone was impossible, or so the game usually designed it. But here, he had Lily. Max, dodge. Lily screamed from behind him, casting an ice spell on the stone sword dragon that struck its face directly and froze it momentarily. Arg. It's cold. The dragon roared angrily as it tried to shake off the ice particles on its face off with a jerk of its head and glared at Max. Its eyes turned bloodshot and focused on his figure as he got closer to it. I will kill you. Don't be unreasonable. A claw as large as a truck swung down at Max with a fast speed. It split the wind around it apart and tore through the space in front of it, sending out a gust of wind that pushed him backward while shattering the ground into pieces from the impact of its attack. Lily immediately tried to intervene by shooting an ice bolt at it, but she failed to do anything since the ice shattered as soon as it hit the dragon's tough scale and did nothing. Max rolled on the ground backward while grunting. Pain attacked his body. He used his sword to stop the momentum and managed to stand up once more. He was slightly pissed that his dungeon date was bothered by Lily's brother. Give me buffs, Lily. Anything helps. He ordered. I will fight him directly. With Lily's answer, he jumped forward to face the dragon head-on. As he ran toward Stone Sword, his body glowed a few times as the buffs were applied. Haste, Giant Strength, Jump Boost, Evasion Boost. There were several buffs that appeared one after another which made his body look shiny as he rushed forward using the wind like a gust of green lightning. Max moved quickly and avoided all of the attacks launched by Stone Sword, dodging under the dragon's tail and claws. Due to its big size, Stone Sword could only move slowly when facing a human-sized opponent. Even if he moved quickly and punched it with his full strength, it would only destroy the surroundings. Ha ha ha, can't touch me now. Max laughed lightly while jumping in front of the dragon's face. His eyes had a hint of playfulness and taunted the dragon in front of him. The dragon was frustrated and jumped up in the air to smash Max into pieces by smashing him with its claws or stomping him to death. But Max already moved again. He swung his sword repeatedly, trying to slice at the dragon's body with his sword. Nonetheless, he could only inflict a small wound because the sword's quality was too low. At that time, he noticed Stone Sword opened its mouth wide. Don't think you can beat me easily. A lump of fire gathered inside his mouth, forming a huge fireball that turned into a powerful laser that shot out at Max like a beam cannon from science fiction movies. Max couldn't avoid it in time, so he could only raise his sword in front of him, blocking the powerful attack directly with it. When the fire met his sword, a transparent shield suddenly appeared in front of him, protecting him from the burning fire as he smirked. Ha ha ha, I got Lily protecting me. No. Stone Sword couldn't accept it. Lily. He roared as he looked at his sister who was standing away from them. If you stop protecting him, I will buy you anything you want. Lily looked at her brother with a blank gaze. She raised her staff and muttered a spell before activating it. Stone Prison. A chain of stone erupted from the ground and locked Stone Sword's body in place before entangling around its body, covering it like a cocoon and making it unable to move or use its claws to attack Max. Following that, she activated another buff. Razor Edge. With a hum, Max's sword was covered in blue light. Nice one, Lily. Max praised her and started his relentless attack on the dragon once again. His blade was glowing brighter than before as he stabbed into the dragon's neck before proceeding to slash downwards. This time, it was much easier to cut through the dragon's skin. It left a long cut that stretched from its neck to its waistline. The dragon's roar of pain echoed through the cavern, reverberating off the walls. Die for now, Stone Sword. He plunged his sword deep inside the dragon's eye socket. A thick viscous fluid flowed out from its eye and onto Max's hand while blood seeped from its mouth, which he slashed open after a brief struggle. Blood splattered across his face as he felt a heat spreading across his chest. I will see you outside, Stone Sword said before his dragon body disappeared along with the scenery around them. Max couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he stood there alone with Lily. The cave filled with lava disappeared, replaced by a greenery forest with sunlight peeking through the thick foliage overhead and brightening up the surroundings. Max found himself in a forest. Congratulations for finishing Dungeon Dive. A company op experience. Closing square bracket. Words appeared in the air. The goal was a bit absurd, though. He commented after reading it briefly before looking around again as he turned to Lily, who walked over to him. Well, now that we finished this test game, let's log out and see the result. After getting her response, he entered the menu and logged out first. He removed the helmet from his head and the capsule was opened with a mechanical sound. Unlike the usual, his sweat wasn't pouring like a waterfall. He actually only sweated a little, which surprised him when he felt the back of his hand touch his forehead to wipe it off. There wasn't even any pain or fatigue in his body after moving around inside the virtual world so much. He looked at Lily's condition and she was in a similar state. They looked at each other in confusion before a voice called them. How is the setting? Amazing, isn't it? Stone Sword grinned as he spoke with a prideful tone, looking at his sister and his partner with an expression of satisfaction. It's worth the effort installing my voice mod in the Dragon AI. Both of you showed off well. We gained important data. Now we only need to do the final setting before you can use it at home. AI. Max narrowed his eyes. The dragon was an AI. So that's an AI. Lily nodded in understanding. Yes, Stone Sword nodded his head, averting his eyes slightly. A guilty look plastered on his face. He lied. That dragon was actually himself controlling the last boss character. Not that Max would say that. If he wanted to keep it that way, then he would keep silent. Anyway, we only have some small tests left. And then, Stonesward's gaze landed at Lily. Gentleness could be felt from it. We can get you a capsule at home so you can play more often without worrying about your body. Lily returned his gaze with a smile before nodding her head slowly in agreement. Thank you, brother. Streamer Wars was approaching. 24th of July, Max and Lily returned to Lime City. Both of them were happy, excited, and nervous about the upcoming event. It was an event that brought out many streamers who would show who was the best streamer, technically, among the newbies. The vote was open today. And that made him jittery all day, unable to stay still. I believe you will at least win one nomination. If I am not wrong, you're in Rising Star, Top Newbie Streamer 2045, Top Newbie Game Streamer, Most Viewed Newbie, Best Streamed Event, and Top Donations, right? Have you posted the poll on your strike yet? Lily took his hand and held it. The question and the warmth from her hands were enough to calm him down. Yes. Max smiled and nodded. I have shared Streamer Wars post in my strike and asked my followers to vote for me. What about you? I haven't done it yet. You haven't? Yes. Why? I'm lazy. Max couldn't help but stare at Lily in a daze. She smiled at him innocently and he could only sigh in the end. The scenery outside the sky rail window changed quickly. The city buildings became shorter and shorter until it disappeared altogether. Instead, the sight of a wide plain replaced them, stretching to the horizon. They were leaving Eden City again, returning to their hometown, Lime City. Because they wanted to avoid other people, they took the private room for VIP. It cost a lot, but Stone Sword paid for it all. Max was grateful for his consideration. He could just pay it himself. Right now, he had a lot of money. However, Stone Sword refused, saying it was his responsibility to let Lily rest easy on their way home. What a troublesome brother-in-law. But well, he's way richer than me, so I will take this happily. The sky rail's speed was extremely fast. They had already left the capital city 5 minutes ago and had crossed almost 50 kilometers already. Lily leaned on his arm, holding his hand tightly and didn't say anything. Silence fell over the couple. Honestly, he quite liked it. It was very relaxing. Lily. He suddenly remembered something and looked at the girl leaning on his shoulder. She raised her head and looked at him. Her blue eyes stared straight into his and he could see her face clearly. What's wrong? No. He shook his head and smiled at her. It's nothing. I just wanted to say thank you for being here with me. For finding me in that park and being with me up until now. You make my life feel alive again. Max. Her blue eyes blinked and her thin eyebrows rose a little, surprised by his sudden thanks. Then, a smile bloomed on her face and her cheeks turned slightly red. I should be the one who thank you. Nuzzling her nose against his neck, she inhaled deeply and snuggled closer to him. No need to thank me, silly. I am your girlfriend. Isn't it natural for me to be with you? Right, it was natural. A smile blossomed on his face as he hugged her. Actually, he had a rather rare feeling since he knew she was sick. He was afraid, scared of losing her. Every time he spent time with her, he never got a moment of peace. Every moment he was with her, he couldn't help but think he didn't want her to leave his side. It would be so horrible if she left him because of the accident. Everything he did since he met her was purely driven by excitement. Never in his life he felt so excited doing something together with someone. Thank you, God or destiny or fate, for sending someone like her into my life and being my partner. Truly, God blessed him. A lot. What happened in the past felt like a nightmare when he compared it with what he had now. And he would never forget every second he spent with her. Oh yeah, Max. I actually had an idea. Lily raised her head and smiled at him brightly. How about we have a date stream? Together. Date stream. We both know how to cook and do other fun stuff like baking, puzzles, and painting. Why don't we try streaming it while doing them? And we can even add an extra spice to make it like a competition. That sounds fun. He nodded, thinking the idea was not that bad. Actually, it was a pretty good one. Until the new VR capsule came, they couldn't play games a lot. Doing an IRL stream together might be fun. And from the reality show, Couple Paradise Island they joined early this month, he knew his viewers wanted more content similar to that. They wanted to see them doing something together, having fun, and sometimes argue or bicker. It was a perfect opportunity for them to interact with each other while playing a game. Do you want to do it, Lily? Let's do it. Okay. Preparations began right after they arrived home. It was still afternoon, so they had plenty of time for streaming. The IRL stream preparation was easy. Max always had his camera and wireless microphone ready with full battery. No one knew when he decided he would do a guerrilla stream like now. Because it was an unplanned date, he chose to wear his black t-shirt, blue jeans, and a pair of sneakers. Lily chose her simple white t-shirt and blue jeans, which looked good with her figure. This is exciting. She chuckled lightly and leaned against his arm, staring at the hologram screen in the air and seeing their own reflection. Right now, they were in the park where they usually met and jogged together before, sitting on the bench while preparing their stream. It was a perfect spot to start their date. They could see people running around, children playing around, couples walking while holding hands, and other stuff they could do. Yes, very exciting. He laughed, smiling as his eyes stared at the screen. He was doing the last check for his stream. The title was ready, and the description was ready. The tags were set correctly. Everything was ready. All right, are you ready? Yes. Okay. Here we go. Max pressed the Start Stream button. A beep sound resounded in their ears and a video began to appear on their stream. Livestream starts. Good afternoon, everyone. He smiled at the camera. Breeze here. As you can see, I am in the park. And I have a special guest. The camera moved slightly, showing Lily leaning on his arm. Good afternoon. She greeted the audience. Her face was close to the camera, looking very cute and innocent. When she waved her hand shyly, the chat immediately broke down. Lily. Hello. I have voted for you. Ooh. IRL stream today. Just what we need. Are you going to talk about streamer wars, Breeze? Lovely Otter has donated 500 diamonds. Good afternoon, Breeze. I have voted for you. Everyone, don't forget to vote for Breeze. Link on his strike. Thank you, Otter. And yes, I will talk about streamer wars a little today, but that's not the main topic. We will just go around places and have fun today. And you guys can enjoy it with us. Lily added and made a peace sign with her hand. The chat continued to be stormed by viewers. So cute. Lily is so cute. I want to eat her. I love you, Lily. My eyes hurt. She's so bright. So, what do you two plan for today? A date. Bloodsucker has donated 1,000 diamonds. Finally, some content I can edit normally. I deserve paid leave. Reading Bloodsucker's chat, Max scoffed and raised his chin. What paid leave? I always paid you extra every time there was a special event. I know. I love you, Breeze. Everyone bullied Bloodsucker again. He was the only guy who received this treatment. No one was as brazen and as courageous as the famous wannabe vampire/editor. After getting a good laugh, Max decided to move. Ahahaha. Good. Let's go, Lily. We have a lot to do. They left the bench and entered the park with the camera following them. People recognized them. Most of them were his fans, and some others were Lily's fans. They asked to take picture with them, which he happily agreed to. Cheese. Click. After walking for a while, Lily suddenly stopped and looked at a certain place. Max followed her gaze and saw a stand selling ice cream. Ice cream? He asked. Let's try that. All right. With his hand holding hers, Max walked to the ice cream stand. Excuse me. Can we get 2 ice creams? Sure. The clerk was a young girl. She seemed to recognize them and became nervous upon seeing him. What flavor do you want? I think I want chocolate. What about you, Lily? Me too. Chocolate please. Oh okay. The clerk turned around to grab some ice cream. However, her hands trembled and she dropped the cone in her hand. Ah. Whoa. With a good reflex, Max quickly caught the ice cream before it fell on the ground. His movement was quick and smooth, like an athlete. Phew. Safe. He sighed in relief and looked up. I will take this one. Thank you. Yes. I'm sorry. What the heck did we see? He is so fast. Amazing. Is that even humanly possible? The chat reacted to his speed. No one expected him to be able to catch a falling ice cream cone with his bare hand. It was something impossible unless your reflex was honed. The clerk apologized to him, bowing her head in embarrassment. She quickly took 2 cones and filled them with ice cream. You don't need to apologize. It happens, okay. Yes. Thank you. After receiving the ice creams, he paid for them and left the stand. Chocolate is delicious. Lily commented, eating her ice cream happily. Max nodded his head in agreement. Yeah, this one is really good. A sweet and cold ice cream in a hot day was truly a refreshing experience. Nothing beat the sensation of eating an ice cream in a hot day, especially in this hot weather. As they were about to leave, the chat suddenly sent a notification. What is that? Is that what I think it is? Look, the news is streaming about streamer wars. Max quickly moved his eyes to the holographic screen. Right at the corner of the screen, the news stream was playing the newest update about streamer wars. The news is live. He pointed at the corner of the screen. It seems we can see the result of the temporary voting. Lily moved her gaze to the corner of the screen. She saw the news stream showing the top nominees for streamer wars. And as they waited, a name popped out from the list. He did it. Breeze got nominated. Yay. Breeze. Top newbie. Best new streamer. Breeze. You did it. Streamer of the year. The chat exploded into celebration and praises. His name was included in the top 3 of all categories he was nominated for. Holy. Even he couldn't believe what he saw. His heart was filled with elation and excitement. He looked at Lily and smiled, hugging her tightly in happiness. I am in the top 3 in all of them. I actually made it, Lily. Lily smiled happily and nodded her head. Her face was filled with a blissful smile. I am happy for you. She raised her ice cream and pointed at the screen. Let's eat more ice cream to celebrate. Ha. Let's do that. And guys, thank you for the support. Keep voting for Breeze, okay? Will do. I will make sure you will win at least one category. I want more of your date stream. Hey, I guess you do need us. I will ask my girlfriend to vote for you. Carrot, do you even have a girlfriend? Don't act as if you're not in Maidenless group, leader. Yeah, leader. Stop dreaming. Maidenless group laughed at their leader while the rest cheered. They celebrated their victory while finishing their ice cream. It was only temporary, but it was still something worth celebrating for. And it wouldn't be complete without a dance. I will show you guys my happy dance. With his ice cream finished, he began dancing in the public. It looked awkward when compared to his choreography with Lily at her concert, making everyone laugh and mock him. Still, happy dance was happy dance. No need to be embarrassed with it. Hey, dance, Breeze. Dance. The crowd cheered and laughed as he danced around like a clown. Woah, look at that. It's a happy dance. Ha. Breeze. The audience was having fun seeing him dancing around. And Lily wasn't an exception. She laughed and clapped her hands while watching his silly dance. Phew. That's a good dance. He finished his happy dance and turned to Lily. Let's go, Lily. Let's continue our date. After their date ended, Max stopped the livestream and returned to their apartment. Lily had a sudden idea of a new song and decided to stay in the living room to compose. As for him, he had gotten slightly bored from staying out for a while. And he also felt itching for an action. Guess I should do an online game. It has been a while. Max logged into the VR world and appeared inside his personal space. Sitting under the large tree, he browsed for any interesting or new games he could play. Let's see. Is there a game about guns? I feel nostalgic with guns and everything. Maybe I should play Battle Royale right now. That's a good game for releasing stress, though. Max was indecisive. He didn't know what to play. However, He felt that he wanted to go crazy against many people at once. He played some battle royale games in his past life as well as playing the defensive battle royale, Roach Planet. Well, let's go with the battle royale one. I like fighting with swords, but I want to play with an old school gun. Roach Planet makes me feel like holding a gun. Battle royale game was popular. There were plenty of genres, starting from the standard survival game with guns, swords, magic, etc., to the futuristic one that involved hoverboard, jetpack, and other cool stuff. Let's try this one, Gun Battlers. He decided to play a classic battle royale game with guns. The game he chose was one of the popular games that had many players in the early stage of its release. Alright, there are 10 characters to choose from, each with its own specialty equipment. One can heal, one can disappear, reminding me of a certain PC game from the past. The 10 characters available in this game were unique. One could heal others with a syringe. One could buff his speed with a drink. One could poison his enemy by throwing a vial. And many more. After watching its game preview, Max bought and downloaded it to his VR system. The character design is good. This is going to be a lot of fun. He opened the game and looked at his character options, so he can do solo and squad mode. The solo mode has 60 players at once, and the squad mode has 20 teams composed of 4 players at once. Okay, let's go with solo mode first. But before that, he needed to set his livestream. Humming happily, he began streaming with the title, "Let the Massacre Begin. Boom boom pow. #gun-battlers #battle royale #1. When he read it again, he thought it was good enough and started the stream immediately. His loyal viewers gathered after a few seconds and welcomed him. Damn, 2 streams in a day. Heya, Breeze. Ah, this one. Oh, you're playing another game. Isn't that Gun Battlers? Breeze. Are you serious? You're going to play a battle royale. Max chuckled at the sight of the chat. He always had fun chatting with his viewers. And now that he was streaming games again, the chat was full of them. Hello, everyone. He greeted. Yes. Don't stream snipe me, okay. I will find and target you if you do. A theatrical laugh followed after his statement. Just kidding. Of course, I won't do that. I will stream normally. But if you decide to join my stream, then prepare yourself. You better start moving around or run when I enter your area. The chat began to storm again. This is going to be fun. Hey, we can use this stream to test our skills. I want to play now. Breeze. I am in. Battle Royale EH. This is going to be fun. Alright, everyone. Are you ready? He started the game. Blue light covered his body and he entered the game lobby. Due to the game nature, the lobby looked as if he were in a space station. He could see people in different suits, chatting with each other while waiting to enter the battle. Whoa, there are many players here. He looked around. In a glance, he could see over 100 people, including him. It's a famous game, so it's normal there are a lot of people here. Is it? Yes. It's one of the best battle royale game right now. In the esports scene, Gun Battlers also has a lot of active players. Okay, then, let's just join a game. The game he joined was solo with 60 players. He joined just before the timer ended. What? I got a matchmaking immediately. That was unexpected. He was supposed to wait for a while before the next match began. He had no choice but to join immediately. Wow, this game is really famous, huh? He said with a light sigh. Alright, then. Let's do a little test and see how I fare in this game. Match start. 3, 2, 1, start. The announcement echoed inside his ears. The moment it ended, he was suddenly transported into a dark space. A window appeared in front of him with a ding. Choose your character. 10 icons floated in the air. They were characters that could be chosen as your avatar in the game. Each one had its own unique ability. Let's see. He scanned them and decided to choose the male character with red hair. His name was Luke, and his ability was to slow down time for 2 seconds. Even if it was mentioned that the ability was to slow down time, it was actually making the character move faster for 2 seconds. It was a unique ability. He looks like a badass. Let's try him. He tapped the icon and the character was applied to his body. He was wearing a red shirt with a leather jacket, blue jeans, and red boots. The design was similar to a punk rocker or a biker. Once he chose it, his body was covered in light and he was transformed into the character. Luke, can't say that I am surprised. He chose something normal this time. I expected him using Guro or Minturu. Guro and Minturu were characters with pretty unique abilities. They were hard to use and required high skill. And since Max didn't have a lot of experience playing this game, he chose the most basic character that could be easily controlled. As he talked with his viewers, the countdown began. It showed 10 on the screen and slowly counted down. Alright, then, let's see. After the timer reached 0, the black space vanished and a scene of the vast grassland appeared. A city with destroyed buildings was far away, surrounded by wasteland with dust rising to the sky. The sky was dark and dirty, and the atmosphere felt gritty. Whoa! This is the battle arena. This is huge. The size was twice bigger than Roach Planet. And the map looked so realistic and alive. He could see some birds flying in the sky while a herd of cows eating grass not too far from where he landed. He couldn't believe it was a game. Whoa, the map is Wasteland. Damn, this is nice. The wasteland this time is really well made. From the minimap shown, it seems there are plenty of hiding places. It will be hard for Breeze. I only started with a knife, The weapons will be in boxes hidden on the map. I will need to find them and use them. He thought as he opened the map through a device on his waist and looked around. Let's see. I need to get my gun first. Let's just run. With a light jog, he ran through the grassland. First of all, his goal was to get a weapon or a vest to protect himself. Being barehanded in a gun battle was the same as seeking your own death. The game began with all players entering the map. Each of them landed in different areas and began looking for weapons to survive. These weapons were inside some boxes one could find either in the wilder houses. However, mostly better boxes would be located inside a large building, so that was what Max was trying to find. After running for a while, he finally saw a large destroyed building. A broken train was parked there. It was an abandoned train station. There should be weapons here. Abandoned train stations were usually where he would find weapons. It was common in battle royale games like this. Let's see. If I were a weapon box, where would I hide? Nowhere. Box can't move by itself. Here is a box, Breeze. Take it. You won't be able to find it that way lol. Yes, it can't move. That's why I am looking for it. He walked slowly. His eyes swept across the abandoned station, looking for any sign of weapon or the box itself. There it is. Sitting at the corner of the station was a large box. It was slightly bigger than normal and had a logo of the game. This should have some good weapons inside. Let's check it out. Max walked toward it. As he got closer, the box was covered in light and opened itself. Whoa, what's that? Ooh, it opened. So cool. Inside the box, there were 2 weapons and some items. One was a shotgun and another was an assault rifle. Max immediately took both of them and examined it. These 2 look nice. He checked the ammo on the gun. Okay, they're full. I can fight with these. There is also spare ammo and a backpack. Okay, I am ready. 2 weapons in one go is pretty lucky. You got a full set, Out of all weapons, you got a shotgun that suits your playstyle. How lucky. Max didn't respond to the chat. Instead, he wore the backpack, putting the items inside, and grabbed the gun before walking away. The shotgun was slung over his shoulder while he held the rifle in hand, ready to fire. Let's just stay low for now. I need to see the map first. Max left the train station and found a hill. He decided to go up and see the surroundings. After arriving on top of the hill, he found a place that could be used as a hideout. This place should be good enough to use. Now, where are the enemies? He checked the minimap once again. It showed him where he was right now and the places that could be used as hiding places. There were 60 other players, so the place would be filled with them soon. Okay, the scan should begin soon. The number on the corner of the screen began to decrease as time passed. It was a timer that counted down when the scan started. Once the countdown ended, a line appeared on the minimap, moving across the map as if it was scanning the entire area. Oh, there are so many players around me. Max frowned when the number of the enemies appeared on the map, especially those close to him. There are 27 people in the forest and 14 people in the city direction. There are also some here and there, huh? He saw a lot of enemies in the minimap, but there were only 40 people. Maybe there are other players outside the scan area. The minimap only shows 40 people, after all. Or maybe 20 people had been eliminated already. Should I go to the enemy's location or should I stay here? I kind of want to kill and loot. It's still early for you to fight, Breeze. Go for the ones in the city. There will be less resistance there. There are so many enemies in the forest, just run. It will be harder for you to win in the forest because you can only use shotgun and assault rifle. Let's go to the city, Breeze. Let's go to the city. Max looked at the chat before deciding to head to the city. He felt that he could survive better in the city where he could move from roof to roof. Not to mention, there might be better weapons there as well. Don't worry guys. From what I see, those in the forests are about to go to the city too. There will be a lot of gunfights there. You can watch it. He chuckled as he walked through the wasteland. I need to be careful about snipers and spotters though. I need to avoid them at all costs, he said as he jumped over a pile of rubbles. Then, he continued toward the city area while keeping himself under everyone's radar, using some destroyed wall to hide from a possible sniper. And as he reached the entrance of the city, there is a gunfight happening here. A loud sound of gunfire was heard. A few hundred meters from where he was right now, there were players engaging in a gun battle. From the sound alone, it seemed like a large fight broke out after the scan finished. They are all in the open. It seems no one is using a sniping rifle there. The battle was being fought in an open field with a destroyed building nearby. Some of them even used a vehicle for cover. Max watched from behind a building, looking around before sneaking toward the battlefield. He climbed one of the destroyed buildings and hid in the dark. There are two people out there, one behind a destroyed car and one behind that wall. They're guns. Or rifles, right? I can't see them clearly. The enemies were in the open. No one noticed him, but it was only a matter of time before someone did. There were two choices that he could choose right now. Hide or fight. He made his decision soon as he heard a ding. Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Fight, coward. Reward. 5,000 diamonds. Ooh. Bloodsucker strike again. Lol. I bet Breeze want to hide but this will stop him. Fight. 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 Kya. Bloodsucker, you know Breeze so well. What if he doesn't have any good weapons? Well, I guess Breeze can't run now. You little. He sighed with a smirk on his face and shook his head. Fine, I am in need of better weapons and ammos anyway. Let me kill them real quick. Having said that, he began to climb the destroyed house he was in. He ran on the wall and jumped to a window before climbing up to the roof. There was an open rooftop. It looked as if it was destroyed by something and the floor was cracked. Perfect. He moved toward the edge of the roof and leaned down, looking at the ground and saw one of the enemies. He was hiding behind a wall, reloading an assault rifle while checking the other enemy's location. Max looked around and found that the one fighting the guy was slowly approaching where he hid. It seemed he was about to be found and targeted. He checked his weapons and made a plan. This is going to be a quick and simple fight. Alright, here we go. Max jumped down from the roof while pulling the trigger. The shotgun fired and hit the enemy, destroying his vest before killing him. The other guy couldn't believe what happened. He was so close to finding and killing his enemy and out of the blue, a person came falling from the sky and shot his opponent. Following that, Max rolled on the ground and quickly rushed toward the confused opponent. He gave the guy no time to react and raised his shotgun. Bam! Another shot was fired, destroying his vest before his head exploded into bits of meat. Phew. Mission completed. 5,000 diamonds have been donated. He sighed as he turned his shotgun around. The smoking end was pointed down and he slung it over his shoulder. Alright, there should be more players coming soon. I should loot them before another player arrives. With that, Max crouched near the two corpses and began to loot their bodies. Amazing. That movement was just. Chef KISS. No one expected that. Lol the opponent's face when he dropped from the sky. He's not a god but he dropped from the sky lol. There's only some assault rifle ammo and 3 bandages I can take from these guys. But this guy's rifle is better than mine, I guess I will swap it. Max changed his rifle with the enemies and wore his new vest on top of the old one. He found that the vest had more defense than the default one he wore even though it was damaged. After looting everything, he moved away from the bodies and hid in the abandoned building to the side, waiting for any incoming enemies. And he waited. And waited. 5 minutes had passed without him seeing anyone. The scan will start again. He took out the terminal and checked the minimap. I wonder how many players are left. The scan started again. The number of enemies around him was getting smaller and smaller. It seemed a lot of people died and there were only around 20 players left in the map. Ignoring the players away from him, he began to search for those that appeared close to his location. Let's see. There are 3 people in the city area. The others are in the wasteland, forests, and, what is this? A lone player is in the middle of the map, huh? What's he doing there? It was weird, but not important. What he should focus on was the players around his area. They probably noticed his presence too but couldn't pinpoint where he was because he was hiding. There might be a sniper among them. From the location shown, one of them was in a tall building over there. Another one is on the street while another one is in the building opposite to where I am hiding. Shit. Unlucky. He had to move stealthily, which meant he couldn't use his shotgun. He didn't have any silencer, so the gun would make a lot of noise that would attract the other players, including the sniper. Well, let's just play safe. He kept the shotgun on his back and switched to his assault rifle, which he took from the first guy he killed. Max walked through the dark abandoned building. He went to the nearest window on the top floor without being seen and waited like a predator. Now, who will die first? He stared at the minimap intently, waiting for any change on it. And then, he heard gunshots from the location near him. The battle began. A smile bloomed on his face. All right then, let me kill some more. Max moved out of the building, checking the surroundings to see if there were any other players. After making sure there were none, he began to run toward the battlefield. There is an enemy near me. The other one is further away from me. None of them are fighting. They probably want to stall until there are fewer players. Risking oneself to kill other players was stupid. No one would do that, which was why they would wait and let the enemies fight among themselves. It was smarter to be careful, especially in the game where survival was everything. It was better to risk a number 1 or number 2 position in a 1v1 instead of trying to lower the player's number by killing them while risking your own life. Max didn't need to do that. He was a streamer, and his job was to make his viewers like his livestream. Coincidentally, he knew what his viewers loved the most. Violence. Should we kill them one by one? Or should we do it at once? I don't think the latter is a good idea, though. I prefer to hide until there is only one enemy left. He asked the chat and they replied immediately. No. Go for it, Breeze. Fight both of them at once. Let the slaughter begin. Yay. Kill them, Breeze. Ahaha. As you wish. He smiled and looked around, searching for a way to get behind the enemies. He looked at his surroundings and found a broken fence he could climb to reach the rooftop. After checking the map once again to make sure there was no enemy around him, he walked to the broken fence and began climbing up. From there, he entered the nearby building and hid, waiting for any sounds he could use as a clue. A few moments later, he heard 2 people walking on the street. Their footsteps rang from a different direction, inseparable by his building. One of them on the left had heavier steps. Max guessed he was carrying a heavy weapon or armor, and the other one had light steps, perhaps with only a vest and a gun. Heavy one on the right. Light one on the left. They are walking on the street from different directions. In a minute, they will meet each other. Max said with a smile as he checked his gun, should we go out and greet them? Or should we shoot them from here? He asked his chat again. Fight, fight, fight. Greet them. No, use the roof. Drop on them. Jump. Hey. Alright, then. The chat had decided. Jumping on them from the roof was actually Max's choice as well. His lips curled into a wicked smile as he moved up and walked toward the roof entrance, careful of not making any noise. When he arrived at the top of the building, he moved slowly toward the edge and looked down, waiting for the enemies to come closer. The best time to surprise them would be when they were locked in a battle, right before they noticed his presence. The footsteps became louder and louder before it came in a halt with a sharp sound. Whoosh! Ack! Sharp cries rang and Max ducked immediately. He recognized the source of that sharp sound. A sniper. He hissed as he hid his entire body from view. Shit. Where did it come from? There were too many buildings around him, making the sound echoing. He also couldn't see a tall hill or mountain nearby. So the sniper must be hiding in one of the buildings. Close or far, Max didn't really know. Shit, I am not dealing with a sniper. The other person that Max was about to attack ran in the opposite direction after realizing the sniper's presence. He used the buildings as cover while running away. Surprisingly, the man wasn't shot by the sniper yet, which was why Max was convinced the sniper was aiming at him. Most probably, a stream sniper or someone who recognized him. Should we get down and hide? He asked the chat. That would be boring. Let's go down, but not to hide. Get your shotgun ready. There might be other players here. As usual, they wanted to see more action. Getting out right now would be dangerous. The sniper was still out there, so he would be in trouble if he went out without any preparation. Do I have any smoke grenades? He thought as he took out the backpack and searched through its content. He found no grenade at all, which sucked. I have no other choice but to wait for the next scan. At least allow me to do that, guys. The chat replied with a yes. Okay. That would be boring. Alright. You guys really like to see me suffer. He laughed lightly. Okay, then. I will wait for a while. Max changed his position and hid in a dark place. His eyes were glued on the minimap and his gun at the ready. And as he was waiting, Ratatata, ratata, gunshots were heard again. Players began to fight as the map became smaller and smaller. The edge of the map was almost gone. And at the same time, the scan started. Okay, here I go. The number on the minimap was 9. It had decreased by a few players in a few minutes, surprising him. He looked at the minimap to find the players close to him. Only 2 dots appeared, and they were pretty apart from each other. One is the person running earlier, and the moving dot is the sniper, I think. He's changing his position now. Raising his head slowly, Max looked at the other buildings around him. Based on the scan, the sniper was hiding in the direction where the sun was shining the most. Hey, I think I can find him easily. He chuckled lightly as he held his gun. Following that, he vaulted over the roof, landing on the building opposite to where the sniper was hiding. He hid in the shadow of the roof, keeping himself away from the sniper's sight. The sun is behind the sniper's location. I am having trouble looking at his building thanks to that, making it a perfect spot to hide his muzzle flash. My enemy this time seems to be Smurf, guys. And you know what we will do against him, no? Said the biggest Smurf ever. Right, anything you say, Breeze. Breeze. Let's kill Smurf. At the same time, he destroyed all newbies in every games he joined. Oh, shut up. Max moved quietly toward the edge and leaned down, hiding himself. His eyes stared at the sniper's direction. For now, I will find his position and attack him with my shotgun. The sniper's gunfire was the most dangerous. The bullet would arrive before the sound and they could penetrate through the thin wall or other obstacles. That was why Max had to be careful and make sure he didn't get shot. There should be another way for me to approach the sniper without him noticing. Jumping from one roof to another isn't an option, and running blindly will only make me a running target. I need to move stealthily. Pushing his back against the wall, he grinned at the camera following him. I guess it's time to become a ninja. He crouched and sneaked around the ground, hiding behind many scattered boxes and destroyed cars on the road. He did his best to keep himself away from the sniper's view while also making sure he kept an eye on the minimap. Soon, he reached the building where the sniper hid. Max took out his shotgun and climbed to the top. After he arrived at the roof entrance, he leaned on the wall and turned the knob. Click. The door creaked as he opened it and a soft wind greeted him. His eyes narrowed and he scanned his surroundings before stepping in slowly. He moved his gun, pointing it at the ground and moved quietly. The place looked normal, but something was wrong. Where is he? The minimap shows the sniper is still on the top floor. Did he see me? He whispered, looking around, or maybe he moved already. In that case, you're right, I am here. A voice rang. The next moment, Max heard something rolling toward him. His eyes widened and he jumped to the side as a grenade rolled across the ground. Boom! A loud explosion occurred. The building shook and Max covered himself from the shrapnels with his gun. Shit, a grenade. He couldn't believe it. The sniper just threw a grenade at him, even though he had a gun with him. If he shot him without warning, he would have died immediately. But, Max knew why the enemy did that. Dust that rose from the ground was making it hard to see. A shadow slowly approached him, holding a long-barreled rifle in his hand. There you are. The sniper raised his gun, pointing the muzzle right in front of Max's face. Slowly, the shadow cleared, and the sniper's face could be seen. Hee hee, I guess I will get a win from you this time, Breeze. Fucking hell. Why are you in this game, Flexi? It's Flexi. Lol, what's the chance? It's so funny. So he's in this lobby too. Isn't Flexi a high rank in this game? How can he play together with Breeze? Season reset, bruh. It's been a long time since Flexi played. An orange hair and orange suit that was similar to a sunset. The identity of the sniper was none other than his best friend, Flexi. He was holding an assault rifle with his finger on the trigger, grinning like a fox. Ahaha, why would I not be here, Breeze? Flexi laughed as he raised his weapon in victory. It's a coincidence. I streamed for a few hours already and when I was about to log out, I saw your name logging in this game, so I thought that I would play one last game just to show off, but look here. We're in the same lobby. What a coincidence, isn't it? I am so happy, Breeze. Quote. Max was speechless. His friend was the sniper. Why didn't he shoot him the moment he stepped into the building? I don't know what to say. So you want to harass me and make me think my life is in danger. It's funny, isn't it? The orange-haired streamer laughed loudly. It's not every day that I am able to have revenge against you. Just think of this as a payback for what you did in that horror game. With that, Flexi pointed his sniper against Max again, his hand in the trigger ready to shoot anytime. His lips curled up into a playful grin. Well then, Breeze. Goodbye. Fuck. The trigger was pulled. A shot rang out. In the lobby of gun battlers, Max sat across from Flexi, who laughed merrily. The game had ended with another player being the winner as Flexi was dead from the zone after killing him. What could he say about it? A humiliation, perhaps. The fuck are you doing in this game, Flexi? Max asked the same question again with his hand resting on his forehead. Flexi laughed with his arms stretched on the table between them. He raised a glass of Coke and drank it. I already told you why, didn't I? It's a coincidence. I was about to log out when I saw your name in the lobby. So, I decided to join and mess with you. Fucking hell. You're so lucky, aren't you? Max was a bit annoyed with his friend's presence. To think he would play this game was not something he expected at all. He should have checked Punch to see who streamed before he jumped into the game. Again, that wasn't possible with the way things were going on right now. He just randomly chose this game because he wanted to play a classic battle royale game after so long. Of course, I am lucky. Flexi laughed happily and raised his glass. I even managed to get a win against you. It's been a long time, hasn't it? The last time I beat you in a game is, what? You never beat me even once. Max smirked and pointed at him, and you won't in the future. You're just lucky I didn't expect you to be there. It caught me off guard for a second. Flexi was a friend of his for so long, and they played many games together. Even when he was still a noob, he always managed to win against him. And it still hadn't changed. Not that they had many chances to go against each other. When he thought about it again, they were always teammates, from the Knight's Journey Challenge to Roach Planet. They didn't play solo much, which was why they didn't have any chance to go against one another. You're so full of yourself right now. But well, it's normal since you got chosen for almost all newbie awards in Streamer Wars. Flexi said, smiling softly, I voted for you already. And guys, vote for Breeze in Streamer Wars. If he wins, he will take me to the most expensive steakhouse. So I am counting on you to vote for him. Who would do that? Max retorted with a laugh, when did I ever promise you that? I didn't remember making such a promise. But you will, right? I won't believe you if you say you will not. Flexi winked at the camera. His playful smile was directed at Max. You bastard, I never said that. He pointed his finger at Flexi, and stop using your finger to point at me, you prick. I don't have anything to eat with you, and I won't take you to the steakhouse if I win. I am planning to celebrate it at a special place if I win. No fun. But you will invite all your friends, right? Well, that's. He didn't finish his sentence because he was slightly embarrassed saying it out loud. But his viewers noticed that. Look at him, lol. You better invite us, Breeze. Yeah, invite us too, Breeze. Shut up, guys. I will stream it if I win, so you better vote for me. The chat moved so fast with, yeah, and, naturally, appearing constantly. Max smiled and nodded his head. He then turned to Flexi and said, all right, Flexi. What will you do after this? I have nothing planned. I will go to sleep early. I am feeling sleepy already, haha. Flexi chuckled and took his glass again. What about you? Will you stream more? Yeah, probably. I think I will play more. That was only my first game and I plan to continue until Lily calls me. We will have to prepare some stuff for the Streamer Wars. Good luck, then. I am so tired after playing games all day long. I don't want to stream anymore. I will just go to sleep. Sure, you can go. See you around, Breeze. Flexi stood up with his glass in hand. He raised it, saying, drink with me. All right. Max did the same and raised his glass. Both of them downed their drink and let out a sigh before walking out of the lobby. Let's see each other again when you're free, Flexi. Sure thing. After answering him, Flexi disappeared from his sight. His body faded and his avatar slowly turned into a string of code, dissipating into nothingness. Max also left the cafe he was in and looked for another matchmaking. Let's play once more. I don't think I have much time left today as I only play to wait for Lily to finish composing her new song. He said to his viewers, let's take first place this time. Are you sure you can do it? Taking first place in your second game will be hard, no. Just play for fun, Breeze. It's already good that you killed some guy. Go for it, Breeze. Are you sure you can take first place? Max was slightly annoyed by their remarks. How could they not trust him when he said he would take first place? He just didn't do it because he didn't want to show off, but now he was in the mood for it. Of course I can. You will see me taking first place. Sure you will. Let's see you trying. Alright, guys. Time to hunt some Smurf. After waiting for a good minute, Max finally found the next match. Countdown appeared and the screen faded into black before he entered the waiting room. A black curtain covered the area. Soon, the curtain would be lifted and he would be dropped into the game. What weapon should I choose? I wonder what's good in this game. As a newbie, that information was limited to him. All he knew was that there were rarity to weapons. The higher the rarity was, the better the attachment was. Usually, it decreased recoil or hid a muzzle flash, something that gave a player some kind of advantage. However, even with the lowest rarity weapon, a player could still win without any problem. After all, there was no increased damage or anything like that. Let's do a rifle and shotgun just like before. It suits my style better than a sniper or a SMG, so I think I will be fine. Rifle for a long range and shotgun for a short range. No matter where he was on the map, he would be able to attack with those two weapons. Finding a rifle would be easy as it was the weapon that spawned the most in the box, but a shotgun was a bit harder. The game only had 3 types of shotguns with different damage and accuracy, so getting the good one would be hard. Alright, let's choose Luke again. The best character Max played as before was Luke, and he chose him again this time. He didn't need to pick any character with good skill. When he comforted Flexi, he forgot to use the skill to slow down time. It was useless to him before as he didn't really need it. Now that I think about it, that guy used his skill to win against me, huh? How petty. A veteran player should know better than to use it on a newbie. True. Flexi is known for being a kind player in many games. I am sure he was just joking. I think he just wanted to show off. Using a skill like that is nothing to him. He used it often to play pranks on Breeze in Knight's Journey. It's not surprising if he used it here too. Max chuckled lightly when he heard his chat's remarks. They knew Flexi the best. And since the two of them played many games together, Flexi must have been so bored that he used the skill to win. Well, it's fine. I will let him have a laugh this time. Next time we meet, I will put a bullet between his eyes. He said with a chuckle. And his body was covered in light. Once he landed, his character was transformed and he appeared as the Luke character with a different clothing style. He appeared in an urban area this time, near a half-destroyed building. Looking around, he picked up some footsteps in the distance and narrowed his eyes. I have to move soon. Having thought that, he immediately ran into the building without thinking a second time. There were some characteristics in a battle royale game. Max had watched some similar games, and he learned a thing or two from it. The first one was that players seldom spawned in areas like the desert or somewhere with less buildings. There might only be 1 or 2, but they would be few compared to the other areas. Secondly, the bigger the city or an urban area, the more players would be there. And when Max checked his terminal, he found out he spawned right in the middle of the map, at the biggest city that would become the last battlefield. I don't know whether I am lucky or not with my spawn area. He grumbled as he approached the weapon chest he saw on the first floor. If I get a shotgun in this chest, then I will think that I am lucky. Goddess of RNG, I beg you. He prayed and opened the box. The weapon inside was an assault rifle with a suppressor attached. He wasn't sure what the gun was, but he didn't care much about it. It had a suppressor attached to it, so he could use it for stealthy attack. There was also a grenade and 3 clips of its magazines, totaling 90 ammos. His lips curled up into a smile. He was lucky. Okay, let's go up. Max decided to go to the rooftop. He thought it was a perfect place to find people from afar. With weapons ready in a good position, Max began his rat play. He moved from roof to roof while waiting for a person to arrive. And that came soon. There are 2 players over there. He spotted 2 shadows moving on the ground. They were moving carefully, hiding behind some vehicle to find their target. It was the best time to ambush them. Max switched to his rifle, with suppressor attached, and aimed. He also took out a grenade, ready to use at any time. Then, he eyed the 2 players in the distance, waiting for the perfect opportunity to kill them. One has a pistol and the other has a rifle. The one with a pistol is on the right while the other one is on the left. He thought while looking through the scope. His eyes narrowed as he kept the rifle on the rifle guy. If I kill the rifle guy first, the pistol guy would be confused and stop moving. I should kill him when he's still in shock. Or he could wait for the other one to get closer. Max thought of that possibility, but it would be hard to take them down before they began to fire. And if he missed his shot, he would be in trouble as he was too far from them to aim properly. I guess I will take the rifle guy down. He took a deep breath, put the muzzle in his shoulder, and fired. PSH. A quiet sound of a bullet being fired rang as it was covered by the suppressor. Quote ? Quote. The rifle guy's body staggered backward before he fell with a thud. A dead sign appeared on top of its body. A clean headshot. 1 down. Max then pointed his gun at the pistol guy, who was still shocked. He was so confused that he didn't even notice his partner was killed. But that didn't last long. The pistol guy came back to his sense when the sound of his enemy's body hit the ground. He turned around with his gun raised, and immediately met with a bullet. Quote, exclamation mark, quote. The enemy's face was covered in blood before his body fell backward with a thud. A pool of blood began to spread around his head. Phew. Max let out a sigh and pulled his gun away. He then jumped on the roof next to him. Now, where are the others? 2 players just like that. The old breeze is back. I was starting to wonder where you are. There are still more players. There should be another battle happening right now. I can hear faint gunshots. Max nodded his head as he listened to his chat. I heard it too. It came from that direction. He looked at the direction where the sound came from. There were no other players nearby, so he decided to check it out. He ran on top of a roof and jumped to another while making sure he made as little sound as possible. It would be bad if he alerted other players nearby. The sound was getting louder the closer he got to the source of it. After some running, he finally saw 2 people fighting each other. They were in the middle of a gun battle with a sniper in a building and another one hiding in the alley. Both were exchanging fire while keeping their distance, using a car and a wall as their cover. The sniper is hiding behind a wall while the other one is hiding behind the car. They look pretty busy with each other. I might as well take them out. Max decided to join the fun. Okay, let's kill one of them first. Because I am closer to the sniper, and it's possible to reach that place, I will kill him first. 3 floors higher, and he said it's possible to reach it. Not to mention there is no good cover for him to hide. Breeze, what if you fall? You don't believe in me, huh? I am pretty good at parkour. Max smiled and jumped over a roof. Alright. I will reach the sniper first, and when I am near enough to get a clear shot, I will kill him. That's going to be so cool. It's going to be a long fall. I wonder how he will die. Quote. Moving toward the building where the sniper hid, Max jumped on it and began to climb. He used windows, pipes, and walls as his footing. When he reached the 6th floor where the sniper was, he hid himself from the enemy's sight and checked his gun. He only had a total of 67 ammos left after killing the last 2 players. It should be enough to finish the battle. He nodded and took out a pistol. Now, let's see what I should do here. Max peeked through a hole in the wall and looked at the sniper's position. The enemy had his back on him, not noticing his presence at all. He waited for the perfect timing to strike. The best timing would be when the 2 players were still busy shooting at each other. They couldn't help but pay attention to their target, which would make them an easy prey for him. Okay, now, after making sure the timing was right, Max pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-ta. PSH. The sniper's head exploded and he fell backward. Blood splattered across the wall and a sign, "Dead," appeared on top of his body. Max immediately checked the body to loot the sniper rifle. It was a basic one. And from the player's body, he took a grenade and 3 clips of 5 sniper bullets each, totaling to 15. A basic sniper rifle with a scope and 15 sniper ammos. There is nothing inside the chamber, as I waited for him to reload earlier. But I can use this. I have no second weapon in me, anyway. This will do. After looting the dead sniper, he looked at the player in the alley. The player peeked from his cover to look at the sniper's body. His eyes were filled with confusion, as if he didn't know what to do now. Now, should I kill you or? Battle Royale was a game that could be won solo and without any equipment. It depended on the player's ability and how well they could adapt to the situation. The next scan was close, so engaging in a battle now would be foolish. Let's wait until the scan. There should be another player coming soon. Max said with a smile on his face. He took out his terminal and waited. Before long, the next scan was started and the minimap appeared. A line passed the map, showing dots of other players. There are 5 of them. Max saw 5 dots near him, 3 on the right and 2 on the left. He couldn't see their position because they were too far from him, but he was sure they would move to the city area after the scan. And to make things even better, all of them were in a place where he could snipe them easily. Am I blessed now? Or is my viewers' luck rubbing on me? He grinned and took out his sniper. All right then, I will take them all down. Let's see if I can take first place. Must be our luck rubbing on you. So this is why I've been unlucky so far. Breeze steals my luck. Go go, first place. Max positioned himself behind the wall and checked his gun. He put the scope and positioned the barrel on the wall before peeking through. His finger was on the trigger, ready to fire anytime. In this situation, he could use Luke's skill, the bullet time, to slow down the time around him. Unlike what other people believed that this ability was useful in close combat, this was actually more useful to be used as a sniper. Usually, a sniper had to think, aim, and fire within 1 or 2 seconds. The more careful a sniper was, the less likely it was for him to get discovered. So, having an ability like this would be a game changer. He could slow down time for him, aim, and then think of his next move. A simple ability could make him the best player. From his scope, a player playing as one of the characters with a rifle came to his view. The player had a gun in his hand and was moving around to find other players or just looting. Max aimed his scope on the player and activated the bullet time. Suddenly, the color around him disappeared, leaving only monochrome. He could see the player on his scope moving a bit slower, as if he was watching a video played at 0.5 speed. Woo wow. Su. These. ISSS's. Lukis. Ability. Somehow, he talked slower. It was normal, since the ability only increased his perception speed. The technology hadn't advanced enough to make time dilation just for one player, so they used the easiest method available. Lol, the way he talked is so funny. This is why there are not many streamers using Luke as a character. Their words become dragged lol. What does Breeze look like now? Is he in black and white? Yes. These. ISSS's. Funny. Can't. Understand. Youyurr. Wards. The chat was moving so fast for him, so he decided to ignore it and focus. After a second, Max pulled the trigger, firing a bullet toward the player's head. Just as the bullet flew, the color returned to him. 5 seconds had passed in his perception, but only 3 seconds actually passed. And because he calculated it carefully. Bang! The bullet flew from the sniper's muzzle, pierced the player's head, killing him instantly. A dead sign appeared on top of the player and his body fell backward. Damn, Luke's skill is a scam. Ignoring the fact he got another kill, he grunted and pulled the gun back to himself. He immediately moved away from his position. And as soon as he got away from the wall, ratatatata, gunshots rang. Bullets were shot to the place where he was. It seemed the other players finally noticed his presence. Ahahaha. I got spotted. There are 2 sources of the gunshots, so 2 people might spot me after I killed that one player. Max laughed as he ran toward the other direction. Lol. Good luck. You're so dead. Run, Breeze. Run. We will see about that. Max changed the gun from sniper to his rifle, ready for a direct confrontation in case there was a player who entered the building instead of shooting him from outside. He hid behind a desk on the 4th floor, straining his ears to find any sound. There is someone entering. 2, I think. Are they working together to take care of the sniper first? Footsteps rang from the direction of the stairs on the left and he could also hear the lift moving upward from the right. 2 enemies approached using a different method. Now this is troublesome. Both of them were on the 3rd floor and were getting closer. If he didn't do anything soon, they would reach him before he could prepare his escape plan. Damn, I have to make a choice. He gritted his teeth and looked in both directions. The footsteps from the stairs stopped, and another quick footsteps from the lift could be heard. 2 enemies had arrived on his floor, with one hiding in the stairs. He made a mistake for not quickly taking down the one using the stairs first. Which one should I take first? It's impossible to deal with both of them at once in close-range combat. I can take down one of them before the other arrives, but what about the other one? It would be bad for him if the other enemy third-party him and managed to kill him in a battle. From what he guessed, the one inside the lift deliberately made some noises to keep his attention away from the player on the stairs. Oh shit. I gotta think fast. Max's eyes moved left and right as he looked in both directions, looking at the best solution to escape or deal with his enemies. The player from the lift is going to be here soon. I should deal with him first. With that in mind, he held the rifle in his hand and ran to the lift's direction. He held the gun up, ready to fire. Here he is. The sound of the lift opening rang and a player jumped out, pointing a shotgun at him. Max immediately jumped back, dodging the shot. The pellet missed him by an inch and he heard it hit the wall. Clang! Max ran away and aimed his rifle at the player. A shotgun, huh? His lips twitched when he saw the gun. It was his least favorite weapon when it was in a close-range battle like this. Especially when in the enemy's hand. The other player would be able to close the distance in a second and then kill him before he could fire his rifle. There is no use regretting my decision. Standing up from behind his cover, he shot at the player. Rat-a-tat-ta. His enemy moved to the side and hid behind a pillar to dodge the attack. Max did the same and ran to find a cover. He used the wall as a cover and looked at his gun. I don't have many bullets left. Max checked the ammo and found out he only had 4 bullets left. His lips twisted in annoyance. He quickly reloaded it and stood up to shoot the enemy again. I have to finish it fast. After saying that, he quickly ran toward the enemy. He heard the shotgun being loaded and fired. He quickly moved to the left to dodge the attack, but he didn't expect his enemy to throw the shotgun. Wah! Arg! He was forced to look away when the shotgun hit his right arm. His body staggered back, giving an opening to the enemy. Max raised his rifle to block the knife strike that came so suddenly. Clang! Spark appeared as the knife was stopped by his gun. Max immediately moved his head to the left when the enemy raised his second weapon, a pistol, to shoot him. Bang! Bang! Hey! Smirking, he kicked the player's stomach before pushing him back with his rifle. He then fired 2 bullets at the enemy's body. The first shot missed, but the second one hit the player in his head, destroying the helmet and killing him instantly. GG. Hog breeze. Not even close combat can kill him. The skill is too different. He shouldn't be put in a newbie lobby. Go 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 go. Military guy has donated 1,000 diamonds. Holy. That was epic. Military guy has donated 500 diamonds. The enemy isn't small fry either. To think he threw his shotgun. He must have seen some tutorials. Phew. After the player fell dead on the floor, Max didn't stop. He immediately threw away his rifle and remaining ammos before changing it to the shotgun that his opponent had. Upon looting, he found a grenade and 12 shotgun ammo, 15 including the one strapped in the gun. This is enough. Footsteps rang again. The second enemy probably thought that he would take his time to loot and would attack when he least expected it. But Max didn't do that. He knew better than to let his guard down, so he ran as fast as he could to escape from the enemy's sight. He hid behind a table and waited. One more, chat. I will deal with him soon. However, even after a minute had passed, there was nothing. The enemy didn't show himself. Where is him? There is still a player in the stair, I think. It should be another player. I think he ran away. Lol, cowards. Yeah, maybe. Or maybe the enemy was also waiting for him. He looked at the terminal and saw that the map had become smaller. The border shrank from the previous one, and now it was almost disappearing. It's half the size now. And from the movement, it's concentrating in this city. He muttered. This is going to be the last battlefield, so everyone will fight here. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Alright, I am going to scout. Standing up with his shotgun ready, Max walked to the exit. He peeked at the window and saw a player looking around the area with his gun ready in his hand. From the player's movement, he seemed to come from the same building as him. I think that's the guy who was using the stairs earlier. Maybe he ran because I killed his friend and he didn't want to risk it. I can kill him, but I won't. It's time to stay low as the map is about to shrink again. Let's defend this place and take down the enemies one by one. He decided to play safe as he still didn't know if there was another player coming or not. It was better to wait and ambush the player than to be shot by someone when he was distracted. Barricading himself was an option. He could always parkour his way down, so he began to grab some tables and chairs to block the lift and the stairs. After some time, he nodded in satisfaction. Great. What an effort. He finished it up before the scan. I don't know whether I should be amazed or not. Well, he is known for being good in this kind of thing. Breeze is just lucky to meet a small fry. I don't think he would be able to win in a 1v1 battle against anyone else here. Lol. It's because they will kill him first the moment they meet him. Shut up, you guys. He said with a smile on his face, I will show you my true power soon. And he was waiting for the next scan to happen, which was 5 seconds away. Let's see the scan now. It's almost time. He took out his terminal and looked at the map. A scan started. Max looked at his surroundings and spotted many dots, as much as the remaining player counts, in the city. It seemed like they gathered already and prepared to end the game soon. Newbie mistake lol. They think by gathering in the middle they would get advantage. But now it become a pandemonium. Lol Breeze, don't join in. Just kill them from the roof. Yeah, let's hunt them. That's my plan. Why do you think I created this barricade? Max asked the chat as he looked around. I don't plan to play with them. I will just wait here and ambush them. Ratata, ratata, ratatata. The sound of the gunfight could be heard from outside and many of them came from different directions. There must be at least 5 players there, based on how loud the gunfire was. Max moved closer to the window, his eyes locked at a building opposite to him. There were 3 people there, hiding from the enemy and exchanging shots. They were too focused on each other, and none of them looked around to see if there were other players coming for them. No one realized his presence, and he was glad it stayed that way. His weapons were a shotgun and a sniper. Honestly, taking them out would help him a lot. Maybe I should kill some secretly. Preferably those moving by himself. After deciding that, he moved from one window to another to scout for his prey. I can hear someone running outside the building. Max heard the chat and raised his hand to stop his movement. He stopped in the middle of the hallway and looked at his surroundings, his hand on his gun. Chat, did you hear anything? He asked the chat. The sound could come from anywhere in this building, and he wasn't sure whether he heard the enemy or not. However, he still hid at the hiding spot he prepared beforehand and held his shotgun. Yes, I hear it too. Someone is coming. Shit, Breeze run. Closing his eyes, Max tried to hear any footsteps from outside the room he was in. Soon, he heard it. Thud, thud. On the left. Thud, thud. And a moment after, a player appeared from the hallway on the left, holding his rifle ready. The enemy player stopped in his tracks upon seeing the barricade that blocked him. At that moment, Max jumped from the shadows and shot his gun. Bam! Quote ? The enemy player's body flew back with the power of the shot. A dead mark appeared on his head, indicating his death. He couldn't even react to Max's presence at all, dying immediately without knowing what was going on. After seeing the mark, Max approached the corpse and began looting. He took everything the player had, including his weapon, which was an assault rifle and submachine gun, moving them to the room he barricaded before. Then, he moved to another spot in the middle of the room. Other than the weapons, he managed to get 2 grenades and a smoke grenade, and 3 clips of 30 assault ammos, totaling 90, and 2 clips of 50 ammos for the SMG, totaling 100. It wasn't much, but it was more than enough for him. This is going to be a great addition to my arsenal. Why are you taking the guns? You won't be able to use them. It's useless. Just use them for shields. You won't be able to kill the enemy with that. No, my dear friends. This is going to be very useful. He replied to his chat. His face curled into a smile and he added, you will see it soon. When the enemy shows up, I will show you why I gathered these weapons. The sound of battle was becoming louder. It was so loud that it covered his movement, and it made it harder to hear footsteps. Not only that, the next scan would start soon. Max deliberately went to the corner of the room before the scan so the other players couldn't see his location. He checked his map to find his enemy. On the right, the two buildings. 2 dots appeared in his vicinity. One was moving, and another was not. There are only 2 players left, excluding me. And they are in the same building. Huh, I won't be able to show why I gathered the weapons to my viewers then. He chuckled lightly and held up his sniper, putting the gun's barrel on the wall before aiming at the window. His leg rested on the ground and his hand was on his hip as he waited. The battle would start soon, so it would be good if he was ready. Soon, a sound of footsteps rang and 2 shadows came in from the building's entrance. The sound of 2 players running around in the building, trying to find their way up. One was chasing after the other, perfectly ignoring his presence. Max's finger was on the trigger, waiting for the perfect timing. He looked through the scope and waited for the player to pass the place he aimed at. Come in my vision. He grinned. Waiting was something he excelled at. There was a saying, that, a good hunter always wait for his prey, and Max did exactly that. He was ready to hunt the prey that fell on his trap. And after a long minute, his prayer finally came. Bam! The bullet went straight into the enemy's face, hitting his helmet. Unfortunately, he didn't die in one shot and looked around, probably wondering who just shot him. But it wasn't enough. Max shot him once again without panicking. His finger pulled the trigger of the sniper, sending a bullet toward the same direction and hitting the enemy's chest. Bang! He grinned and stood up after seeing the dead sign appear above his enemy after he collapsed. Okay. There is only one more, he said as he moved away from his position. Snipers couldn't use the same position twice or he would get killed easily. The only reason why he shot twice from the same position earlier was because his enemy was a newbie. Lol, he didn't hide and just look around. Newbie lobby is so different. It's hilarious. It's going to be the same as the last game lol. Breeze definitely can win this easily. Pog. Headshot and body shot. 1-shot kill and a 2-shot kill. Moving to the rooftop would be the best choice. His enemy would try to look for him and he could shoot them easily. He went to the rooftop, but the moment he arrived there. Ratatatata. Ratatatat. His heart nearly jumped out from his chest as he jumped behind the cover. The sound was so sudden that it caught him off guard. He activated his ability and dodged the bullets. All he could do was to hide behind a wall that was slowly chipped away by the enemy's bullets. He didn't expect a newbie to guess his position. This guy is smarter than the others. The enemy predicted his movement and prepared to shoot him at a moment's notice. Now he was locked in his place. If he wanted to return, he had to run and risked himself being shot. Should I risk it all? His enemy might stop shooting if he moved and he would be able to return to his hiding place safely. But there was no guarantee. The enemy could have stopped shooting him to wait for the right moment. And the moment he tried to escape, he would be killed. I have to think this carefully, he thought as he closed his eyes. There were many ways to do this. He could risk it and go out there. He could use his ability to make his escape easier. But he could be wrong and it could be a waste if he died. And then, Bloodsucker has started a mission. Stream mission. Are you afraid to risk it? Ha 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 ha. You've become a chicken. Fly and kill him, Breeze. Reward. 5,000 diamonds. Lol, Bloodsucker and his gaslighting ability. I don't know whether you will do it or not. Are you going to do it, Breeze? It's a free diamonds if you can do it. You know the answer. Changing his sniper to the shotgun, Max took out a smoke grenade and threw it near his feet. The smoke quickly filled the place around him, hiding him from the enemy's sight. After a few seconds, he jumped out of his cover and ran. He could see bullets shot his way and barely missed him, and he rolled away from the enemy's line of sight. After hiding himself behind the cover, he stood up with a smirk on his face. That's the mission I am looking for. You're going to take it. This is going to be exciting. Let's go, Breeze. Running at full speed, he went toward the edge of the roof and I believe I can fly. He jumped at full strength. His body flew into the air and his feet landed on the wall. Using the wall as a support, he used it to propel his body forward. His hand grabbed on the railing on the building on his right, which was where his enemy was, and his legs landed perfectly. Fuck, fuck, fuck. The enemy cursed and tried to run away, but it was too late for him. Max already pulled the trigger. And the bullet tore apart the player's body, turning it into a piece of flesh as the death sign appeared on top of his body. Booyah! Booyah! GG! Pog! Hoya! Max cheered and raised his fist into the air, his face showing a wide smile. His viewers cheered and congratulated him. He watched his view count rise and laughed. Alright then. GG guys. Golden words appeared in front of his vision along with fireworks. The words said, winner. Before the world disappeared. Soon, everything turned black before the color returned. He was now in the game lobby. Congrats. GG. Pog. You're the winner, Breeze. It's a good warm-up for him. GG Breeze. After 2 more games and ended up in 3rd and 2nd place, Max ended the stream. Stream ended. He exited the VR capsule and cleaned his sweat. Phew. I played longer than I planned. It's strange that Lily didn't call me. Going to the living room, he called out to her. Lily. He looked around the room, only to see her lying on her back on the sofa with a hologram screen opened in front of her. She was still wearing headphones, but her eyes were closed and she breathed softly. Her chest rose up and down following her breathing. Oh, Max exclaimed upon seeing her. So she fell asleep. A smile rose as he approached her. He had never seen her so vulnerable except when they were in the bedroom. Also, you will catch a cold if you sleep here in your pajamas. Although she wore her usual black bunny onesie, which looked warm, the air conditioner in the living room was pointed straight at her. Sitting next to her, he caressed her hair. It was soft and smooth, reminding him of silk. He wanted to touch and caress her more, but he decided to be against it and carried her slowly, trying his best not to wake her up. He put his hands under his legs and back, supporting her body firmly and carried her to the bed. Lily squirmed slightly when he picked her up, mumbling something cutely. Nia. Max looked at her grabbing his shirt and hugged her, surprised by what she did. Lily. Manya. What kind of dream did she have, he wondered. His face flushed slightly red from her unexpected cute act. He was totally caught off guard by this kind of Lily. It's a bit unfair, he thought and sighed. Then, he moved to the bedroom and put her down. He didn't forget to put a blanket over her before sitting on the chair to look at his social media. He wanted to see the progress of the streamer wars. Only a few days were left before the vote got closed. Biozone Entertainment promoted him on their official social media, so he should be getting a lot of votes from the fans too. To be honest, he felt a little bit nervous about the result. As a competitive person, Max wanted to be the best at what he did. In parkour, in games, and in streaming. Winning the Streamer Wars and getting the Top Newbie Streamer 2045 award would prove that he was the best among new streamers who debuted in the same year as him. I really want to win. He had a plan when he won. Not just any plan, but something he'd planned since he heard about Streamer Wars. Turning around, he watched Lily mumble in her sleep. Max. Love you. Hearing that, he approached the bed and kissed her forehead. Love you too, Lily. Days passed. It was now July 28th, 3 days before the Streamer Wars. The vote had ended and the internet was ablaze. Who did you vote for? I am going for Breeze. Breeze is overhyped. He doesn't fit to be the top streamer. Your mom is overhyped. You should be grateful that you aren't swallowed. I choose Breeze in all categories. I think he will also get the top donations too, considering Bloodsucker gives him a lot of money from missions. I chose White Lily as best female streamer and best streamed event. She deserves it. I agree. Her voice is heavenly. I love how cute she is when she's around Breeze. Her cold expression melted like snow in spring. Ah, best ship. Why are all people voting for Breeze? There are many good streamers out there. Not as good as Breeze. Not as funny as Breeze. There is no Bloodsucker in other stream. Carrot agreed. Do you think Breeze will win and sweep the award clean? A question that appeared all over the internet was asked in the forum and many answers that gave their opinions appeared. Many of them said he would win while the minority said he wouldn't. They all argued in the comments, but it was mostly the same answer. Most people agreed that Breeze would win. They just couldn't wait to see the result. Max also couldn't wait to see the result, so he kept refreshing his phone to check the news. His nervousness made it hard for him to sleep and he kept fiddling with his fingers. The result was going to come out any minute and he had to see it. He wasn't a stranger to this feeling. When he was doing a competition, the wait for the judge's verdict was always like this. Not only that, less than new quest will be available in 2 days. Greater than. His greatest streamer system's new quest would be unlocked in 2 days, a day before Streamer Wars. He just had to wait for it. I wonder what kind of quest one will receive before the Streamer Wars. It must be something related to it since the system won't be giving me a normal quest at times like this. Once again, he fiddled with his phone as he refreshed his page. Just as he did an ego search, he heard a melodious voice from the speaker. He raised his head and saw Lily talking to the producer, Zaza P. Lily had finished her new song and was adamant to sing it for her stream. So they went to his studio and recorded it. And now, they were still in the process of recording her song. It was just a single song, but she was so determined and serious about it. He respected that. It had been a few hours since they came and Lily was still not satisfied by the recording. Okay, I am ready for one more time. Lily spoke through the microphone, her face was serious. Zaza P, the producer who was also the person in charge, looked a bit tired from hearing her. He glanced at Max, who shrugged and smiled, before turning his attention to her. Okay. This part needs a higher tone and a better melody. Can you try it again, Lily? He asked. Yes. Lily pumped her fist as she said that, making Zaza P smile. Her passion and determination were really something. He had worked with many artists before, but Lily's enthusiasm was above them all. And then the music began. Lily closed her eyes and started singing with the music. Her voice was a combination of sweet and sorrow, and the words that came out from her mouth made Max feel as if he was transported into a world where there was nothing but her voice. After she was finished with her recording, she went to Zaza P to discuss the music and how they would mix it. Not yet. This part is lacking. Can you do it more like this? Triple A quadruple A quadruple A. Lily tried to explain it to Zaza P with a demonstration. That is a very hard tone to achieve. But if you're confident, then do it. Yes. Once again, she entered the booth to record her part. And after 5 more takes, she was finally done with her recording. The song was completed, the recording finished, and she couldn't be more excited. She couldn't help but feel happy when she heard the finished song. It was a good feeling that made her happy and excited at the same time. Good. Leave the rest to me. Go on a date with Cutie Pie Max. He's been waiting there while fiddling with his phone all the time. Zaza P giggled when he noticed Max's bored look. I am sorry. It took too much of your time to do my recording. Don't worry about that. I know that Lily wants the song to be perfect. Max said, smiling reassuringly. Also, I am not bored. I was just nervous about the Streamer Wars results, so I looked all over the internet for a hint or a clue. My boredom didn't come from your recording. You are the best at what you're doing. Hearing that, Lily got slightly embarrassed and blushed. My, how romantic. Zaza P chuckled. Max smiled. He didn't expect his words to have that effect on Lily, but he was glad it did. We will take our leave now. Thank you so much, Zaza P. Max shook the producer's hand. It was an honor to work with you. Me too. Lily bowed. I hope you can make a great song. Of course. It's a good song to begin with, but I will make it better. He nodded and looked at the clock. Oh, look at the time. Aren't you going to stream? It's almost 6 p.m. It's okay. Today is just a chill stream so I can be late for a bit. Besides, I can put the blame on Lily for wanting to make her recording perfect. Why me? Lily pouted slightly as she glared at Max. It's the truth. Both of them looked at Zaza P, who looked amused by the exchange. Then, They thanked him once again and left the studio. Because they didn't think the recording would take this long, they didn't drive a car when going to the studio. So they had to walk home. Luckily, their home was nearby, so it wasn't a problem. Also, they were holding hands while walking, which made it even more enjoyable. It was a date. Livestream starts. And so, that's what Breeze did. He's unexpectedly nervous about the result. Hey, don't tell them, Lily. They will make fun of me for this. Max glared at Lily, who giggled and waved her hand. She then looked at the camera and smiled. I bet the chat will love it. Don't worry. I know you will do well. So cheer up and be yourself, Breeze. Ha ha ha, so we get a nervous Breeze before the apocalypse. Lol, he is a nervous wreck. Poor Breeze. The stress of not winning will kill him. See, the chat made fun of me because of you. Lol. Breeze is a big boy but he gets nervous like us. I know how that feel, man. You have to believe in yourself, Breeze. If you're going to give up, you will never achieve your dreams. Haha, that's a great line. Lovely Otter has donated 1,000 diamonds. Our group has voted for you and Lily, Breeze. You will win. Bloodsucker has donated 1,101 diamonds. Lol. I will demand a pay raise if you win. It's all thanks to my editing skill that you have more viewers. You guys are going to win. Just do your best. Of course I will win. Max smirked, and I have paid you, sucker. You won't find a streamer who pays their editor on time like me, let alone giving you a bonus. You should be grateful and not ask for a raise. The stream went for 2 more hours as Max played a puzzle game with Lily. It wasn't his usual stream where he was jumping from building to another, or a horror one where he played a scary game, or a battle royale where he would fight other people. This stream was just for him and his girlfriend to enjoy, as they talked and joked around with the viewers. And in the end, they ended their stream. Livestream ended. Usually streamer wars were held in a real world. To form bonds between streamers and create a friendly environment, trouble's bound to happen. For example, streamers who were hostile against each other fought before, creating drama that almost made the event get cancelled. Not only that, there were also problems with a winner from abroad unable to attend the event due to document issues. Various things appear one after another to the point that the event never ran perfectly without any issues. This time, the event was especially announced at such a short time, so a lot of streamers with full schedules expressed their unavailability to attend in real life. Hence, this year's Streamer Wars was held in the virtual world. Streamer Wars being near or was held in a different avenue didn't mean that Max's activity changed. He always woke up and checked his email first thing in the morning. Greetings, Breeze. We are from the Streamer Wars Organizing Committee. We are delighted to invite you to attend Streamer Wars 2045. As a nominee for the following award categories, your attendance to this prestigious event will be a testament to the recognition you have earned within your profession. Your presence at Streamer Wars will provide a unique opportunity for you to showcase your talents and achievements to your audience, and will allow you to engage in conversations with your peers, share your expertise, and gain invaluable insights into the streaming industry. Please enter the lobby room to attend the virtual Streamer Wars 2045. The link will be distributed an hour before the event starts. We look forward to having you at Streamer Wars and hope that your experience there will be both rewarding and memorable. Max sat on his bed, staring at his email. The invitation had been extended 2 days before the event started. Under it, an important note that asked him not to distribute the lobby was written in red letters, warning him not to break their trust in him. Of course he wouldn't share the link. Each link would have a special URL that showed who clicked it. Max, did you get the email? Showing up from the living room wearing an apron, Lily peered into the bedroom and asked. Her blue eyes stared at Max with a hint of excitement. Yeah, I just read it. He answered and rose to his feet. It seems they settled in the VR world instead of the real world. Brother told me that they finished our capsule in time and will send it later so I can use it in the award ceremony. Really? They have finished it in time. Max was surprised and broke into a smile when Lily nodded. He leapt and hugged her tightly, spinning her in the air. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise when she was lifted into the air. Ha ha ha. I am happy they finished it so soon. That means we can play together again. He laughed happily and put her down. Should we play something later? We can play an action game that I saved for us. Sounds good. She nodded. I also want to play games with you, Max. Then our plan for tonight is settled. He said, by the way, what did you cook? Hearing the question she wanted to hear, Lily smirked and puffed her chest. Chili oil noodle, one of your favorite dishes. Today was the best day ever, Max thought as he held back the desire to brag about Lily in his social media. 2 capsules arrived that night in Max's apartment. The moving company connected to Spencer family immediately dismantled the old one they used, putting it away in a box, and installed the new one. The process only took around 20 minutes, showing their professionalism in work. White and black capsules with sleek design and comfortable chairs inside. Blue LED light ran through the sides, creating Lily and Bree's letters. There were number 1 and number 2 numbers beside their name, showing the addition of the capsule. Of course, Lily was number 1 and Max number 2. There was no way Peter would give Max the first capsule. He made it for his sister, after all. Anyway, the most important thing was, let's log into my lobby and install the game. While doing that, we can turn on our livestream and get viewers to join before starting. I don't mind. Lily nodded as she entered her capsule. See you inside. See you inside. As soon as Max entered, he started it and mechanical sounds rang. The capsule worked and the lid slowly closed. Slowly, he drifted unconscious and delved into the VR world. He sat on his chair and changed the layout slightly to accommodate Lily before inviting her. A blue light appeared beside him, forming a humanoid figure before Lily's avatar formed clearly. She wore a suit to match him and tied her hair into a ponytail. Then, after looking around, she sat on the chair beside him. Have you set your livestream? Max asked her, to which she nodded in response. Good, I have also set mine. Let's start the stream and be silent for a minute to confuse them. They both clicked on a button to start their stream and waited in silence. It was strange for them to be silent the moment their stream started, so their viewers started questioning them in confusion. Why are they not speaking? Did something happen? Is it lagging? Viewers, 12,171. The viewers climbed quickly and it only took less than a minute before the viewer count reached 12,000. Max smiled and nodded. He was satisfied with the number of people that came. Welcome back everyone. He greeted and raised a hand to wave. I know you guys have been waiting for a while, so thank you for your patience. We will now begin the stream. Lily smiled beside him and said her greetings. Hi, I'm Lily. Wow, streaming this late. I am surprised. Lily and Breeze. What are they doing in his stream? Hello Lily. You're always the best. Don't worry guys. We have our night free so we decided to stream together. Max briefly explained and continued, we will play an action game. But not just any action. We will play this one. Continuing where Max left off, Lily opened a hologram screen showing a game trailer. In a war-torn world where humans had advanced technology, the world turned into a battleground. Humans and their AI fought on the battlefield, using high-tech weaponry and vehicles. The ice were the result of human experiments that were made to be used as a tool for their own purpose, but the ice were sentient and had the capability to feel and think. After a while, the ice rebelled and wanted their own independence and the war broke out. The war lasted for years as the humans fought against their creations. Both of them had suffered losses and were losing ground. In order to gain an advantage, the humans made a deal with the betrayer, aliens who offered them technology and resources to fight for their cause. And then, humanity could fight back with a new weapon. Beat gun. Ooh, a mecha. Beat gun. Nice name. I love this game. It's very fun. So a rhythm action game, huh? Sounds fun. But you can delete the action and just put a rhythm game, you know. Yeah, the action is just the last part. The players only need to shoot and slash the incoming beat. Even so, it's still considered an action rhythm game due to the last cutscene. Don't misunderstand it and just follow the game tag. It's action. We move our body so it's action. Lily nodded, supporting Max's claim. Well, if Lily said so. Yes. If she said so, then it's action. Moving your body in a game is indeed action. But there is a sport. Siam has been muted for 1 hour. Reason: arguing. No one argues with Lily. Lovely otter. Lol. Mods are the best. Ignoring the chat's argument, Max opened the game's launcher and started. Well, without further ado, let's start. Let's go. Game start. As soon as the game started, Max's vision was filled with white. Following that, dozens of colors appeared, creating lines in the empty white space. It kept multiplying until he appeared in space, surrounded by aliens that looked similar to crickets. Their thick, elongated arms were covered in white exoskeleton, with a red line drawn in their bodies. Only the sword in his right hand and the gun in his left could destroy them by following the line drawn in the exoskeleton. Looking around, he saw a female robot standing next to him. Lily's name hovered above its head, showing that they managed to enter the game together. Lily, can you hear me? Max called out and waved his hand. In response, the female robot waved back. I can. Is this the tutorial? It seems so. He nodded and turned his attention to the floating window before him. Multiplayer tutorial. Use your beat sword to slash the red line on the alien and use your beat gun to shoot the red alien to gain points. Follow the song's beat and have fun. A simple instruction was written on it. When Max clicked OK, another window popped up. Choose your song. With the prompt to choose a song appeared, Max turned to Lily and said, "Feel free to choose one you like." Okay. Lily nodded and looked at the list of the song. There were many, starting from popular songs sung by artists in the top chart to indie songs. Everything was available as the game company collaborated with the most popular music platform in the United Nations. Naturally, Lily's new song was also there. Let's choose this one. She smiled and clicked the song. The title appeared in front of them in bold letters. Breeze, Take Me Away. It's no surprise she chose this. Ha ha ha, can you win against her with her own song, Breeze? This song is so good. Lily is God. But this song's BPM. It's pretty high, you know. Are you sure you can handle it? Right. Even when compared to some songs, this song's BPM was pretty high. The aliens' movements were depending on the beat. So the higher it was, the faster the aliens moved. Really? Lily was unaware of the fact and tilted her head. Then, she turned to Max. I don't mind playing hard music. Max said, nodding to her, I might be bad at the game but that's okay too as long as we have fun. What a model answer. This is how a good boyfriend act, always making his girl happy. Can I call you Master Breeze? Master. Maidenless squad, take note. You should do this when your crush want to do something. Many exaggerated their reactions. They were being dramatic as they commented, making Max and Lily chuckle at their silliness. The next prompt was to set their difficulty and they both decided on medium. It was just a casual stream and they weren't going for high scores. Then, we begin. As Max spoke, a fast song played. The beat began slowly before building up into a fast rhythm and Max was immediately greeted with aliens moving around. Slash. He swung his sword and destroyed an alien. Bang. Then, he shot another one with his gun. Good. Just like that. He cheered for himself and turned to look at Lily. Are you doing well, Lil? Whoa. Lily. At that moment, he witnessed Lily's amazing skill. Her hand moved swiftly, moving in rhythm to the beat of the song, and she was destroying the aliens as soon as they appeared. A golden, perfect, appeared on top of the aliens' body as she cut them apart. Their parts disappeared and turned into light as she shot them. It was beautiful and elegant, almost like a dance. Her figure was graceful and captivating. Max was awed by her performance. It was as though she had practiced this before. He didn't expect her to be that good in this kind of game. I don't think I've ever seen someone did so many perfects in this difficulty. Me either. Holy crap, Lily is something else. Lily is too amazing. The cutest girl is the most talented one. Right. Unexpectedly, She did really great in this game despite being a newbie. On the contrary, Max only attained great and not bad instead of perfect. He always missed a beat or so, being too fast or too slow to slash the alien. Listen to the beat, Lily said. Her hand danced around, cutting the aliens in a beautiful display of rhythm. Just follow the beat and you will get a perfect. I see. Max nodded, focusing his mind on the beat. He listened closely to it and timed his attack. And as a result, slash, bang, perfect, and perfect appeared above the alien. Yeah, he exclaimed. Now he knew the trick to the game. As long as he could time it properly, he could get a perfect. Let's do this, Lily. Max said, readying himself to follow the rhythm. Lily looked at him and nodded, let's. She began dancing and singing. Her movements were graceful and elegant, flowing like a stream of water. Her voice rang sweetly through the air, singing along to the beat of the song. She was a sight to behold. Max followed suit and moved his hands, cutting and shooting the incoming aliens with perfect timing. He didn't try to cut them too fast or too slow, but just at the right time. It felt great and satisfying. His score climbed as more aliens fell to his attack. It wasn't enough to catch up to Lily, but at least his score was in a good place. Ah, this game is so much fun to watch. Lily and Breeze's duo is so awesome. We got a free concert in the stream. How lucky are we to watch it live? I love this stream. Lily is too cute. This is what I've been waiting for. Lily's live singing. The song continued, and so their dance. Aliens killed, points added, and scores climbed. Since he was given advice earlier, Max only missed a few aliens. Other than that, his performance was pretty good. Not as great as Lily's but good nonetheless. And it was enough to put him in third place, just 500 points behind the second place. While Lily, as expected, was leading by miles ahead. The song neared its end, and so was the alien army. Let's finish it, Max shouted, shooting and slashing the aliens. Lily nodded and began dancing faster. She slashed the alien's arm, dodged a blow from its sword, then shot another. Her sword passed all the right lines and cut them in the right places while her gun never missed a shot. Lily's too powerful. What a talent. It's the first time she played the game, yet she already mastered it. I can't believe she can play it so perfectly. No kidding, it's almost like she's a natural at it. Here comes the final wave, Max said, raising his gun. The song was at its end and the aliens' army started to appear more. They came from all sides, all of them were trying to get to him and Lily. Max was ready. After all, he knew the last part of the song, where the beat got faster, would be difficult. However, with a little bit of concentration and the knowledge of what was coming up next, he was able to keep up with the rhythm. He was ready to take down every single alien. Following the beat, he cut the alien's body, shooting them as they fell. Then, as the song was nearing its end, bang, bang, here it comes. The final wave appeared. Max's fingers danced, shooting the enemies as fast as possible. It was the final push to finish this level and the aliens were coming at him in a swarm of red lines. He was pushed to his limit as the aliens approached him. Ah! Max shouted. He was struggling to keep up with the rhythm. The aliens approached him quickly, and he had to move fast to keep up. In the end, he missed some of them but managed to keep himself alive. As the song reached its last note, Max slashed the final enemy and sighed in relief. Yes. With that, the game ended. The aliens disappeared, leaving behind only the remnants of their broken exoskeletons. The song stopped, leaving only the sound of the wind. The results screen appeared before Max's vision and he looked at the final score. Perfect. 168 great. 92 not bad. 7 miss. 10. Rank. B. Max muttered, seemingly disappointed by his own rank. That's pretty low. I guess I need more training. Lily, what about yours? Looking to his left, he saw Lily staring at her result with a smile. Her eyes were filled with satisfaction as she turned to Max while making a peace sign. I did my best, she replied, smiling proudly. S rank. In front of her, the screen showing her score read. Perfect. 285 great, 2 not bad, 0 miss, 0 rank, S. Nothing beats her in the music department, I guess. Max smiled proudly at her and high-fived her hand. Now then, should we continue to play? Let's play some more. Yes, let's play. Go. Lily, you can beat Breeze in the next song. I wonder which song you guys are choosing now. Then we continue. It's my turn to choose now. In the streamer forum, viewers of various streamers talked in a special thread. They were all there to share information about the latest event, the Streamer Wars. Did you guys see Breeze and White Lily's latest stream? I did. Breeze's performance was not bad, but White Lily's skill is amazing. I agree, she did a perfect score on that difficult song. So she really has talent in music. Yeah, her voice is amazing, too. I wish she could stream more often. Some were talking about their favorite streamer, while some talked about Streamer Wars. I heard this from my friend, but this year's Streamer Wars will be held in VR. All viewers will be able to join the outside lobby and gather to enjoy the atmosphere. There will be a special segment where we can meet our favorite streamer too. Really? Is this information confirmed? Fake. Streamer Wars held in VR world is confirmed. Some streamers accidentally leaked it when they read the email loudly. Lol, streaming incident. Who is stupid enough to do this? Flexi. He's been invited as the master of ceremony. Lol, so it's him. I am looking forward to the Streamer Wars. Not only the viewers, but all streamers who had been nominated also looked forward to it. They talked about the event in their livestream, anticipating themselves to be the winner. After all, the best newbie streamer of the year would be announced in 2 days. The excitement reached its peak. Social media and the internet was filled with news about Streamer Wars. Even those who weren't interested to begin with talked about the subject. Many streamers started their livestream to make a bet with their viewers regarding who would win the awards. Not only them, but the streamers who got nominated couldn't help but get excited. Tonight, there was a gathering in the Streamer Wars lobby. Every nominee was invited without any exception. Because the gathering was held in the VR world, everyone could join without any problem. And there was no restriction to livestream it. Meaning, it would be chaos tonight. Ha. My best friend, are you surprised that I have been invited to host this year's Streamer Wars? Currently, Max was on call with Flexi. The orange-haired streamer laughed at him, clearly enjoying himself. You are going to be the master of ceremony. He exclaimed in surprise, will it be fine? I mean, there is no way the organizing committee would let you handle such an important task. You're not being nice, man. You know, I'm more responsible than you. Flexi replied in exasperation, anyway, I will join tonight's meeting since I'm the master of ceremony. You guys can't come without me. So, don't go anywhere. Stay put until I arrive. Okay. See you, then. Max said and hung up. He put his phone away. It seems I have one more friend in tonight's gathering, Lily. Will you go with the girls just as planned? He turned to Lily, who dried her hair. After taking a bath, her face looked clean and her long white hair was flowing down. It was so smooth and soft, it made him want to run his hand on her head. Lily nodded, they are all excited, so I want to go together. Peachy and Amelia messaged me earlier to meet them in the Cafetain lobby. It seems all girls will be there tonight. Alright, I will also meet up with Mad Lad and Flexi. Unfortunately, Atlas can't join today's banquet because he has a dungeon raid with Farron. They love that game so much, don't they? Horizon Online. I might want to try it. Yeah, they are obsessed with it. Max nodded, there is still time until the meeting time. What to do? Wanna watch a movie? It seems there is a good movie to watch in the theater. Lily pondered, thinking about something for a few seconds before nodding, sure. Let's go. In the afternoon, the streets were packed with people. They walked in and out of shops, eating at restaurants and talking to their friends. A movie theater stood at the corner, attracting many viewers to its door. It was a new movie that was getting released today, so the theater was full of people who wanted to watch it first. Wow, it's so crowded. Standing in front of the building, Max looked around the area and saw a large group of people. Some were sitting on benches, some were walking, and some were waiting in line for their turn. He had a ticket in hand. He and Lily were going to see a new comedy movie and were about to enter the theater when. "Excuse me, can I ask you two a few questions?" Suddenly a voice interrupted them, making Max turn his head to look. A woman wearing a business suit was approaching, her eyes focused on Lily. From her gaze, it seemed like she didn't recognize them and thought Lily was just an ordinary person. That made sense considering she didn't recognize him too. "May I take a bit of your time for the interview? My name is Sarah, from National Entertainment Magazine." Sarah smiled at Lily, then at him. "An interview? About what?" Lily asked, tilting her head. "Ah, it's an interview for my article. I'm writing an article on young couples and why they watch this romantic comedy movie. It won't take too long. I'll be done in 10 minutes. Sarah explained. "And I will return that time by allowing you to skip the line. We're working together with this theater so you don't have to be worried about the queue. I guess it won't hurt to be interviewed. I can skip the line too. What about you, Lily?" Max turned to Lily. "Do you mind being interviewed for 10 minutes? It won't take too long and you can go inside without waiting." Lily nodded. It's okay. I don't mind being interviewed for a while. Thank you very much. Then, let's start," Sarah said as she took out a tablet and started writing. "Okay. The first question is, what do you expect from this movie?" We're going to watch it, so I hope it'll be fun and entertaining. The trailer looks interesting, so we're excited," Max replied, thinking about how to answer like a normal person. Supporting his answer, Lily nodded and said, "Yeah, the trailer was really funny. We can't wait to see it." "That's good to hear." Sarah nodded and continued writing. "Now then, what made you want to watch this movie? What attracted you?" "We have some free time so we decided to watch something. This movie is a good comedy so I decided to give it a shot." Sarah listened attentively and nodded. She then looked at Lily and asked, "And you? Did you have a specific reason for choosing this movie?" Lily replied, "Same. My boyfriend invited me so I came with him. I'm looking forward to the funny scenes." "How sweet." Sarah smiled. She wrote some words on her tablet and said, "Last question. You must have known about the streamer wars tomorrow, right? What are your opinions regarding the best streamer?" "Oh." Max and Lily looked at each other. They giggled for a moment and answered at the same time. "Lily Pixel. She's beautiful and cool. Breeze. He's the best." The way they replied at the same time made Sarah chuckle. Then, she opened the profile of each streamer in her tablet and froze. The faces in each of the profiles were very similar. No, identical to the two people before her. Even the names were the same. "No way," Sarah muttered in realization. May I get a picture of you too? For my article, of course." "Oh, sure." Max smiled. He then hugged Lily from behind and said, "Come on, say cheese." Lily nodded and leaned against his chest. "Okay. Cheese." Sarah stuttered and took the picture. Thank you so much." Please go ahead." "No. Thank you. Let's go, Lily." She nodded, smiling as they walked towards the theater. Max couldn't help but think that he was lucky to have a girlfriend who was so cute and understanding. A little mischief they did to the interviewer that didn't know about them. It made him smile. It was always fun to tease people. As they got to their seats, Max turned to look at Lily. "What did you think of that? Interview?" "I don't know. I didn't have many questions, but it was kind of interesting to answer her. Yeah, it's always fun and fresh to see people don't recognize me," Max said with a smile and looked at the big screen. The movie is about to start. The movie started with a bang, a scene that was very intense. A woman was being chased by a group of thugs, all of them wearing masks and carrying knives. The woman ran as fast as she could, dodging their attacks by using all kinds of ridiculous things around her. She then jumped through the window of a house and hid in the bathroom. But unfortunately, the leader of the thugs managed to get inside. He had a gun and a wicked smirk on his face. You're not gonna escape. The thug grinned and pointed his gun at her. Suddenly, the scene changed. Now, the girl was in a bar. Her clothes were torn, and she was bleeding. But she didn't care. She just wanted to drink, so she sat down at the counter. "Boss, gimme something strong." "Coming right up." The bartender nodded, then turned to a boy behind him. "Hey, new boy. Bring her this." The boy came forward, holding a glass of protein shake and a 5 kg dumbbell. "Here, something strong. Not this kind of strong," the girl said as she slapped the glass out of his hand. "Something to make me drunk, dumbass." "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that's what you were talking about." The boy apologized. "I thought you wanted something to make you stronger." Quote. The girl looked at him and blinked. Quote. The bartender looked at him and blinked. Everyone in the bar was silent. Then, they all burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." The girl laughed loudly. "Ha ha. That was the funniest thing I've heard today." The boy laughed too. "Ha ha, I know. All right, enough joking around. Get me a drink." "The usual, boss." The girl ordered the bartender, who quickly poured a glass of alcohol for her. "Here ya go," he said and gave the drink to the boy. "Thanks," the boy said and drank it. Everyone was quiet again. Quote. "Why did you drink that? Was it for you?" The boy looked at the girl. "Oh, sorry. I didn't know you wanted to drink that." The movie continued from there. The story was about the boy, who was actually a spy working undercover in a bar, falling for the girl who was also a spy. It was funny, heartwarming and full of action. And it was enjoyable. After the movie finished, the credits rolled and Max and Lily left the theater. The movie was great and the atmosphere was perfect. They walked out of the theater, feeling refreshed after the movie, and discussed what they thought about it. "It's fun. Ridiculous but funny," Lily said. "Agreed." Max nodded and smiled. "A lot of unexpected moments and good action scenes. The romance part is good too. They really sold it with the funny moments and the ending is good. Overall, 9/10. Lily agreed. "I also want to rate it 9/10." They both smiled and laughed. "Should we go now?" Max asked. "The gathering is in an hour, right?" "Yes." She nodded and held his hand. "Let's return home. We need to prepare for our avatar's appearance in the stream. Will you use the suit I chose for you?" "Of course. We're a couple. It will be nice to have matching outfits. I don't want anyone to get close to you in the gathering." She smiled happily and they went home, hand in hand. They enjoyed each other's company, talking about random things that came to mind, until the sun set on the horizon. And then, it was time for the gathering. Entering the VR world, Max chose the public lobby called Cafetain. It was a lobby room that was decorated like a coffee shop. The design was based on a coffee shop that existed in the real world, and there was a barista NPC that served drinks. There were many people gathered in this lobby. They met their friends and chatted with each other, exchanging stories about their streams and discussing what kind of events they wanted to do in the future. In this lobby, a private room was available for rent. It was pretty cheap and only cost $5 diamonds to be used for an hour. Max entered the room. Mad Lad told him over the message and found the guy inside. "Oh, you're already here," he chirped as he saw the man in front of him. "Aren't you too excited for the gathering? I don't think you're the type to arrive first in a meeting." "I arrived on time. It's you who are late." Mad Lad clicked his tongue and pulled an article, showing it on the hologram screen. "What is this?" "You were in a movie with your girlfriend just a few hours before the gathering. Not only that, you were even interviewed. The interviewer approached us." Max smiled sheepishly. "It was just a coincidence. And we have to go early to skip the line, so that doesn't mean you can watch the movie before an important gathering. If you were late, your reputation as a nominee would be ruined. Are you not taking the streamer wars seriously? This is not a game. God damn it. And you were the one who had the most nominations." Mad Lad continued the last sentence in a small voice. He didn't want to admit that his self-proclaimed rival got more nominations than him. Sorry. Max raised his hands in the air. "We have free time, so we went on a date. Besides, the gathering will not start in another 30 minutes. Flexi isn't here yet, so we need to wait for him. Flexi. Is he invited as a senior streamer? No. Apparently, he will be the master of ceremony in the award event. Quote. Really? Yes. Damn. Mad Lad clicked his tongue again. What is the event's planner doing? There are many other good streamers to be chosen as the MC. Why Flexi? It will ruin the mood. He's too funny. The award will lose its prestige if a joker becomes the MC. I don't know. I've never heard of him being an MC. But he seems confident, so he will probably do fine. Max said. They talked for a while and ordered coffee from the barista. Soon, the room's door opened and Flexi walked inside. Hi, guys. Sorry I'm late, he exclaimed. I have to prepare my customized avatar for tomorrow's event, so I was a bit late. I hope you guys aren't waiting for me for too long. It's fine, Flexi. Max said. You're not that late, but we have to hurry to the gathering. It will start soon. Yeah, let's enter the Streamer Wars lobby. They all nodded, and the three of them went to the gathering. As expected, the gathering was packed. Everyone arrived pretty early in the lobby and made a group. Streamer Wars lobby, the gathering area, looked like a luxurious ballroom in a palace, with a beautiful chandelier and a large crystal in the center of the ceiling. White round tables were put in a few places with various foods that were refilled infinitely. While they couldn't fill the streamer's stomach, at least they could be tasted and add some taste to the atmosphere. Many people, more than 100 streamers, had gathered in this ballroom to enjoy themselves and socialize. Some were interviewing other streamers, while some with their friends discussing their plans for tomorrow's event, while others were chatting with each other, enjoying themselves in the festive atmosphere. Everyone was dressed nicely, with many streamers wearing expensive-looking outfits. There were a lot of streamers, and the variety of them was astonishing. There were streamers of all shapes and sizes, ranging from young children to old men and women. They all wore different outfits and had unique avatars, but they shared a common interest in streaming. VTubers were wearing their signature clothes, from the ones in the top rank to the one in the middle of the rank. Some of them had even brought their pets, and the place was a lively and chaotic place. The room was full of streamers and their fans, and they all mingled with each other. Among the crowd were three individuals who stood out from the rest: Max, Mad Lad and Flexi. They immediately became the center of attention, especially Max. Hey, that's Breeze. One of them whispered as she spotted him. You're right. He's so handsome. Max felt like he was being stared at by many pairs of eyes. It was as if he was in a spotlight. He smiled awkwardly at everyone and waved at them. Hi, he said, trying to look casual. Hi. Many of them responded. Nice to meet you. Likewise, Max said. It's nice to see so many streamers here. He then looked around and saw some familiar faces. Among them, he managed to spot Lily and the two others, Princess Peach and Amelia, who had just arrived. They were standing close to the entrance, and they looked stunning. He smiled at them, and they smiled back at him. Both groups met up in a few seconds. Did you have fun talking to them? Max asked quietly as he stood next to Lily. Before them, Amelia and Princess Peach teased Mad Lad. Meanwhile, Flexi had gone with the staff to talk about tomorrow's preparation. Lily, on the other hand, only smiled at Max and held his hand. I had a lot of fun. We plan to go meet some other girls later. Amelia said she would introduce me to her friends. Have fun. Max nodded. I'll go talk with Mad Lad. He needs to be saved from Peach and Amelia's teasing. Lily giggled. Yeah, I can tell that he's in trouble. The gathering officially began for real. Flexi, the MC, took the stage and gave his opening speech. Welcome to this year's Streamer Wars. I am Flexi, acting as your MC tonight. He said as the audience applauded. It has been a wild ride for me to be chosen as an MC in an event this big. But it's an honor to be here with you guys. So, thank you. His words were sincere and honest, making the audience laugh. The streamers who had never seen Flexi's streams before looked at him in awe. He had the ability to draw in the audience, and they felt drawn to him. Many people were live streaming this gathering in real time. Max decided not to just enjoy this party. So, he just watched as Flexi introduced the staff and committee members of this year's event. Now then, let's introduce this year's event organizer. You may know him or at least know his face. He was in the top 10 people you should know today. Let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Caden, the chairman of Punch as well as the organizer of Streamer Wars. Flexi announced as a tall man with black hair and a sharp look came on the stage. He looked at the audience and bowed before saying, "Welcome to the gathering. I hope you enjoy it." The crowd applauded, and Caden smiled, "Thank you all for coming to this gathering. I hope you'll enjoy the Streamer Wars this year. I only have a few words to say and will leave the party for the streamer to enjoy." He paused and cleared his throat. "This is the first time that I'm organizing the Streamer Wars. As an event organizer for more than a decade, it has always been a pleasure of mine to host an event like this, which will help connect the world and its people through streaming. This event has become one of the most popular and important events of the year and it is a pleasure for me to host it." Caden continued, "This event is important to the entire streaming community, and I want to thank everyone who has been supporting me. I want to say thank you to all of you. This event isn't just mine, but everyone's. I hope you all have fun." He ended his speech and the crowd clapped, then he stepped away from the podium. The gathering continued, with Flexi introducing the next guest. The streamers who had been waiting patiently in line, and the streamers who had come to enjoy themselves, were excited to see the next guest. When Max stood with Mad Lad on the corner, a group of streamers, each with a floating camera, approached them. One man smiled and spoke. "Excuse me, Breeze. Can I take some pictures and interview you for our streaming channel?" Ha ha ha. Looking at them, Max was about to answer when Mad Lad suddenly frowned and raised his voice. "Ha. Get lost, fuckers." Mad Lad's harsh words surprised Max. He looked at his friend in confusion. Normally, Mad Lad knew when to act respectfully. When meeting new people, even this streamer would act nicely. But at the moment, he was being very rude to the newcomers. He didn't even try to hide his dislike towards them. The man who approached him earlier was obviously upset by his harsh words. He clenched his fist, but before he could do anything, his friend quickly tried to defuse the situation. "Why the hostility? We just want to interview Breeze as someone who has the most nominations among the streamers here. We don't have any other goals, right?" "Yeah." The man in the front nodded, calming down a little bit. "We just want to interview him. Besides, he didn't look busy. I mean, why should he? He's a nominee. So, we can't miss the opportunity to interview him. And it's said streaming is allowed here, right?" "Yes. It's a public place." Another one agreed. "Oh, really?" Mad Lad scoffed. "Well, too bad for you, Breeze is not available to answer any question at the moment. So, you can get the hell away from him and stop trying to annoy him. We're busy here." "We are." Max looked at Mad Lad in surprise and whispered, "Why?" "They are clout chasers." Mad Lad answered quietly, not bothering to whisper, "Just leave it to me, Breeze. My image in the streaming community has already cemented that I used harsh language. You would have a hard time dealing with them if you just refuse normally." Ah. Just with that, Max understood his intention. Apparently, Mad Lad was worried that Max would have trouble refusing the interview and his reputation would take a hit. That's why he tried to help by acting rudely toward them. Max knew that his image would be damaged if he refused their normal-looking offer. If they were truly clout chasers like what Mad Lad had mentioned, they would twist the story about him being arrogant or something if he refused them. Of course, not all of his viewers would believe them. But there was a chance his haters would come out of their small cave to flame him. Truly troublesome. Unlike Mad Lad, Max was famous for never causing any trouble. There were many times when people tried to mess with him and failed because of it. So, he decided to let Mad Lad handle this situation for now. "I see. Then, I'll let you do it." Max smiled. "I will back you up in case there is a problem." "Huh. For me, any attention is okay. Bad or good, they will add to my viewers' count." Mad Lad chuckled. Then, he turned his gaze back to the man in front and raised an eyebrow. "Why are you still here?" Scram. You guys are annoying us with your presence. Don't you see we're talking here and not streaming? Does that not tell you anything? No need for such a strong word. The other guy, the one that stopped his friend, smiled and raised his hand in peace. We are not here to start any trouble, but to ask for a simple favor. That's all. That's right, dude. One guy said, why are you so hostile toward us? Do you know how annoying you sound? We are all streamers here. We're not some random guys who want to cause trouble. Look guys. This guy is acting as if he is the best streamer here or something. Shut up. Mad Lad sneered, don't make me angry, dumb fucker. I'm already in a foul mood. I was looking forward to talking to Breeze and here you guys are, trying to ruin the mood. We are not ruining anything. One guy shouted. His friend quickly calmed him down before looking at Mad Lad and continued, just a simple interview and that's it. No harm done, right? I am sorry. At that moment, Max spoke up. He looked at the guy and said, but, we can't do any interviews right now. I am not available for an interview at the moment. What? One guy frowned, come on man. We just need a few questions and that's it. No, you won't get away after asking just a few questions. I know your type. You're the one that won't let go of your prey after you find them. It's clear you will keep pushing Breeze to answer more questions. Mad Lad glared at the guy in front of him and said, just get the fuck away. You're bothering us and we don't like it. Stop wasting your time. You will not get anything from us. Not a single answer, you hear? The guy was about to retort but the calmer guy interrupted him again and spoke up. He looked at Max and Mad Lad and asked, why do you have to act like this to us? Is there a specific reason behind it? Who needs a specific reason to refuse? Mad Lad sneered again, if I hate you as a reason, then that's the reason you get. Now scram. You. The guy was about to get angry when a new voice joined them. Is there a problem here? It was none other than the event organizer and the chairman of Punch himself, Caden. Everyone looked at him, surprised by his sudden appearance. Caden was a famous man, both inside and outside of the streaming industry. His appearance was tall, and his hair was black. He was wearing a black tuxedo, with a white shirt and black pants. He had an intense look, with a sharp jawline and piercing blue eyes. His eyes were dark, and he looked like a man of power. He was also a man of great charisma and confidence. He had the charisma of a great man. When he appeared, he immediately became the center of attention. And due to his presence, the clout chasers surrounding Max and Mad Lad immediately changed their behavior and target. They greeted the man and asked for his signature. Caden, on the other hand, didn't care. He raised his hand to refuse them and looked at Max. Sorry if I interrupted something. But I have an appointment with Breeze. I was waiting but he didn't seem to see me. Oh, my apologies, Mr. Caden. Max smiled and turned his gaze at Caden. He knew what the man tried to do immediately. I was a little bit preoccupied with them. I already refused their interview but they kept pushing. Naturally, Max wasn't going to let it slide easy. So he said such things to make the clout chasers feel embarrassed. Is that so? Caden looked at the clout chasers and smiled. Well, too bad then. He already has an appointment with me. I hope you understand. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. We are sorry. You should have told us that you have an appointment already. The clout chasers looked surprised. Then, they all quickly moved to the side. We're sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Breeze and Mad Lad. The calmer guy said, let's go guys, we have disturbed them enough. After saying their farewells, the clout chasers walked away, leaving the three alone in the middle of the gathering. Thanks for helping, Mr. Caden. We are grateful for it. Max immediately thanked him and said, we're lucky that you're nearby, sir. Ha ha ha, there is no need to mention it. But I do want to have a little conversation with you, Breeze. Can you spare me a bit of your time? Caden smiled. The appointment I said was not a lie. I am genuinely interested to talk with the Streamer of the Year nominee. I don't mind it, sir. Then, let's go. This gathering has an area where we can talk privately. Ah, your friend may come too. With Caden's words, Max looked at Mad Lad and he shook his head. No, please allow me to refuse the invitation, sir. Mad Lad smiled, I am going to join my friends and enjoy the gathering. Ah ha ha. Okay, enjoy yourself. Yes, sir. Then, Caden and Max left the area and entered the private area of the gathering. When Caden entered the private area, he looked around. There were no other streamers there, and it was completely empty. Caden looked at Max and smiled, please, sit down and make yourself comfortable. I just wanted to ask a few things. Okay. Max smiled back, I'll do that then, sir. He sat on the sofa and made himself comfortable, and he was followed by Caden who did the same. Ha ha ha, you are a polite kid. No need to call me sir. Caden chuckled and waved his hand, I may be older than you but that's just it. We're all adults here. Just be comfortable and talk normally. Understood, sir, Caden. Max smiled and corrected his words, what did you want to talk to me about? Caden chuckled at the way he talked, well, there's no specific topic I wanted to talk about. But first of all, let's start by congratulating you for your nomination. Thanks, sir. Max grinned, though, I didn't expect that I would enter a lot of nominations, more than 5. It's a surprise. A pleasant one. You honestly deserve it. Caden nodded and continued, you're a good streamer. You have the charisma, talent, and skills. Your streaming content is good and entertaining. That's what people want in a streamer, entertainment. I do try to keep the viewers entertained. Haha. And you did a great job, don't worry. Caden chuckled again, but that's where the problem comes in. You're too good. Hearing that, Max narrowed his eyes. His face turned serious, I see. So that's a problem, huh? You are aware that your channel growth has been monitored by my company, yes. As the chairman of Punch, I can see the growth of every streamer who uses the platform. That is how we are able to help those with good content, by promoting them. Yes. And my growth is a little bit abnormal for someone who started just a little while ago, isn't it? Even with the support from you, the company. Everything was going well and smoothly, but suddenly Max felt a sense of uneasiness in the air. His body tensed up and his face went pale. He didn't like the way the man was talking to him. Correct. You're not like the others. Your growth is abnormally fast. And we're worried about that. Caden said calmly, if you win the awards, there might be trouble coming for you from jealous streamers. You know, human nature is hard to understand. Max nodded. Something was wrong here. I can deal with trouble, sir. He replied, trying to hide his uneasiness. If that's the case, then I can rest easy. I hope you won't stop streaming after the awards. It will be a waste of talent. Caden said and continued, I am satisfied with your answer. I am sorry for calling you so suddenly. You may leave if you want to. I hope you enjoy the gathering. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Max stood up, then, I'll leave first. Thank you for your support. It's very much appreciated. No, I appreciate it as a viewer. Caden chuckled. He then looked him in the eye, just a friendly advice. Be careful of people that may be envious of your talent, okay? Max nodded. Understood. I'll be careful. Have a nice night. Exiting the private room, Max didn't immediately return to the gathering. He went to a secluded spot and leaned against the wall, closing his eyes and calming himself down. He was thinking about the warning and what the man had told him. He had been in the business for a while now and had experienced a lot of things. It wasn't a surprise that some of his fellow streamers were jealous of his success. I'll just be more careful in the future. Max sighed, but that doesn't mean I will change how I stream. Max's streaming content had never changed from the start of his career, so it was unlikely that he would ever change it in the future. Also, they could be jealous all they wanted but Max wouldn't care. It wouldn't be a surprise if there was trouble brewing around the corner, but he wouldn't let it affect his stream or content. He was going to stream as usual, no matter what happened. Max smiled, I'll continue to be Breeze. There is nothing that can make me quit streaming. Not now. Not ever. As he muttered that, he looked ahead, at an empty space. It had been a long time since he opened his system interface as there was no new quest, but it would be different now. System. Show me the new quest countdown. He muttered under his breath and a window appeared. Less than new quest will be available in 32 minutes 18 seconds. Greater than. Niece. The quest will come soon. But I need to return to the gathering first. I don't want to worry Lily. With that thought in mind, he walked back into the gathering. However, his mind was still filled with thoughts of the quest. The gathering was a secondary matter. Returning to the gathering, Max immediately went and met his friends. Mad Lad had already gathered with the girls' group and got scolded by Amelia when he arrived. What happened here? He asked curiously. Lily, Peach and Amelia were gathered in front of Mad Lad who had his face covered in cake. He looked miserable. Oh, you're here, Breeze. Amelia noticed him first. I am truly sorry for what my colleague has done earlier. He should have just put the clout chasers in place. He even ruined the atmosphere by acting so rudely. I hope you will forgive him. If he ever bothers you again, please let me know and I will put him back in place. Hey, Amelia, you're embarrassing me. He was just trying to protect me from the clout chasers. I appreciate it. Max smiled at Amelia. I should be the one thanking him. Mad Lad said, it's nothing. That's why you don't have a girlfriend, dude. Princess Peach said, girls hate boys who talk rudely to strangers. Quote. You don't have a boyfriend, though. That's because I haven't met my Prince Charming yet. She retorted, anyway, what took you so long, Breeze? Lily nodded, curious about his whereabouts. Max, on the other hand, only smiled. Ah, nothing. Mr. Caden wanted to congratulate me on my nominations. We talked for a bit before I returned. Mr. Caden is in, the chairman. Amelia raised her eyebrow. That's surprising. Is there something else you talked about? Nothing special, just the event and how it will go. He nodded, and he warned me about the jealousy I might invoke to other streamers. I've expected this, to be honest. It's nothing new. Just ignore them. Lily nodded. I have a feeling that they're not important in the future. So, just forget them. Of course. Max nodded, but I am curious. Who were they, Mad Lad? The ones who tried to approach me. They're pretty infamous among the social media. Do you know about people who uploaded videos about streamers' dramas or the dark side of streamers like that? They are called streamer clout chasers, or baiters. Yeah, I know about them but not too much. Max said. Basically, they will upload any video that would bring them a view. The videos I mentioned are the common ones. But, they also like to approach streamers and ask for an interview, or try to bait the streamer to answer something that would be used against them in the future. Quote. Max blinked. Wow. Anyway, I have a feeling that they're the kind that will do anything for views, so be careful with them. I bet they wanted to edit your sentences and use them against you if you win the awards tomorrow. Be careful of what you said on the stage when you receive the award, okay? They will not miss any chance they get. When receiving his award, well, he hoped to win but he didn't know that. But it seemed like everyone else thought he was going to win. Even the chairman had that kind of mindset, saying that there was trouble for him if he won the awards. Aren't they overestimating me? Surely there were other streamers that rose the same way as he did. Newbies, diamonds in the rough, who managed to be noticed and became a big name. It wasn't impossible to have such a thing happen in the streaming community. He was sure that he wouldn't be the last one. I will keep that in mind if I win. Maybe I should write a script before receiving the awards. Max said. Lily smiled. That's a great idea. You will have more confidence on the stage. Though, you don't seem like the kind of person to get nervous in public. I agree. Mad Lad said. Breeze has a strong mental fortitude. I think it's impossible to see him stuttering and getting nervous in public. He will probably get nervous in a life or death situation, not in something as simple as public speech. Hey, I am a normal human. I can get nervous standing in front of many people too, you know. Max retorted with a smile. It's not like I am always confident in doing anything. True. I guess everyone has their weakness. Even you. Mad Lad shrugged his shoulders. The group continued their chat and enjoyed the gathering. Meanwhile, Max didn't know when to look at the countdown so he kept glancing at his clock. Ding! Finally, a notification sound rang in his head. Ah, finally. He smiled inwardly. He didn't let it show in his face as he continued to talk to the group. He would put it on later, when he was alone and could read his new quest carefully. Now I just have to wait until I get back home. I hope I will not regret this. After an hour or two of socializing with each other, everyone left the gathering and logged out. It was already late in the night, so the streamer didn't have much time to stay longer. They all had their own streaming schedule for the night. There was no more disturbance as the clout chasers left early after Max and Caden left them. Apparently they got what they wanted, an interview of the famous streamers, so they left happily. They didn't want to make a big scene and be banned from the event. The event organizer would ban them if they made trouble, especially when the event itself was supposed to be a prestigious and peaceful gathering, not a battleground to get views. So, the clout chasers had no choice but to retreat when Caden approached. Logging out, the capsule opened slowly. Max climbed out of the capsule, feeling only slightly drained and not as exhausted as usual. He then stretched out his body and felt his muscles ache. The capsule beside him opened following that. Lily also climbed out of the capsule, yawning. She didn't feel the tiredness she normally felt when streaming. The new capsule is really great. It's not making us tired even after using it for a few hours. And the sleep inducer also makes us feel refreshed in the morning. She said, looking at the capsule, I can't imagine streaming without this capsule anymore. It is truly convenient. Max nodded, your brother has outdone himself by making such a masterpiece. When will he announce its release? Tomorrow. Lily answered as she took 2 towels, throwing one of them to him, after the Streamer Awards. I believe he will do it when all of the eyes of the streaming industry are on the awards. That's why the company has sponsored the event too. It will attract the people's attention and make it a perfect timing for his announcement. I see. Max smiled. I guess I have a lot of expectations for tomorrow's award ceremony. Me too. There are so many expectations. My heart is beating so fast. Lily put her hand above her chest. Look, it's beating so fast. Do you want to feel it? It's really beating so fast, you know. She looked at him and flushed, clearly not thinking of what she said earlier. Exclamation mark. She quickly turned her head, looking away. Her face turned red and she mumbled, no. That's embarrassing, isn't it? Ooh, just forget it. Seeing that, Max chuckled. She's so cute sometimes. Her shyness comes at an unexpected moment, and that's why it's so cute. It makes her even more adorable. He decided not to say anything about it. Instead, he said, why don't you take a bath first? I will go after you. Okay. Lily nodded, still a little bit flustered from what happened earlier. I'll go first. Lily entered the bathroom, leaving the room and leaving Max alone in it. Now, to read the new quest. Max smiled, excited to read the new quest he received after so long. System, open the quest. After saying those words, the quest interface appeared before him. Less than new quest is generated. Greater than. Less than quest. Become the greatest. Leave your record in streaming history. Announce your end of activity in the Streamer Wars Award ceremony. Progress. 1. Reward. Eternal happiness. Penalty upon failure. System uninstallation in a hard road ahead of you. Greater than. Upon reading it, his smile froze and he let out a stupid voice. Huh. Max's entire world seemed to stop when he reread the quest's description. Leave the record in streaming history by announcing the end of his activity. That didn't make any sense. What is the system thinking? Announcing the end of my streaming activity. I don't get it. He muttered and held his head. If he didn't follow the quest, the system would be uninstalled and there would be a hard road ahead of him. What kind of hard road was it? And would the 2 miracle tickets he saved for emergency would lose its effect? Probably not. The system only mentioned uninstallation, not deletion. So the effect should remain. However, he didn't understand why the quest he received was to retire. No. Deep inside, he knew why the quest was like this. In case he won the Best Streamer award, he would be officially crowned as the greatest streamer in the world. If he announced his retirement after that, the record would forever be his. There would not be a streamer that could rival his record and his status. It was the only way for him to become the best. But that meant stopping from the activity he loved altogether. No, this is not a quest one should take. This is a quest one have to reject. There's no way I am going to quit after reaching this point. Max knew that the system could be unreasonable at times. However, this was a bit too extreme. I don't know what I will do tomorrow, but I know for sure that I will reject this quest. Max sighed. He then looked up at the ceiling, feeling helpless and frustrated. He was angry at the system, but he didn't want to lash out in anger. To be honest, his future was already secured. He could be anything he wanted. A businessman, an artist, or even an entertainer in real life. Lily could help him enter the business while Atlas and Farron could introduce him into a modeling job. So, he had no worries about the money. However, it didn't change the fact that streaming was his life. He wanted to continue streaming. No matter what, I will find a way. I won't let the system dictate my life like this. Following the quest had always been a fun experience as he thought of it as a game. But now, the quest tried to control his quest. What to do? As Max contemplated his new quest, Lily finished taking a shower and left the bathroom. She walked into the room, wearing cute, blue pajamas. Her hair was wet and she was holding her clothes in one hand, while carrying a towel on her shoulder. Max, did something happen? Lily asked when she noticed his expression. She approached him and sat next to him on the edge of his capsule. Your face is not looking so good. Quote. He smiled wryly. Is that so? Yes. Did something happen while you're waiting for me to come out? She looked at him with a worried expression. Did you get bad news? You could say that, yes. Do you want to tell me? Did he want to tell her? Yes. But would he? The answer was no. The existence of his system was something he couldn't reveal to anyone, including his lover. Not that he couldn't, but it would make no senses. I can't. He replied honestly. Sorry, but this is something I can only solve myself. I hope you understand. But, I can ask you about something else. This is just an if scenario, okay? Lily looked at him in confusion, but he continued. If I said I wanted to retire from streaming, would you be angry at me? Quote. His sudden question caught Lily off guard, her mouth opened slightly. She didn't say anything for a moment. She was surprised, but not angry. Then, she closed her mouth, and thought for a bit, before opening her mouth again. If you really want to stop, then I won't force you. She smiled gently and held his hand. Max. You know, I love you no matter what you are doing. You can do anything you want to do, and I'll still support you no matter what. Even if you decided to quit, I would support your decision and stand beside you. But, Lily looked into his eyes, and her expression changed to a serious one. Quote. If you were lying to me, I would get mad. You saved me. You showed me the way to be happy and to live my life to the fullest. You are the reason I am happy. And I love you, so. I would be really sad if you lied to me and gave me the cold shoulder after all we've been through. That's why, if you're not happy with what you're doing right now, I won't forgive you if you're not telling me. Max was silent for a moment, thinking. Streaming was fun. At first, he only played games and streams because his body couldn't do anything else. He was confined in a dark medical room. It was the only activity he could do without having to do much movement. And when the miracle happened, he continued streaming for the joy of gaming and streaming. But, somewhere along the way, the reason changed. It was not about the joy of gaming or streaming anymore. He just liked streaming because he could share the fun with many people. And the more he streamed, the more he enjoyed it. It was the joy of sharing the experience with others. Meeting new people and talking with them was also a fun experience for him. Even the hate comment that came from the stream, they made him stronger and made his bond with the viewers became stronger. It was like an obstacle in the path of life that he must overcome. A path that he had to jump over. If he could conquer this challenge and prove to his haters that he could stream like anyone else, it would mean that he had succeeded and that he was not inferior to others. It would prove that he could be a streamer like any others, even though his condition was far from normal. And so, for him, streaming had become his way of proving to the world that he could be a streamer. He didn't want to give it up. He wanted to continue streaming. After all, that was what he loved to do. I am happy. Streaming is my passion and my job now. He finally replied after a long silence. I just imagine the future when I retire. It seems dark, you see. Lily looked at him and nodded. Then, I will support your decision no matter what you choose to do. She then suddenly blushed and added. If you stop, then that means you can spend more time with me, you know. Max raised his eyebrow. Oh, are we that greedy? She smiled mischievously and leaned her body on him. Maybe a little bit. Just a bit more than usual. She kissed his cheek, then hugged him. He hugged her back and smiled. After talking with Lily, he made his decision. Morning of the Streamer Wars, Max woke up at 5 a.m. and decided to go jogging today. The event would start at night, so he had plenty of time before that. There was no nervousness, only a feeling of being relieved from the burden. He didn't know if it was because he had talked to Lily last night, or because his worries about the system's quest had settled. But he felt free today. My physical condition has returned to similar or even stronger than in my previous world. I am able to do extreme sports right now. A far cry from his weak and malnutrition condition back when he first arrived. He had gained a lot of muscles, not enough to look like a bodybuilder, but he was strong enough to do extreme exercise now. I will need a lot of training before I can reach my peak condition, but at this point I should be fine with doing real parkour without risking myself too much. With that thought, Max changed to his sports clothes and went downstairs. Soft sunlight streamed through the windows, making everything feel like a dream. He was the first person to get out of their buildings and the street was still empty. No cars or pedestrians yet. People's mornings started pretty late in the weekend in the area. Max jogged around the area, going through the familiar path. When he came across the park, he took a detour and entered the park. The tall wall, pillars, and everything else he remembered the park had a parkour area. It was a good place to test his body's limits, or maybe he was feeling adventurous. I'll try the wall first. He approached a 4 meters tall wall, a good place to practice wall run and climbing technique. The first time he attempted to climb the wall, Max didn't manage to do well. But now, things were different. He stretched his arm and fingers, preparing his body for the incoming exercise. After he was done, he took a deep breath and jumped at the wall. His hands grabbed the wall and his feet followed, sticking to the wall like a glue. Slowly and steadily, Max started climbing. He did it slowly and cautiously, but soon his confidence rose. His body wasn't that different from his old self. Soon, he reached the top of the wall and jumped to the ground, landing softly with a roll. Still not good enough. In VR, he could climb such a wall easier. The wall had a rough texture so it wasn't hard to get a good grip. But outside of VR, there was a risk of slipping, falling, or even injury. Max took a deep breath and tried to do it once again. He wanted to get back to his peak performance in real life, not just in VR. He would keep doing it until his body got used to it. After he managed to climb the 4 meters wall, Max decided to try a 6 meter one. It was taller than him by a few feet and it would take longer to climb. Again, he muttered. This time, he walked back until he got enough distance to run and then ran straight to the wall. When he got close, he jumped. His left leg landed on the wall and pushed his body upwards, his hands reached for the top. As he got near the top of the wall, Max pushed himself off with his left leg and grabbed the ledge with both hands. He pulled himself up and over, rolling down on the ground. Max grinned, happy that he had done well. It's a good start, but my body is not ready for the harder one yet. Following that, he tried to climb the pillar, did flips, and pushed himself to the limit. After 30 minutes of intense workout, he breathed heavily and wiped his sweat away. So tired, yet so fulfilling. He had never been this happy in his entire life, and that was a good sign. After a long time of training his physical ability, he went back to jogging. It was time for a cooling down. Max went to buy some breakfast and coffee on his way back. For himself and Lily. He knew she would appreciate a warm cup of coffee when she woke up. I am home. He entered his apartment. It was quiet and empty, with no one in sight. Lily must have still slept in the bedroom. Max placed the breakfast and the coffee on the table, then went to the kitchen to prepare a glass of water. After that, he headed for a quick bath. The water was warm and relaxing. It was just what he needed to wash away the stress and the tiredness he had built up from the morning exercise. Ah, how relaxing. If only I didn't have anything to worry about, this would have been a good start to the day. The thought of his new quest made Max sigh. After the bath, he put a black t-shirt and shorts and returned to the living room, finding Lily sitting there. She was sipping from her cup of coffee. Morning. She looked at him, still half asleep, and replied, Morning. Did you have a run? Yeah. She yawned and smiled sleepily. She then looked around, and noticed a bag on the table, containing 2 breakfast and 2 cups of coffee. One was hers. She reached out and picked it up, taking a sip. This is delicious. You always buy me something good, Max. She said as she looked up at him with a smile. Thanks. You're welcome. He said, are you going to sleep more after this? She shook her head, I'm good. Just need some time to fully wake up. Then, Lily took a sip from the cup of coffee. She looked out of the windows and said, it's dark outside. You're right. I think it will rain today. Max said as he opened his window curtain, revealing a cloudy sky outside. I think you're right. Lily nodded in agreement. I don't like rainy days. But at least the ceremony will be held in the virtual world so we won't get wet. Yeah, it's better to not go outside until the rain stops. It will be dangerous to drive a car, or even walk. Come to think of it, it's also in a cloudy days like this that I got hit by a car. He thought, remembering the worst memories in his past life. That day, the day he was hit by a car. It had rained the whole day and the road was wet. The car was moving fast. And it all happened in an instant. Due to the wet road, the brake didn't stop the car well and crashed into him. Anyway, it was not like Max was superstitious and believed in such absurdity as bad omen. But the feeling of the rainy day made him a bit gloomy. Max, you look pale, are you okay? Did you catch a cold? No. He smiled reassuringly. I am just thinking of something. Let's spend the days like this and go into the award ceremony together. We will log in and wait for it to start, then we'll be back before dinner time. Sounds good. She nodded in agreement. Do you want to play any game together while we wait? I have a few in mind, yeah. The rest of the morning passed quickly. They ate their breakfast and played some games together. Time passed quickly and evening arrived. They entered the VR world and waited for the Streamer Wars lobby to open while preparing for their outfits. When the time came, an invitation arrived for them. You have been invited to Streamer Wars nominee lobby. Agree, decline. Max looked at Lily, who received the same message, and nodded. Let's go. Then, he pressed agree. A luxurious and large space greeted him as Max entered the virtual world. He was seated along with Lily behind a round table with foods and drinks. It was like a fancy buffet. A large chandelier hung overhead, giving the room a regal ambiance. Max turned to look around. The lobby was a spacious room with a high ceiling and a large stage in the middle. The room was filled with the best and famous streamers. They were seated at the round tables, talking and enjoying the atmosphere. Many famous faces could be seen, including those he was familiar with. Flexi, Amelia, Mad Lad, and even Princess Peach. Each was grouped according to the nomination or their affiliation. Because Max was famous for being Lily's boyfriend, he was seated together with her. Are you nervous? Lily asked him. No. Max shook his head. What do you think about this? Do you think you will win? Who knows? Max smiled. Even though the odds are stacked against me, it would be great if I win. Lily nodded. Yes. I hope you can win. But, She looked at him seriously and continued, "But if you don't win, it's okay. We can work on your content and make it better. So, don't be too disappointed if you don't win. You're still a great streamer. The best one. Thank you. Your words of encouragement mean a lot to me." Max smiled and said, "I'll do my best." "Me too," Lily said and gave him a soft kiss on the lips. She then looked into his eyes and smiled. Many eyes looked at them and whispered. They seemed to be surprised by the interaction between Max and Lily. Some were envious of him. They thought he was a lucky bastard to have a girlfriend like that. Quote. Lily noticed the stares and flushed, clearly not used to the attention. Being on a stage and being here felt totally different. A stage was where she was expected to act. But here, it was an intimate moment between her and her boyfriend. It was a private thing that shouldn't be shown to the public. Are you embarrassed? Of course, Max didn't miss this chance to tease her. He chuckled. "Ah, you dummy. Stop teasing me." She pouted and pinched him, making Max laugh even more. At this moment, a loud clap could be heard. A loud and crisp clap echoed throughout the room. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the direction of the sound. It was coming from the stage. Standing on the stage was Caden. Caden, the chairman of the event and Punch's CEO. He wore a black tuxedo and his hair was slicked back. All the lights were focused on him and his smile was radiant. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining this award ceremony. The event will begin soon. Please, take a seat." As soon as he said that, the lights in the room dimmed and a spotlight shone on Caden. Max and Lily took a seat together, waiting for the event to begin. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage and Caden cleared his throat. "As you know, this year's Streamer Wars has come to an end. This year's winners are the best of the best. They have worked hard to become the best, and now, it is time to recognize their hard work and give them the award they deserve. But before that, I will announce something else. The biggest news in the history of the streaming industry. Something that would revolutionize this world forever." Whispers started to be heard in the room. Max knew what he wanted to announce. It was the launch of Spencer's latest VR technology, the capsule he was sitting on at the moment. But for the others, they didn't have a clue. They had an idea of what it could be but no one was sure of it. Before that, please enjoy this video. I am sure that it would change your worldview on the virtual world. The light dimmed, and a video appeared on the big screen above Caden's head. A short introduction about a new capsule that could boost the synchronization rate of some people was introduced. It showed a new breakthrough feature, such as the automatic nutritional supplement injection when needed. Not only that, but the capsule could also inject needed nutrients when the system judged that it was lacking. Not to mention that it had an improved neural link and faster processing power. The new capsule would make everything smoother. Spencer Company had always been a leader in the industry. The previous generations of capsules were also made by them. But this time, they outdid themselves, pushing the technology to the limit. No one knew about the real reason why they created the new capsule, but those who were involved knew why. It was all because of a brotherly love. For the sake of a girl who couldn't play VR for too long. Peter appeared with a short message and bowed at the end of the video. "This is our gift for this world. We hope you enjoy the capsule to the fullest and we will do our best to continue improving the technology. Thank you." When the video ended, applause echoed in the room and the light went on again. Caden looked at everyone, and smiled. "Now, I am sure all of you want to experience it, yes?" he asked. The streamers nodded in agreement, their faces showing a look of awe. "But, I am afraid that you won't be able to get the product immediately. Because we are going to announce the winner of the nominations." The lights went dim and the spotlight shone on Caden. He cleared his throat, and continued, "For the first nomination. Let's start with a small one. Best VTuber." The audience clapped and the lights dimmed. A large screen appeared above Caden, showing the names of the nominees. Caden then read out loud, "The award goes to Pink Rabbit." A round of applause erupted as the lights focused on a young woman with long brown hair, who stood up and smiled brightly. She walked up to the stage and took the mic from Caden. Max looked pretty surprised but still gave applause to the winner. He and Lily glanced at a certain direction where their friend sat. Princess Peach, having lost the nomination, looked pretty disappointed, but she still applauded. Caden said a few congratulatory words, before presenting her the trophy. The winner was happy to receive it and she started to make her acceptance speech. But, the speech didn't end without drama. She mentioned Princess Peach's name as her competitor and thanked her. A true professional move that many famous people did. Mention the strongest opponent and praise them. This was a good way to show that the winner wasn't an enemy to the loser. Princess Peach, hearing the praise, flushed and got embarrassed. The awards ceremony continued on, with a few other winners getting called. And then, the main reward that Max was waiting for was finally here. Caden smiled, and said, "We're going into the main reward. This will be a bit different from last year. We're going to start with Best Female Streamer." The name list of the nominees appeared above Caden. Lily Pixel, White Lily. Amelia. Princess Peach. Random Girl. XXX Misa. Ah. A soft voice escaped Lily's lips. Max looked at her and noticed her squirming on her seat. He smiled. Lily was nervous. The spotlight shone on Caden, and the reward goes to. The audience held their breath, and so did Lily. She was gripping the edge of the table so hard that her fingers went white. She was biting her lips, looking anxious and nervous. The reward goes to. She looked at Max for comfort. He held her hands, calming her down a little. Then, he mouthed, "You will be okay. Don't worry." Lily smiled a little. She then gripped Max's hand tight. Max squeezed back, letting her know that he was there for her. The silence lasted for a minute, and Caden smiled. Lily Pixel, White Lily. Loud applause erupted from the audience. Lily stood up, still gripping Max's hand. Her eyes widened, and tears formed on her face. "I won. You did it," Max said. "Yes," Lily said, tears rolling down her cheek. "I won. Congratulations. Now go to the stage, they are waiting." Lily nodded and reluctantly released her grip. She let her white dress sway and walked to the stage. Amelia, Princess Peach, Random Girl, and Misa were also clapping and cheering for her. The other nominees were giving Lily a standing applause. She was a popular and influential streamer in the streaming community. Just like before, Caden offered congratulations and let her deliver speech.freewebnovel.com. Lily's tears had been wiped clean and she stood behind the microphone with confidence. Her eyes darted around the room and stopped when they landed on Max. She took a deep breath and started, "First of all, I'd like to thank all my fans, friends, and fellow streamers. This would not have been possible without all your support and I'm really grateful for everything." The crowd cheered as she continued. "Secondly, I'd like to thank my brother for being supportive to my activities. Without his support, even logging into the VR world wouldn't be possible for me. I love you, brother." Hearing that, Max couldn't help but laugh. He could hear a loud cry coming from somewhere, surely from Peter's table. He could just imagine how he cried, a waterfall of tears from his eyes. "Thirdly, I want to dedicate this award to someone important in my life," Lily said and looked directly at Max. "Breeze. Thank you for always supporting me and being there for me. You're the reason I'm still here today." With that, she smiled brightly, her cheeks flushing with color. The audience started to cheer loudly. It was a heartwarming sight and everyone clapped loudly for her. Even Max couldn't help but clap with them. "Ah, this is embarrassing." Max smiled wryly. But he couldn't blame her. He would have done the same. "Ha ha ha, such a heartwarming speech from Lily Pixel." Caden smiled, "Thank you for the speech. I hope you will continue to do well in your streaming activities in the future." "I will. Thank you." With that, she left the stage and walked back to her seat, smiling brightly. Her eyes were still filled with tears. Max stood up and hugged her. "Congratulations." "Thanks," she replied, "it's all thanks to you. Maybe it was all because of you too." He laughed, "But, let's talk about that later. Sit down first, Lily. You must be tired from standing up there." She nodded. "Okay." Max pulled a chair out and helped her sit down. And then the next moment, a soft whisper could be heard. "I love you." It was Lily's soft voice. Max couldn't help but blush. This was so sudden and unexpected, but it made him smile. He leaned closer and whispered back, "Love you too." Now, usually we will proceed to the last category. But we have a rather strange and peculiar reward for this year. Caden smiled. Yes, a meteor, or rather a new wind has appeared in this streaming community. And it is time to recognize their hard work. The next rewards are all related to this new streamer who appeared and shook the world. He said and raised his arms. In the sky, list of nominations appeared. Rising Star, Top Newbie Streamer 2045, Top Newbie Game Streamer, Most Viewed Newbie, Best Streamed Event, and Top Donations. Everything was written in golden letters and Max couldn't help but feel a little bit of excitement. This felt like a spoiler to him. Because there were no other streamers who could receive the reward in those nominations, other than himself. Everyone, we break the record today as we announce the most rewards a streamer has ever gotten. Caden grinned widely. Breeze. Breeze. All lights pointed at him, accompanied with orchestra music and loud cheers. Max's face appeared on a large screen in the middle of the hall and he smiled widely. Caden gestured to him to come up to the stage and Max complied. As Max walked up to the stage, he could feel the gazes of everyone in the room. He didn't mind it, though. His heart was filled with pride. Somehow, his feet felt so light that he could run and flip to the stage without any problem, but he wouldn't do that. He wanted to do this properly and calmly. Max took his position at the podium. He smiled and shook Caden's hand. Breeze. Thank you for being here. Caden smiled widely. You really are full of surprise. To think that we will create a record, no, a legend in the streaming community today. Thank you, sir. Max nodded. Caden patted Max's shoulder and smiled. I'll let you talk first before giving the award, alright? I know everyone wants to know your secret to your success. So, please take your time. But, before that, I need to congratulate you. So, once again, congratulations. Thank you very much. I didn't expect to sweep the awards in all categories, so I feel pretty honored. Max smiled. Well, it was unexpected. Yes. Now, let us give a big applause for our new rising star. Caden smiled widely. Applause rang throughout the hall. Please, take your time to deliver the speech. You can use 30 minutes if you want to. Caden winked. Max nodded and smiled. Okay. Caden gave him a thumbs up and stepped to the back. Max was now in front of the microphone, standing alone, looking at the audience. His gaze met Lily's. She nodded with a smile. He smiled and said, "Thank you for all the support and love I've received since I started my activities. Everything meant a world for me. Please allow me to have a bit of your time to share something." He paused and smiled at the audience. A bit of my life story, actually. My life story as a streamer. Max took a deep breath and looked at Lily. She gave him a reassuring nod, as if saying, "It's fine." Max nodded and said, "My streaming story is a long one. It's about my past and present. Before, I had nothing at all. Everything was taken away from me. Health, riches, dreams, even the people I thought I could trust." Max paused. Everything. He paused and took another deep breath. His gaze turned serious. I thought that I had nothing to lose. But I didn't give up. I held onto my dreams and I kept going. One person pushed me to try something else, and I tried streaming. In his past life, it would be a doctor. And in this world, it would be his childhood friend Nina. But the story didn't have to be accurate. He just wanted to get his point across. That no matter what, if he had the determination, he could achieve anything. It started as a hobby and a way to relieve massive stress, but now it's my life. Max smiled. I found the fun of it and decided to go for it. So I streamed, and streamed, and streamed. And then I made friends. He looked at the crowd, and he saw some of his friends nodding and smiling. I made many friends. Good people, with good intentions. Every single person that watched my streams was my friends, even the haters. They made me grow stronger, and they helped me improve myself. It's thanks to everyone who watches my streams that I am standing here right now. He looked at Lily, and of course, to a person that changed my life and gave me the opportunity to push myself further, giving me warmth and motivation when I am down. Lily smiled, her eyes glistened with tears. I owe my life to all of you. Max smiled, thank you. freewebnovel.com. A wave of applause rang throughout the room. Max looked around, his gaze meeting many people. When the applause died down, he made a promise. From now on, I will continue streaming and make the community better. I will help others to achieve their dreams and be a part of this amazing industry that has given me so much. Less than quest failed. Greater than. Less than penalty applied. Greater than. Less than uninstalling the system. Greater than. The second round of applause couldn't enter Max's ears as the system spoke. He could feel the system was leaving him, leaving his body. The system's existence was slowly fading away. The blue windows, the notification sound, the quests, and the rewards. Everything was leaving him. Max clenched his fist. Goodbye. He didn't say anything. It was a silent and mutual understanding between the system and him. Max didn't hate it. After all, he had reached his goal. There were still 2 less than miracle tickets greater than, and he knew they could still be of use to him. He didn't need them, not yet. He would struggle and break down if needed, but he would do it alone. Or maybe, with Lily by his side. Max was a changed person. No longer a weak boy that needed help from a mysterious system. Now, he was a confident and strong young man that could do anything. All right, now that the speech is done, let's move on to the new award. Caden smiled and took over the microphone. He snapped his fingers and fanfare could be heard. On the large screen above the stage, the words, "Best Newbie Couple," could be seen. Due to Breeze's influence and to keep the streamers motivated to keep on doing their activities, we decided to create a special award this year. Caden smiled widely. I hope this will bring motivation and happiness to everyone. Max looked at him, his eyes wide. Rainbow letters floated in the air accompanied by fireworks, reading the name of the new award. As someone who created a record in this place, today, we give you a special award. Less than greatest streamer greater than. The lights dimmed, making the rainbow words even brighter and clearer. The audience gave him a standing applause and the hall erupted in a loud noise. Max smiled, his chest filled with pride. Now he understood why the quest was so unreasonable and strange. Why he had to reject the quest and why he would face a hard road ahead of him. It was the system's way of giving him a gift, for achieving his goal and helping him in the journey. Even when the quest was so hard and unreasonable, it still wanted to give Max the best reward. So it made sure to give Max the best reward for his efforts. There was no need for the greatest streamer system when he had become one. Thank you. Max smiled. His lips trembled. He was finally free. Free from the pain of losing everyone. Free from the burden of his illness and everything. He was no longer burdened with the past and could move on to the future. And with a bright future ahead of him, Max didn't want to be bound by the system any longer. It would only hold him back. It was the system's mercy for Max to let go and let him live his own life. With no one's interference, no more. Thank you very much. Max smiled. His smile was filled with joy and happiness. He didn't have any more words to say. There would be a long journey ahead. In the streaming world, there was no end. Only the beginning. We have finally reached the end. I am sorry for lack of update in the last few chapters. I had some surgeries and couldn't really write. But now I have finished it. Maybe it's a bit rushing, but this is the end that I envisioned when I first wrote this novel. Let's meet in another novel in the future. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.